Welcome to Sibling Revelry with Doug and Paul. I'm Doug. That's Paul. He clearly just froze up. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So, welcome to another Saturday night. Paul's going to fix some technical shit. I'm going to go ahead and do an intro, and I'm going to say, hey, welcome. If you're just joining us, if this is your first time, thank you. Please consider subscribing. If anything we say resonates, if it entertains you, if it infuriates you, if it makes you laugh, if it does anything, if it elicits any emotion, hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the dislike. I don't give a shit. Just interact with us for fuck's sake. But subscribe. Above all, please subscribe. So, we've got a good show tonight. We've got expected to have a couple guests join us. But before we get into everything, and while he's doing what he's doing, I wanted to go into a little diatribe that is just for me, but for people to listen to. So I had my yearly doctor checkup yesterday, and I got to tell you, I never thought I'd become, well, now I'm by myself. I never thought I would be someone who... I never thought I'd be somebody who became like Paul. Like a lot of people have said, like Doug's politics are changing. They're getting a lot more red statey, and you're having an influence. And I keep telling people, like, part of it is really just me leaning into the heel character. But I'm going to really kind of like be a little red statey dickhead right now. I'm over the mask bullshit. I get that the Supreme Court said that nurses, doctors, people in the medical field had to get the shot, that it's mandatory. And I understand that. But like, I went through my yearly checkup yesterday at 7:30. No, it was 8:30 in the morning. There were two people in the waiting room. When I walked in, I was required to put a mask on. I had no problem putting a mask on if I'm asked to, especially in that particular scenario. What ended up happening was I walked in, they have a big clear glass windshield in front of the nurses. And as I walk in, the nurses have their masks down and they're just sitting next to each other, kicked back, having a conversation, while I see two people in the waiting room fully masked up, waiting to be called in. And I've got my mask on. And as I come up to the window, they both put their masks up. Hi, welcome. Who are you here today? Are you checking in? Your name, blah, 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 blah. They get me checked in. I go and I sit down, and I'm sitting by these elderly people who are wearing their masks. And at this moment, I don't judge them. I have no problem with them wearing masks. I get why I have to wear them, and I get why they have to wear them. But what really fucked with my head was as soon as they were called in, like I think I was sitting down maybe a minute and a half, they were called in. And as soon as those two people got called in, the nurses behind the counter pulled their mask back, kicked back, and went back to having a conversation. And I just started laughing to myself. I'm like, what the fuck is the point of this shit anymore? Like, sincerely. And when I got to see my doctor, I kind of said the same thing to him. I'm like, you can pull your mask on if you want. He's like, I can't. I'm required to. And he's like, look, he's like, I don't agree with it. He's like, I had to get a shot against my will just to keep my job. And he's like, I think this is wrong. And he's like, especially what we're seeing now. I looked at him. I'm like, it boggles my mind that I have to sit in a waiting room with a mask over my face while the nurses who are 5-10 feet away from me can go ahead and pull them down and just go back having a conversation. Like, I don't care anymore. Like, I am over this banana shit, man. It's wacky. It's crazy. And yeah, I really don't know what's going on now with Paul. Are you with me, Paul? I see him in the room. There he is.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Now? Okay. Something's going on with my camera setup. Keep going.
Okay. Well, okay. You gotta love technical difficulties when you're not prepared for them on a live show. Well, that was like, I don't know. I was going on a bit. Now he just disappeared from the room altogether. Oh, great, man. I feel like that scene in Wayne's World. And it says that my internet is really bad right now. Connection is unstable if you're on wide. Okay, now I'm having technical difficulties. Stick with me, folks. Right here it says I got full bars. I don't know what you're talking about, guys. This is like that scene in Wayne's World, in the first Wayne's World movie where they cut the camera when or was it Wayne's World 2? They might have been Wayne's World 1 when he quits and they turn the camera to Garth and he's like, you got to go. It's you. You're doing it, man. And he just stared. You ever see that scene in Scanners when the guy's head blows up? That's kind of where I'm at right now. My brother disappeared from the intro of the show. I'm holding everything. My internet box says I'm good, but my Wi-Fi thing up in the corner says that I have shitty Wi-Fi and I'm unstable Wi-Fi. I have no idea if I'm even on. One person seems to be watching. Now my internet's connection's good. Now it's fairly good. What the fuck, man? Technology, folks. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be boring. This is unexpected that I got left alone in this situation, and I had nothing prepared beyond my railing against mask bullshit, which really is a story that I needed Paul or somebody there with me so I could go ahead and bounce opinions off of, because otherwise it just sounds like a cranky old white guy bitching about having to wear a mask. But realistically, it's not. That's not the issue for me. It's the fact that nurses and doctors don't agree with this shit to the point where, like, yeah, we're not going to go ahead and really wear them when certain people aren't around. Like, it's fucking bonkers. But so I don't want to go into news. I don't want to go into anything. Like, oh man, this is one of those things where I'm really kind of irritated, and it's not anybody's fault. But like, I'm glad there's only one person watching, and I'm hoping it's Kim. Because I know Kim will understand, but like, I feel like I'm really shitting the bed and dropping the ball right now. And I know Paul probably feels that way, but I mean, I have no idea what's going on. Like, literally 10 minutes before the stream went live, Paul's like, I kind of want to reboot my router, man, just to make sure that nothing happens. And I'm like, we've got 10 minutes. If you're going to do it now. And then literally a minute before we went live, he's like, okay, I'm on. I'm like, what the fuck's going on, dude? Is he still with us? No, we're live on everything. This is cool. We're live and I'm rambling. It's been 7 minutes, but hey. So what else has been going on? This week really hasn't been all that been productive. Fuck it. I'll go into some weed sales, or not sales, but promos. I'm not a big fan of 510 thread carts. I don't know if anybody watches the show, or if anybody is a fan of the show, or partakes in a 420 lifestyle, or lives in a state where you're allowed to do so. But in the state of Michigan, we have a bunch of different things that I like to try. And there's a couple of ones that when it really grabs me, I want to go ahead and promote them. And Cola Farms, man, I'm not big on 510 thread vape carts. I like pods quite a bit, but it was a gram of lime resin for like $30. I mean, that's a reasonable price, especially for a vape cart, for a gram vape cart. And I bought it's tangerine crossed with super skunk lemon. And I got to tell you, it's fucking strong as hell. This is really worth it if you're in the area. Oh, it's good to have you back, man. Thank you, Kim.
Sorry about that. I had to.
Motherfucker, dude. What the fuck happened?
My main camera setup didn't work. I had to go to the old camera setup.
Well, the old camera setup looks just fine. Let's switch you back around, though. You're on the right side, and I should be on the left. There we go. Kim's with us. She said I'm doing good. I had nothing after the story I had to tell. Like, I was just dead air, dude. So now that you're back, if everything's up and running, let's just jump into news and get this stuff going so I can crack a beer, because I that was like 8 minutes of just me fucking like I felt flounderish, man.
Oh, hey, what are you gonna do?
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming anybody. I know shit happens. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying. Doug, shut up.
Good.
All right. Where's Kim at? How did I miss Kim?
She private messaged me.
Oh, that makes sense.
She told me to shut up, so I thought you were going to jump into a show.
Well, I didn't know where we were in the thing.
Ready to go into news if you're ready to go into news.
Oh,
I just talked for 9 minutes of nonsense, so.
We haven't even been running for 9 minutes.
According to it says on my screen it says live 9 minutes 57 seconds. You disappeared, buddy.
With a 15-second intro and a minute opening. All right. So we're going right into the news.
I guess so.
So the first story we're starting off with in the news is going to be Hunter Biden's laptop, which is quite the story. Doug was the one who wanted to talk about this story, and he sent me an article, and he's like, brush up, but I told him I didn't have to because I already read everything on it a year and a half ago when it was labeled as a conspiracy theory. So now it's just – so New York Post back like said they had Hunter Biden's laptop. They confirmed its contents, lots of porn, drug use, and what they believe to be incriminating evidence of corruption with him and his father with their business dealings in China and Ukraine and Romania. There's a couple other countries, but yep, that's the namesake of this episode. And New York Times 2 days ago did their own audit of the laptop, and New York Times was one of the people who was suppressing the story back then, on top of every single big tech company back in November of 2020. You literally, New York Post couldn't post it to Twitter. If you tried posting the link, it would literally get taken down. Hi, Paul. Glad you got your shit together. Yeah, well, I didn't get my shit together. We're just going with the backup plan right now. But yeah, there's a lot of videos that are coming off of it of him smoking crack and doing drugs. As far as the business stuff, I believe there was a guy who was a business partner of his who went on Fox News, who confirmed a lot of the shit that was on there. Like, yeah, they were getting kickbacks, and 10% of it was going to Joe Biden. Like on the laptop, it says, when it breaks up the divvy for all the kickbacks, like it says Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's brother, and then it says 10% for the big guy, which, what should come of this and what's going to come of this are two totally different things. Right now, I guess the DOJ has verified a couple of the emails on it, and they've opened up an investigation, but let's not forget who's in charge of the DOJ. That's Joe Biden. So this will all get swept under the rug, is my prediction. Any questions on it?
No, that described. You got that. You nailed it. That's the definition of white privilege. It sounds like.
I don't think it's white privilege. I think it's elite privilege. Oh, and there's also pictures of difference. There's pictures on his laptop where there's lines of cocaine on a mirror cut up, and the credit card is Michelle and Barack Obama's daughter's credit card.
Wait a minute. Repeat what you just said.
On Hunter Biden's laptop, there's a picture of lines cut on a mirror, cocaine lines cut on a mirror with a card. Okay. And the card is Michelle and Barack's, one of their daughters.
Which one?
It's
Sasha
her credit card. Malia.
Is Malia the younger or the older one?
I have no idea. I just know the credit card says Malia Obama on it.
Maybe he was in Taiwan. He was shopping at some funny USO novelty store that had oh, look, we have fake credit card with president's daughter's name on it. You know how they make fake? Remember they made those fake $50 bills with Bill, or $99 bills with Bill Clinton playing the saxophone in place of the president. They have fake credit cards and shit. I don't know. I thought,
or plausibly, Hunter and one of Obama's kids did coke together one night. I mean, but yeah, I think him going to Asia and getting a fake credit card
totally
way
not
more
possible.
Likely.
I can't imagine that girl ever doing cocaine. He, on the other hand, looks like a guy who had to buy 2 different sets of teeth because he chattered through his original set from so much cocaine. But his teeth are horrible, dude.
I want everybody who watches this show to know my dedication to this show. That this was our first episode where we did a custom thumbnail for the episode, and for you, the audience, I watched all the Hunter Biden cocaine porn videos, and I made sure I got some pictures for the thumbnail. So you're welcome. I do that for you. That's the sacrifice I make for this team.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
You got anything special you want to talk about?
We'd written down only what we'd written down. Zelensky talking to Congress. You'd talked about mentioning Pearl Harbor 9/11, how you wanted to go on about that for a little bit.
Yeah, so he addressed Canadian Parliament and he addressed U.S. Congress, both very similar. But when he addressed U.S. Congress, a couple things that came out of it. He gave an impassioned speech where he basically compared what's happening to him to Pearl Harbor in 9/11, and he's requesting that America install a no-fly zone. Kim, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. It was my privilege to serve you.
Free healthcare for the rest of his life.
So yeah, he gave the speech, and I get it. I get where he's coming from as the leader of Ukraine, but what's happening to him yes, he's being attacked, but to play on our heartstrings of two of our biggest tragedies, for us to try to invoke a no-fly zone, which again, a no-fly zone means we declare war on Russia. That's what that means. What he's asking for is the U.S. military to come in and control the skies. How do you control the skies? You have to shoot down Russian planes. As soon as you shoot down a Russian plane, World War III breaks out. And it sucks. It's a shitty situation. Again, this is where I totally don't. I feel bad for like our administration because they're in a no-win scenario. The sanctions literally are the best they can do, and really that's shooting way more than it's hurting Russia. And this is what like everybody thinks like the U.S. sanctions are killing Russia's economy. Yeah, no. Yes, on a global side, on a global scale, they can't do banking. But you got to think every country, external economy, internal economy. So yeah, they're not making money exporting things like oil to America or any of the NATO countries, but they still have an independent economy that's running inside. The value of the ruble, I'm sure, has dropped, but that affects your country's economy, where local economies are. It's the same thing in America. Think about it this way. How come people in California are paying $8 a gallon for gas while other parts of our country are paying $4.50 for gas? It's because we have different local economies in our one big American economy. And that's a prime example. So obviously we don't know what effect it's having on the everyday Russian person in the local economy, but I don't think it's had that big of effect as everybody thinks it is. But the no-fly zone would be a declaration of war, and I don't think Biden wants a war going into the midterms. Here's what scares me. Regardless of who wins the midterms, I think once the election's over and nobody cares about getting votes, I think the left elites and the Republican warbangers are going to go to war. I think they're just waiting to get past the election so they don't have to worry about pissing off their constituents, which I hope does. And I truly think if we elite the same old GOP that we've always had, the first thing we'll do is institute a no-fly zone if this Ukraine-Russia thing's still going on come November. But I hope it doesn't. Anyway, also, there's a story about cluster munitions being dropped in the Russian-controlled area of Ukraine. Which indicates that it's Ukraine that dropped cluster munitions on Russia. But, of course, Ukraine is saying that Russia bombed themselves to make it look like we did it as a false operation. And the reason this is so big is because cluster munitions are, I don't know if they're against the Geneva Convention, but they're heavily frowned upon by all countries. Because what a cluster munition is, okay, you got a bomb. Bomb goes down, hits, blows up. One bomb blows up. What this does is it's a bomb, and then in the mid, it like way up high in the air, it blows up and it drops 1,000 little bombs. Just scatters them everywhere. So you don't know what you're hitting, you don't know what you're killing. You know what I mean? Like it's a very dangerous
It's like throwing a lawn dart up in the air or shooting a flaming arrow into the air and then running in every which way direction with a group of people. Kind of like it's one of those things where it's going to land where it lands, but it's going to destroy a lot more than what an arrow would.
Not necessarily destroy more. Think of it more like 50 people with 50 flaming arrows shoot 50 arrows up in the air, and all 50 people scatter, and wherever they land, they land. It's one bomb that houses thousands of bombs. It's one weapon system that houses thousands of bombs.
Semantics. I got the principle right. Because I'm
okay.
Continue talking. I'm going to switch my connection. It's telling me that I've got a nope. Now it's going back up again. Okay. Just popped up on the screen saying that I got to try connecting something different. I've got a low Wi-Fi, but it just disappeared and went back to good.
Yeah, I was getting that last week. That's why I rebooted the routers right before we started. Saudi Arabia. That's the next one on the
those
you wanted to talk about. Go ahead and lead in with the story.
Well, all I know is the headlines and shit, but like I know that Mohammed bin Salman, fucking murderer and war criminal, my personal feeling is, as an emotional American, I would like to see that motherfucker wiped off the planet. Not the people of Saudi Arabia, the people who are the royal family, the crown prince, the people who murdered Jamal Khashoggi and executed 81 people this week, are talking about leaving the petrodollar for the yen. If I'm not mistaken, is that what I'm?
It's got a fancy name to it. It's like the yen, the petro
Yeah.
yen, or the
Yeah,
yen
it's the number.
petro.
It's the number 5 next to the poo poo platter. They're thinking about leaving us for that. So I don't know much about petrodollar. I don't know much about uh, anything having to do with oil or how it funds the global economy. All I know is um, when it comes to Saudi Arabia and the crown prince Mohammed bin Salman, I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan of him quite specifically for the way he dispatched of Jamel Khashoggi, the journalist. One of the most horrific things. That thing still gives me nightmares thinking about the transcripts of listening to his. I wouldn't even call it an execution. I mean, they fucking tortured and maimed and dismembered him like a goddamn animal. But
Uh,
yeah, I'll let you go into this one.
so I mean, well, I just wrote down the points you wanted me to talk about that I had like a little bit of knowledge about. Which, starting with the petrodollar, so Russia can't sell oil to the world. We went. Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia and said, "Hey, I need more oil quickly. Can you guys start pumping more?" They basically told Joe Biden to screw off, and the reason they did is because of the Khashoggi thing. At the time when Trump was president, Trump was buying oil and selling guns and selling munitions to Saudi Arabia, and it was in the middle of a big U.S. deal that was beneficial to the economy. And Trump stayed neutral on the whole Khashoggi thing. He didn't come out for it, against it. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't
Because
promote it, but
he knew the risks involved of
the financial
yeah.
risks involved with the deal. When it was going down, then former Vice President Joe Biden publicly and loudly claimed exactly what your thoughts are on the situation, how horrible the crown prince is, how much Saudi Arabia blows. This is before he was president. Well, now he's president, where we can't buy Russian oil and gas prices are through the roof. So he has to go to the Saudi Arabia, who's the main people we get oil from, saying, "Hey, we need more oil because I've got to do something to get prices down." And Saudi Arabia goes, "Oh, you want oil from us, the worst people in the world that you called an asshole like 2 years ago? Yeah, no, we're not going to pump anymore. We'll meet our obligation and we'll make the deal that we made with you, but we're not doing anything extra." And well, so now Russia is trying to figure out a way to offload their oil, which brings in China. There's talks with China, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. So the U.S., we don't really make anything for the world. Like, you know how like we get all of our shit from China, we get oil from Russia, Saudi Arabia. We don't export anything. Where America's standing in the world, and our big thing is the U.S. dollar, the greenback, is the currency that the whole entire world uses to buy oil. It's one of the benefits we got of winning World War II is the U.S. dollar became the universal petrodollar. So
Okay.
in order for any country in the world to buy oil, they have to use U.S. dollars. So that's what we provide the rest of the world. Well, the U.S. dollar is only as strong as it is if the U.S. dollar is strong. Don't know if you noticed, but the U.S. dollar is weakening. So Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia are in talks of creating their own petrodollar and getting off the U.S. dollar system, where to do business with those three countries, you don't have to use U.S. dollars, because that's how the U.S. controls everything. Like these sanctions and that, they control it because if we cut you off and say you don't get any more U.S. dollars, you can't trade in oil. You can't buy and sell oil. Make sense?
Yeah, I gotcha.
So basically, you're looking at like the beginning, what could be the beginning of an alliance between Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia. On Monday, Biden administration had a phone call with China. They did not release any of the details about it. And then yesterday, Chinese officials came out and they released details. So take it with a grain of salt. Not saying it's accurate.
Dude. The preferred vernacular is Asian American, dude.
Yeah, he was a Chinaman. Anyway, the Orientals
really tied the room together.
really brought the room together. No, but the Chinese came out and said yesterday that what they said on the phone call was basically Biden was telling us, don't help Russia. If you help Russia, there's going to be severe economic consequences for China. China said, we're not going to be bullied around by America. We're not going to let Joe Biden dictate how we do commerce and who we have relationships and alliances with. Basically, China told Biden to go screw off. So that's according to them. That's according to them. So take that with a grain of salt. China also says that it was the U.S. responsible for releasing COVID into the world from the Wuhan Institute Laboratory of Virology. That was funded by Dr. Fauci's NIH.
All I know is the world needs a hero right now to do like a flying arm bar right across the fucking ropes.
Heart.
And then they need to go whoop whoop.
As far as the 81 people executed, I don't know much about it. One side saying they mercilessly executed 81 people, and then the other side is saying that they were 81 terrorists and pedophiles. So Saudi is admitting Saudi Arabia is admitting, yeah, we killed 81 people, but it's not like they were 81 saints. They were 81 terrorists and pedophiles.
I have no problem with that. Then, if that's the case,
yeah.
But I don't trust anything that motherfucker wearing a tablecloth says.
Damn, dude. Damn.
I don't know much about it. It looks like a tablecloth to me.
What's the rule on saying N-word? What's the rule on that?
No.
You can't say that?
No N-word whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
No.
Just checking.
You can call him Santerrorist. I'll allow that. I
don't want the standards and practice department here at Sibling Revelry to come down on us for our show. So,
if that's the case, I have no problem with that. But like I said, I take what they say with a grain of salt. Moving on from that, unless you have anything else for Saudi, the next thing that we had news, we had two more. Well, technically three more things in the news category, but Jussie Smollett's attacker has been freed from prison pretty quickly, honestly.
Jussie Smollett's, the mastermind of the Jussie Smollett attacks, is back on the street once again, showing white privilege reigns supreme in this country, and it's time for it to end. So, for those who don't know, Jussie Smollett, who last Thursday was sentenced to 150 days in county jail, after 6 days, he walked out of jail a free man, pending appeal. So what happened was his lawyers immediately filed an injunction to stop the 150 days pending the appeal, which I kind of agree with. I actually think the standard in America should be, if you're found guilty and you're planning on appealing. Now, granted, I know the reverse of this argument is, but if you are appealing, you should be able to you should be on bond in house arrest at least until your appeal is over. Now, granted, in America, appeals take forever. But here's the thing: if you win on appeal after serving time, you don't get that time back. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Jussie Smollett's going to win his appeal whatsoever. And thinking about it, it's going to stay the way it is. But a judge granted his release on appeal. But if he doesn't win the appeal, he still has to do 144 days. Now, 5 months, I get it. It's a long time. And anybody who's ever been in the military, if you go on a 9-month deployment, you think it's forever, but it goes by pretty quick once you're in it. And if you've already gone through the booking process, the intake process, and spent a week in jail, I think I would just finish the time and call it a day. Especially a 5-month bid.
I think, this is my personal opinion on this whole matter. I think he has been somebody who's been in the spotlight since he was a young age. Like, he comes from a family of actor kids, you know? And I think that, much like Corey Feldman, I don't think he knows anything else. Like, I don't think Corey Feldman, at 50 years old, as much as I love that train wreck, I don't think him or Jussie Smollett could ever do what you and I do for a living. I don't think they could live the lives we've lived. I don't think they'd know where to begin. I don't think physical hard work and respect and earning a paycheck, like really fucking physically earning the paycheck, not just like emotionally acting something out. I don't think they know that life. So I think for him, this is just like, I'm going to go ahead and do what I know how to do. And I'm stepping in front of the camera and I'm going to fucking make a show out of it. And hopefully the court of public opinion, like it's been working for the last 4 years of Trump's presidency, hopefully it'll work in my favor, even though it seems to be going out of favor with most people. To disagree with you, play devil's advocate, whatever you want to call it. I do think people who have never actually worked for a living could do it if the times got rough enough, but they would be on a monumental learning curve.
like of how to balance a budget, get through life, shit like that. There'd be a huge learning curve, but I believe that all humans have the ability to adapt and overcome in dire situations. Granted, some people would not, but I think most would.
What do you think, Corey? Do you think Corey Feldman could do? When we're not talking about what we do for a living, but do you think Corey Feldman could do what I do for a living? And you know
Man,
what I do?
yeah, you clean up after
No, look,
education.
anybody could do what I do for a living. That's the reality. But I honestly look at a guy like him who is 50 and just released a rap song with Dr. Dre's illegitimate son. I say illegitimate because like he said he just found out that his dad was Dr. Dre like a couple years ago, and he's not that good of a rapper. But like I look at a 50-year-old white former child actor putting out a rap song, and I think to myself, there's no way that guy would tolerate even a fucking entire shift. He would quit into the 3 hours into the shift, maybe even earlier, the way I quit Cracker Barrel, where I worked for 3 hours behind the kitchen at Cracker Barrel and said, fuck this, and walked out in the middle of a shift. Like, I think that would be what Corey Feldman would do.
I love that we have both quit Cracker Barrel in our life.
It's one of the worst fucking places I've ever worked for. Honestly.
It is literally the closest thing you'd ever get to working for the Gestapo Nazi regime ever in the world. It was the worst employer I ever had. I worked part-time because I was a manager at a gas station at the time, full-time, and then I took that on as a part-time job, and I worked on the weekends as a sous chef. And after the second weekend, I literally just walked out in the middle of the shift. I'm like, I'm done. Like, like you had to call 20 minutes in advance of your shift to let management know you were coming into work. They met you at the front door, walked you to the time clock, and then walked you to your workstation.
Which one did you work at? Palm Beach?
The one in Palm Beach, yeah.
I worked at the one over on Daniels by the airport. I remember I was thinking about this week. It's not so. I was gonna say it's funny to think about. It's not funny. It's just it is what it is. But in my entire life, I've only been in like stood in somebody's wedding once, and that was the best man. It was Mike Musser's wedding. Mike Musser is a guy I worked with for many years. I still consider him a friend, even though we haven't talked in years. But he asked me to be the best man in his wedding, and the wonderful woman he ended up marrying and having a child with was working at Cracker Barrel on Daniels, and was like high up in like the hostess game. Like she was in the as far as like the ladder, the chain of seniority and shit. Like she had some juice. And I was looking for a part-time third or maybe even a third job. And she's like, I can get you a shift working 1 day a week in the kitchen if you want. I'm like, fuck, I could do that. And she got me the job. And before I could start, I had to go for a weekend, an entire weekend of like 8-hour courses, sitting in front of a VCR and a TV watching training videos like a goddamn chimp. And then I got the shift. And the shift, my first and only shift was 3 hours long. It was with two Haitian dudes. I forget their names. They were around my age. We were in our late 20s, early 30s, mid to late 20s, I'd say. When I got in there, everything like Cracker Barrel, I enjoyed before working at the food I enjoyed before working there. When I saw that everything was frozen and just heated up and put under heat lamps and shit, I'm like, oh, this is disgusting. But the two dudes I worked with were supposed to train me. They kept getting mad because they asked me to set the plates up, and I wasn't set. Like they actually have standards there to where they want you to plate the food to look like you're at a 5-star restaurant, even though it's a nationwide chain restaurant. And one dude disappeared and said, "I'm going to go have a cigarette." Disappeared for 2 hours. The first 2 hours came back. The other dude disappeared for the next 30 minutes. And I was left by myself for like a good 20, 30 minutes, like to fend through the window. Like I didn't know what I was doing or anything like that. And when they both came back, I said, I need to go have a cigarette. Yeah, you've ruined it. Go ahead. Take your break. And I got in my car, I lit up a cigarette, I turned the keys, and I drove off, and I never looked back. Just awful. I actually hated Walmart, but not nearly as much as I hated Cracker Barrel. I stuck with Walmart for a couple months. I got a blowjob at Walmart. Well, across the street from Walmart. It's pretty cool. So yeah, he's how did we get all on that topic? We were talking about Jussie Smollett, but so that's what we had to talk about on Jussie.
Yeah. So he's gonna have his appeal. It's gonna take a couple of months. He's out right now. And when he got walked out of jail, he had like 40 bodyguards around him that were dressed in all black with black masks. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, that's how we got on
it. He did 6 days, so he's hard. You know.
I'm sure he was hard. So, okay, so that's the Jussie news. And the only other news that we had on the docket for this evening, and I feel like a piece of shit not knowing their names, but was the trans woman of the year and the trans swimmer that won the NCAA.
Yeah, our deputy health director, Rachel Levine, born
Levine or
Richard
Levin?
Levine,
Okay.
born Richard Levine.
Dickie.
Just won USA Today's Woman of the Year for 2022, and I just want to congratulate Rachel.
Rachel, you are stunning and brave.
Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave. Which brings us into the Leah Thomas, who is the University of Pennsylvania NCAA swimmer. She just again smoked all the competition in the women's
Get 500. The fuck out of here!
Setting another world record in women's swimming. Leah was born, I believe, Kevin Thomas. Leah was really, really proud to be there, happy to be there. Second, third, and fourth place were also happy to be there, standing on the podium to be considered even on the podium for the women's 500 freestyle.
Yeah, it's cool. We have reproductive systems, but you go ahead and take the gold.
So we're living in a South Park episode. We're living in a 4-year-old South Park episode, and it's so funny. And I want to say, if you're trans, I'm not talking shit about trans people. I want you to live your life and be happy, but there's got to be the conversation of fair competition, and it's not fair competition. And little girls who grow up trying to master a sport or an athletic to get a scholarship to either go to college or to even compete on the Olympic team. Trans women are women. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying you are taking those opportunities away from biological women. If that makes me a bigot, so be it. Don't care. Why can't we have a men's league, a women's league, and a transgender league?
Yeah, but then we're going to have a furry league. Do you realize there's schools in Lower Michigan?
Man, let's get all the colors of the rainbows with their own league.
Dude, there are schools in Lower Michigan that have this is not bullshit. This was an article I read at work that was passed around where litter boxes are being put throughout certain schools in Lower Michigan because kids are identifying as cats. Like, now we have crossed the threshold. We've crossed the fucking Rubicon of batshit craziness when we start allowing kids to dictate how the world works.
Now, as one who cleans up after education, if you ever went into work and they told you had to empty a litter box, a giant human-sized litter box every day, how would that go for you?
I would simply say this: you're violating my rights as a person who's should be allowed to express his opinion and his views and his beliefs. And my beliefs are that aside from Kate and Gabe's cats, I fucking hate cats. I can't stand them. So
I'm
if
allergic.
You're going to tell me that I need to fucking clean up after these dumb motherfuckers?
That would be priceless. If that ever happens to you, just look at him and be like, "I'm sorry, I'm allergic to cats."
I'd be like, "You don't pay me enough." Yeah, I'm allergic. That is it's so fucking bananas. Leah, the swimmer. I only watched a brief clip of her being interviewed, and I'll go ahead and say her. I'm not a dick.
I have no problem saying her.
But I watched a video where they asked, like, how do you feel now that you've won this and you've got here? This has been your goal and you've achieved it. And how do you respond to the hate that you've got and the backlash? And Leah said, I just try to ignore it and just live my life and have the best day possible and do the best that I can and hope for the best. And I don't blame Leah. Like, I really don't. I want to blame whoever's allowing this to happen. I'm not saying that like it shouldn't happen. I'm saying like you said, it should be divided. Like, there should be men's, women's, trans. Like, let's separate it now because I can't imagine what it's like to be an actual woman standing on the podiums next to Leah and what they must feel. Like that, honestly, like that's, you got to figure, like, you're raised a certain way your whole life. That's like somebody saying, like, all I ever wanted was to play softball, basketball, hockey, baseball, football, but I was never good enough. I had pituitary gland problems. I was always overweight. I just never fit in. I never made the cut. I was always third string and rode the bench, and that's all I ever wanted to do. And then one day you heard on the news, like, oh yeah, Caitlyn Jenner is now going to be Woman of the Year. She's going to be on the Sports Illustrated as a bikini model or Vanity Fair or whatever it was in bra and panties. Like, oh, now it's acceptable. Now, okay. Now I can be an athlete. Now I can be a gold winner. I could smoke these bitches. I just got like I see people do it. That's the thing that bothers me is everybody wants to go, you're transphobic, you're hateful, you're a bigot, but nobody wants to acknowledge that we live in a world filled with fucking cockroaches and villains who will game the fucking system at any given point to fucking fuck everybody else. Like it's mind-boggling to me, man. It really fucking is.
Terminator Mommy on Twitter posed a question that I found really interesting. She said, what if somebody told Leah Thomas no at somewhere along the lines, like, no, you can't do this? What would the outcome of that be? And my response was second, third, and fourth place would have become first, second, and third, and fair competition would have been restored. And that's how I feel on it. I'm sorry.
Can I say something right now? I agree with you. I agree with you. And I'm going to say this right now. As a show, if we grow beyond what we've grown, like I'm going to say this, I don't think our episode. I think we ran a streak for the last couple of weeks. I hope we do. But if we ever get to a position of prominence where we actually have like a base and this is becoming our thing, like we talk about, it is our dream. It's my dream. I have a list of dream guests that I'm making, and don't think Alex Jones isn't on the fucking list. He's on the fucking list. But God damn it, Caitlyn Jenner is on the. I want to interview Caitlyn Jenner in the worst fucking way. And I got to say, I think she'd fucking do it, considering Caitlyn's conservative and did Bert Kreischer's Netflix show and dealt with his dumb ass. So I got to say, like, I think that's an attainable goal, and that's one that I want to keep alive. Corey Feldman, I know for a fact would be a guest, but we'd have to pay him to be a guest. I say that because our friend Upgrade Hip Hop, whose new album just came out 2 or 3 weeks ago, which is fucking phenomenal. You should check it out. I'm tired of my back. I'm fucking it up already. He was telling me that he reached out to Corey Feldman and asked him if he'd want to do like a hook on an upcoming song that he's working on. And Corey DM'd him back. He's like, yeah, my going rate for studio time is $20,000. Like, fuck. So at least didn't know he'd be a guest. We just have to pay him to be a guest. But yeah, I do it. I would love to have Caitlyn Jenner on the show. I really would. I'd
love to have anybody on. I want to talk to anybody. I don't care if they're left, right, independent, libertarian, whatever their background is. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody.
I agree with you. I would too. I'm just saying, like, if we're making a list of dream guests, Caitlyn, like, I gotta understand something. I watched both seasons of I Am Caitlyn, the E show, the reality show that was going on when she was coming out as Caitlyn. I love Caitlyn Jenner. Like, there's a lot of great material for jokes, obviously, and I would never bring those up around Caitlyn. But at the same time, I unabashedly love everything about Caitlyn Jenner. I really do. Like, I'm entertained by that stuff. I'm fascinated.
Off topic. There's a restaurant in Texas who got lambasted
for
this
the
week.
Bathroom doors.
Yeah, the bathroom doors. The men's room door was a picture of Bruce Jenner running and winning the gold, and then the picture for the women's room was Caitlyn Jenner's cover photo from Vanity Fair. I thought that was entertaining. All right, so that's all we got for that. Unless you have something to add.
No. That was pretty much it for news. Just kind of a slow news week.
All right. Next up is movies, TV, and entertainment. All right. This segment this week is very Doug heavy. I didn't have a chance to watch a lot of stuff this week.
Doug heavy? Well, we'll see how Doug heavy it is, considering the first 10 minutes was Doug floundering like a fish. That might be the case here. But for TV entertainment, I finished Yellowstone. One second. Excuse me. I finished Yellowstone, and I started watching the first episode of 1883, and I got 15 minutes in, and I had to go to work, and I haven't really picked it up since, I'll be honest.
But you finished Yellowstone.
But I finished Yellowstone, and I'm going to say this. Yellowstone was so far is maybe one of the best shows I've ever seen. It is, honestly, over the last week, I've been telling Paul as I was watching it, and we text like two fucking schoolgirls pretty much all the time. I've never it's funny, when we moved to Florida in 96, what I knew about myself was I'm goth. I love The Cure. I love Marilyn Manson. I love Nine Inch Nails. And I fucking hate rednecks. And that was because of who I hung out with here before moving to Florida. So I had a preconceived notion that rednecks and jocks were the worst thing in the world. It's the era we grew up in. And when I moved to Florida, like that was my mentality. I'll never fucking hang around fucking rednecks, cowboy hat wearing, boot licking motherfucking fruitcakes with fucking chaw dip in their mouth, looking like assholes, talking all racist and shit. Like that was just a preconceived notion that you're fed.
And I would like to point out that with the exception of talking racist, he just described his brother in high school.
Pretty much, almost to a T. Paul, during Hurricane Charlie, my ex-girlfriend, her sister, and John, our co-host on Brothers from Other Mothers, stayed with us because we had power before anybody else. We were in an area by FPL. And the day after Hurricane Charlie left our area, we were all in the living room, and I remember Paul woke up in the morning, and I remember this because John still talks about this, but he says, I remember seeing your brother come out of his bedroom wearing full camo gear, sitting on the couch just to play a hunting game on PlayStation 2. He dressed up in entire camouflage hunting gear. I have no idea.
And I later on grabbed my chainsaw, went out and started helping the electrical workers cut trees so we could get power back to the rest of the community.
That's true.
After big game hunting.
Regardless, my notions of all that was very negative when we moved to Florida. And it's funny because the day we moved to Florida was June 4th, 1996. June 5th, my father woke me up in the morning and said, it's the summertime. You're going to have summer school starting soon. And we just got here. He says, I want you to get your clothes, get dressed, get your shoes on. And he says, go find a job and don't come back until you have a job. And I said, what? And he says, stop everywhere. He says, walk. He says, I don't give a fuck where you go, but walk through the entire neighborhood up and down Palm Beach. He says, go everywhere that'll give you an application, everywhere that'll talk to you and ask them for a job.
And for reference, Doug just turned 16. Like this was like 3 or 4 months after he turned 16.
And I knew that there was 2 places in the area I didn't want to work at, Sonny's Barbecue and Hayloft Western Wear. It was because they were 2 fucking redneck southern places. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to go anywhere near those places until very last.
And I can't wait to tell a funny part about this story. Go ahead.
I went to every place in the area and got applications for a few. Most places weren't hiring. Hayloft I avoided. I was not stepping foot in Hayloft. I'm like, there's no way a guy like me is going to fucking ever learn how to fold Western clothes and try and sell this shit to people. Because the people that are coming in there, you want people like that working there who know what you want a friendly face who knows what they're fucking talking about. I wasn't that guy back then. So I said, fuck it. Sonny's Barbecue, at least it's barbecue. But Sonny's Barbecue, if you live in the South, you know what I'm talking about. It's not as prevalent, I don't think, as it once was when I worked there. But Sonny's Barbecue is very Western themed, but it's good barbecue. It's affordable barbecue. And I walked in and literally I asked a girl at the counter. I fucking said literally again. I walked in and I looked at the girl at the counter and I said, hi, I'm looking for a job. I just moved to the area like last night and I need work. And she called Mark. I can't think of Mark's last name off the top of my head, but she called this guy Mark, who was the manager. And he came out and he says, he was really pissed. He was covered in sweat. He was just greasy looking. And he was agitated. And he says, what? And I said, hi, my name is Douglas Burke. I said, I'm looking for a job. I just moved into town yesterday and my dad told me not to come home without a job. And he says, can you start tonight at 4? And I said, yeah. Good. Come back. You'll wash dishes. And that started a 5-year career working where I fell in love with slice. Whole point of that is the entire time I worked there from the beginning, I didn't care for it. I didn't want any part of it, but I learned very quickly that it wasn't rednecks. It wasn't the aesthetic. It was the people that I worked. And I worked with a lot of black people at 16. And it was back then it was the work share program where they would bus in people from Lee County prisons to work like low offense people, like people who B&E and shit like that, who are learning their lessons. They were getting ready for parole. And a lot of those guys I made friends with and learned life lessons from. And I still talk to a couple of them through Instagram today. That all said, because it helped chisel away my negative attitude towards that lifestyle, that's not necessarily Southern, but that old school country way of thinking that a man's a man and a woman's a woman, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you work the land, you take pride in what you do. It's about respect and honor for me. And Yellowstone is the first show in a long time. It's the first show ever, aside from that job, I would say, or living in Florida and that experience. It's the first time where I've ever like, God damn it. Like I really was completely wrong my entire life. Like not only was I completely wrong, this is a life I wish I would have had. Like it sounds fucked up to say that because it doesn't look like a life worth having. It looks like a hard life and a painful life, but it looks like a life so rewarding in what I value. Like, you know me better than anybody. Like, money is not something I really covet or value. It's something I need to utilize, but my time is what I value. That's the currency I value because there's not enough of it for any of us. And like I really think like the person I am now, the person who's falling in love with nature and falling in love with respecting life and just appreciating everything around him. I look at something like Yellowstone and how a cattle rancher or an actual cowboy lives, not just in Montana, but like from what you see in what's portrayed in Texas too. It's a beautiful life. It really is a beautiful, peaceful life away from this and technology and drama and getting in everybody's business. It's just I don't know. Like I love it. And Yellowstone really instilled in me like this love and appreciation for something I never thought I'd have, and it led me to want to go into watching City Slickers. So as soon as I finished Yellowstone, I went on HBO Max because both City Slickers movies. By the way, City Slickers 2, I made it through 15 minutes. Doesn't hold up. The first City Slickers, however, is still as entertaining as it was when you first saw it. If you're somebody from the generation Paul and I came from, but it's not a movie that would I don't think would resonate with the youth of today. It's just not. But City Slickers is like that is more my speed. Like I watch Yellowstone and I'm like, this is something I want to do. I want to be like Rip. I want to be like Jimmy. I want to learn how to ride a horse. I want to learn how to I want to learn everything about land and livestock. But the reality is, I know who I am as a person. I know my place, and I'm very much like a person in City Slickers. I'm like Ira, like I said on the episode prior, like Ira and Barry Shallow. Like I'm a guy who wants it, but I'm the kind of guy who would probably only tolerate like a weekend warrior excursion kind of thing with it, and I'm okay with that. I think it's the appreciation you find in something you never thought you'd find appreciation in that matters. And Yellowstone helped me appreciate people from this, not just people from Montana, but or Texas, but people who live that lifestyle, people who choose to avoid technology but work the land and appreciate what God created in as far as like their belief system and whatnot. Like I love everything about it now. I take back all the negative shit I've said over the years about it. Thank you, Yellowstone.
All right,
and
moving on.
Moving down, we had Kim, Kanye, Pete. Sorry.
Yeah. The only update I know about this week, I guess Kanye texted Pete like, "Where are you right now?" Like trying, goad him into a fight. And Pete Davis's response was, "Your wife's bed," which I mean, I don't have much to say other than that, but that's pretty fucking gangster on Pete Davis's part. I'm not a big Pete fan, but I thought that was pretty funny.
It was crazy, man. I also think the release of those texts was calculated too, but yeah, like he clapped back, man. I'm not a Pete Davidson fan at all, man, but like I did find that a little bit interesting. But like I just not so much interesting, but like everything now is Pete, Kanye, and Kim. Like everything I look at, it's like, how is this fucking news, man?
And it's like I could care less about it, but it's impossible to avoid if you spend any time online. It's like in every pop-up side ad there is.
All right. Chris read on SNL. There was an article about it this week where he's like, Pete, he's like, we've been wanting to go hard on the whole situation, especially on Kanye. But Pete's been holding us back and said, be respectful of Kim and the kids. And he says, but I'm ready to, he's the guy who does the impersonation of Kanye on SNL. And he's like, but I'm ready to get back. He's like, but I want to be very clear. I'm ready to clown on him because that's what we do. But I'm not going to clown on his mental issues because I know I have mental issues myself and I know what that's like. And I'm like, motherfucker, go fuck yourself. Like, you entertainment people are mental issues. You give the American public and the world stage fucking mental issues by talking about how I got mental issues too and I'm not going to make fun of that. Make fun of everything. You either make fun of it all or you don't fucking make fun of it, period.
Yeah, either everything's on the table or nothing's on the table. All right, moving on. Key and Peele, that's you, brother.
I wrote down Key and Peele? Oh, I didn't write it down. You wrote it down. I forgot all about it. No, I've just been watching it. There's nothing really to write down about Key and Peele. We were talking about TV entertainment. I'm like, I've been watching that a lot too. Like, that popped up after I got done watching City Slickers on HBO. It popped up in my feed. I gotta be honest with you. Key and Peele, for the most part, is a show that holds up. There's a few sketches towards the end that get a little preachy and a little wokish, but overall, like, Jordan Peele. Really, like, I could see why he's the filmmaker he is and his style and shit like that. Like, he really cut his teeth doing it on that show. Like, you could say they cut their teeth comedy-wise on Mad TV, but Key and Peele is a show, like, Yeah, they took the place of Chappelle Show, but god damn it, like those sketches are fucking funny, dude. Like some of them are really fucking funny, really smart too. But yeah, I wrote that down for TV entertainment. I guess I didn't write it down, but I apparently said it because Paul wrote it down. Netflix. You wanted to go about Netflix?
Yeah, this is my only thing to contribute today, really. On the fucking company that is Netflix. So I have been like an early adopter of Netflix. Like I've had Netflix since August 2013. Never got rid of it. Even when like the cutie scandal came out, even when all the Dave Chappelle bullshit came out, I've always stuck by Netflix. And I'll be honest, the last 2 years, easily, if not more, I rarely use it. I keep it because
Ozark.
My parents. I haven't watched Ozark in 2 years.
No, I'm saying
Doug, my parents, and a buddy of mine. Well, Joe. Everybody knows Joe.
Oh.
We all shared my account. That's the only reason I've kept it. Otherwise, I don't care. And I've kept it. Well, last month, Netflix sends me an email, and they said, "Hey, due to blah blah blah, it's inflation," but they didn't say inflation. They said they use shitty words like, "In order to make more great quality content that you're used to with Netflix, we're gonna have to double your monthly rate." And I'm like, double. You're going to double the rate. You are literally going to jack up my rate 100%. So you can create shitty content that I haven't watched. I can't tell you the last great Netflix show I watched. The reason I had Netflix, like the only reason is like when a new Stranger Things comes out, I watch that. And the occasional documentary. Tiger King came out of nowhere. Netflix didn't even know what they had with Tiger King. They're like, nobody's going to watch this. Let's just put it up. Ozark, first 3 seasons were good. Haven't watched the rest of it. I can't complain. Old Netflix was great. Like when Netflix first started, it was great. Agree. They've become very woke. They're not hiding it. They're not making products for my demographic, and that's fine. You don't have to. I get it. You don't have to but I don't have to participate either. But I talked to everybody that I was sharing an account with and about the doubling of rates, and I said if everybody wants to keep it, I was like, I'll continue to pay for it. I don't care. But I just want to make sure it's going to be used by some people. And my dad's like, I don't care. My mom's like, I occasionally watch, the newest Kevin James Happy Madison movie that comes out. But other than that, I don't watch it.
Mom.
So anyway, I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep it. And the vibe I got from Doug and Joe was keep it. Well, I got an email 2 days ago that said Netflix is going to start cracking down on password sharing. So if we at Netflix have made it super convenient for you to have families on your plan where you can have different accounts. Like there's a Paul account, a Doug account, Joe, and then my parents' account. But we expected that to all be in the same house. So if your account has multiple IP addresses pinging Netflix, we're now going to charge you extra on top of your monthly rate. And that fucking blew my stack. I immediately, it wasn't a request from everybody anymore. I just notified everybody and I'm like, listen, we're getting fucking rid of Netflix. This is done. And I wrote a very sternly worded Karen email when I canceled my subscription. I've been with Netflix since fucking August of 2013. And I put up with all the price hikes, all the bullshit throughout the years. This was the bridge too far. And I think Netflix is going to kill their business implementing this rule.
They'll go back to mail-in DVD style things. Then it'll work itself.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. There's just too much competition in the market. Me and Joe both said I watch more Hulu than I do anything else as far as streaming service. Truth be told, 90% of my entertainment comes from YouTube or Rumble or Odyssey. That's 90%.
Mine comes from YouTube, Gas Digital. I use Hulu. I use HBO Max.
And that's HBO. We get HBO for free. We don't pay anything for HBO because of my AT&T plan.
Yeah.
So my dad was like, get rid of HBO. I'm like, I'm not going to get rid of HBO. We get it for free. And we get Showtime for $5 a month. So I won't get, and I don't watch Showtime. I don't watch Showtime that much, but for $5, I don't care. You know what I mean?
Showtime has some good stuff occasionally, and there's some good stuff to go back on. I love Billions. That's my favorite thing on Showtime. That and oh god damn it, there was something else. Oh fuck, Homeland ended already though. Never mind. But yeah, I agree with you. Fuck Netflix on that one.
So yeah, that's my little rant on Netflix, and that's all I got. Unless you got anything else for
Cool.
TV, movies, and entertainment. Slow
We're
week
good.
on the TV, movies, and entertainment front.
We're good to move.
I will
Yeah.
definitely try to get more in next week.
We're good to move forward because I know in the next any minute within any minute to the next half hour we're going to have guests joining us. So let's get the recommendations out of the way.
And if there's any guests standing by, go ahead and start clicking the link and joining the lobby. If anybody's watching this who plans on being a guest, go ahead. All right, moving on to recommendations. Doug, what you recommended to our fine audience today?
I started watching this for the first the 10-year anniversary, I believe, is August 25th of this year will be the 10-year anniversary of this movie. I could be wrong. It's in August. I know that. But I started watching this because it was on HBO Max. I own it on Blu-ray, and I've only ever watched the extended cut of this movie. And I watched the HBO regular version that's on Max and saw not a different version, but like scenes and stuff that I hadn't seen before of the campaign with Will Ferrell and Zach Galifianakis. And I got to say something, like, this holds a 66% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that I put stock into Rotten Tomatoes, but most websites that review movies have not been very favorable to the campaign. If you've got HBO Max, fucking rewatch, give that movie a chance. It may be one of the funniest things I've ever. So much so that I've watched it 3 times in the last 2 days. It made me laugh that fucking hard. It is such a funny fucking movie, and considering the world we're living in now, like the uber craziness of politics, this is a good precursor to the world we're in now, I believe.
And the link for the trailer for campaign to watch the trailer is in the description below, so give it a check out. For my recommendation this week, I know last week I did Yellowstone. I know I talked about 1883 already, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to recommend 1883 as the official recommendation for this week. It's the prequel. It's the first of 3 prequels right now to the TV show Yellowstone. It's not, if you're looking for the same thing as Yellowstone, it's not the exact same thing, not even close to being the same thing, but it's the same writers, and there's actually crossover cast. They use some of the same cast in the show. And it's a fantastic story. It weaves into the modern Yellowstone retelling. I won't say it's better or on par with Yellowstone, but it's still really, really good. Highly recommend watching. It's only 10 episodes, and that's all it's going to be is 10 episodes, and it's about the journey of how the original Dutton family got to Montana and started the ranch. So that's my recommendation for the week. To check out the trailer for it, to see if you might be interested, link is in the description for Paul's recommendations.
And before we go on to our next segment, I would just like to remind everybody, if you're sticking with us, if you've watched us, if you've seen anything, please hit subscribe, please like. And if you like the shirts you see, we have a web store. And you can access that web store by going to Linktree, linktr.ee/sib_rev, REV, SIB_REV.
It's in the description below.
In the description below, but we've got pint glasses, shirts, more stuff coming that we're going to be designing soon. But yeah, please hit subscribe if you liked us. If you like anything we've had to say, even if you hate it, just fucking let us know. And yeah, that's my mid-show promo of merch and links and subscribing and all that.
Cool. All right, moving on to Shoot the Shit. All right, so I'll start this one off real quick because I just caught it when you did the merch plug.
While you do that, I'm going to go ahead and fire up Spacebong.
Go for it, man. My doctor hates me because, well, she doesn't hate me. I entertain her with the stupid backwoods like remedy because, like, I'm not the type of guy who I only go to the hospital when I feel like I'm dying or if I have a scheduled annual appointment. Same. And like whenever I see there, she's like, "Hey, what happened to your finger?" And I'm like, "Oh, I was doing electrical and I took a giant chunk out of it." And she goes, "Yeah, but it's like somebody sewed it. I could tell by the healing." I'm like, "Yeah, I did." She's like, "Why didn't you come in here?" And I'm like, this 30-mile drive happened, on a weekend. I just sewed it up. Like that's the way it is when you live out in the woods. Like you have an expansive medical kit, and I do a lot of my own. Well, when Doug did the merch, I just noticed this right here, the stain.
You already fucked up our shirt, man. Right on my face, too, dude.
It's under you.
Exactly.
Before the
You know why? Because you're beneath me.
before the show started, I was getting ready and took a shower, and it was taking right before I took my shower and that shaving, and I noticed there's a new mole on my chest, and I don't like new moles showing up to the party. Not a fan.
You cut it off. Oh, you get.
Oh yeah.
Gross.
I pulled out the medical kit, the field surgery kit, and I cut it out, and it was a gusher. It bled a lot worse than I thought it was going to. So I was like, oh, it's a small hole. It's just bleeding a lot. I'm not worried about it. I'll just put a Band-Aid on it. And like the Band-Aid just instantly started soaking with blood after I took a shower and that. And I'm like, God damn it, I don't want to. It's only going to be one stitch. So I'm not pulling the stitch out. So I did some liquid stitches, which is essentially super glue, Band-Aid on top of that. And then I did a duct tape layer on top of that, which I thought was going to be good, but apparently it's not. So after the show, I'm going to actually have to pull out and put one stitch in my homemade surgery that I did before the show started.
You're a regular John McClane.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Oh, Rick's coming in shortly, he said.
Cool. And just to piggyback on Doug's story where he was talking about Sonny's and how he didn't want to work at Hayloft, one of my jobs in high school was I worked at Hayloft Western Wear.
I didn't know you worked at Hayloft.
Yeah, I got started because the owners went to church with us, and I met them there. And it started, they needed gift wrappers in Christmas time.
Wait, did you just say the owners of church that went there with us?
The owners went to church with us.
Okay.
And they were doing a charity drive for the church where they were gift wrapped, like a gift wrapping station where all the money made off the gift wrapping station was sent to the church. Hey! Hey, Kim. Nice shirt.
I like how my face kind of expands on the side of your right tit.
So everybody who's watched for a while and has seen Kim chatting with us, this is Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Hi.
So what do you go? Welcome, Kim. We're glad to finally have you on the show. How's your day been going?
Same as usual. Working. My son's in the bedroom with his girlfriend. They're probably.
I was just gonna ask, how'd your dinner date with your son go?
Fine. He ended up having to buy something because I'd already left work, and I made spaghetti, and they ate and watched a Studio Ghibli movie, and I ended up going in my room to put you guys on because the movie was still on, and now they're in his room.
So how do you watch? Do you watch on a phone, tablet, computer? Phone. Cool.
That's probably how we look best in a small format.
makes us look skinnier.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh damn! Everybody's showing up.
Oh shit!
What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey, welcome.
Ooh, how are you guys doing today?
Good.
It's the first time we're actually meeting. This is Dusty. Met him on Twitter.
This is guest heavy show tonight. This is our first time meeting Dust. Dust, this is Kim. Kim is one of our longtime listeners.
Super fan.
First time joiners as a guest. First
doing,
person
Kim?
to buy our merch.
Nice. I like it. I love it. Sibling Revelry?
Yeah.
Sibling Revelry.
Yeah,
I love
saying
it,
that
man.
right.
I watched a few
Thanks,
clips on YouTube, dude. The Chicken McNugget, Big Dog. He had his,
Johnny.
I think he had his top off, bro, which made it even fucking better.
They're
He was
putting
like-
AIDS in the chicken McNuggets.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of fucking good clips of fast food fuckery lately of good fights and whatnot. I was trying to pop in, bro, because and of course my computer started fucking with me immediately. You know, I've been having problems with this thing. It's got AIDS. This fucking thing got AIDS.
I like your setup though. Like I like your camera. I love his audio. Like I want to get his mic set up. Like it sounds so good, man.
Bro.
Yeah, what mic do you have? Sure.
A Shure joint, a Shure 57. This I paid $100 for. Finally, I bought a USB one that was shit. you know. And then I just said fuck it, and I got this. I bought this thing, this fucking like little Zoom pod track joint,
audio mixer.
Dope. Yeah, it's like an interface. It's everything you need for podcasting and like recording it, just talking. You know,
that's what we need to get, Paul. We need to get that next and get rid of these headphones.
Two something. It's like $220. I think you'll find one on OfferUp, man, for like half that. Dude, people are, you know how podcasting is. Everybody buys them, then they sell, and then you buy like the greatest equipment ever. I started with my phone. I still use my phone. This was like a big fucking deal, dude. This was like, hell yeah, bro. I invested. I was like, I'm for real now. I'm doing it. Let's record some shit.
Yeah,
that's how I felt when I bought the computer. When we started doing, before we started doing this, we started doing Brothers from Other Mothers at the beginning of the pandemic, and I literally, the podcast was started on a phone. It was prior to Paul. Paul wasn't actually on the original episode that never got released, and then we reformed the show. And I think,
I was the only one who had podcasting experience prior, and you guys asked me to come on as a producer.
Were you doing it by yourself?
Yeah, I did a couple like years and years ago when back in 2012 when it was brand new.
2012? You're the pod father.
Yeah. No, I'm not the pod father because like I think we had 2 watchers the whole time.
Oh, okay. But, I know the feeling. I know.
Yeah. Hey, everybody starts. Hey, we started with Kim. We started with Kim,
dude.
We will
so fucking
die
dope,
with Kim.
Dude.
Yeah, Kim's our ride or die. Kim's our ride or die.
She's our FGT RTD, man, for girls that ride till death.
Yeah. But I did a podcast by myself right before the guys started doing theirs, and it was for a specific community. Everybody's gonna call it alt-right. Owen Benjamin broke off and did his own social media.
Oh, the Bears, bro.
Yeah, the Bears. The Bear community.
The Bears. I don't know what Owen Benjamin's doing, but I fucked with him. With him. I love that community. It was dope.
I was hardcore part of that community.
What was your bear name?
Wayward Bear.
Wayward Bear. Dude, was he always talking about you? Wait, sounds familiar. There was a lot of them that he talked about.
I don't know. I haven't followed it since. I had kind of a fallout with the community. Not that I hate anybody. I think the community is great. I'm just opposite direction on censorship and like what was allowed and what wasn't in the community. And I didn't violate any terms or anything like that. I left voluntarily. I was just like, I didn't leave a left-wing censorship to go to a right-wing censorship. That's not who I am. You know what I mean? Like, but I love it because it's clean and it's family friendly, and I think it's great. But I had the first like kind of big Beartaria podcast, like the Bear Community podcast, where I would my whole thing was like I was the Joe Rogan of the Bear community, where I'd interview different bears, like business owners and successful guys. Dude. I got 4 episodes that are still up on YouTube, I believe. It's the Wayward Den. The Wayward Den. No, okay. I just haven't touched it. I haven't touched it since I left the community. And I have no ill will towards the community. I love the Bear community. I think they're all great people. It was simply an ideological thing where I'm just like, I'm not going to leave one for the other. Censorship in any form is bad, in my opinion. I'm a censorship purist. Anyway, I was doing that podcast when Doug and them started theirs, and they brought me in, and I'm like, hey guys, just so you know, like, if you guys want to make this serious, we got to start like investing in stuff. You can't use just your Android phone that you're uploading in 420p.
I'm 43, bro. I know how it goes. I was dude sideways every which way. I got on Instagram. I was like, what the hell is it? People would write in the comments like, you got to turn the phone
portrait and landscape mode. Yeah,
getting all used to that, man. Of just the general public, like just anybody can say anything. They're like, let me see you naked. Like you don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. I know that I'm attempting humor and I'm attempting like skits and sketches and this type of stuff, but I also you're like you have to engage with people, so I just started engaging with everybody, and that could be bad in a way because I'm old, bro, so like I just see it's words, it's like text to me, so it's like if they say something rotten, it was like I was just going in, and then of course you start with the getting banned and your channel gets taken down, and
you and I'm sure we're gonna deal with that one day.
You're a year older than I am, and you sound exactly how I feel. Like we're the Clint Eastwood, El Camino, get off my lawn, old men now. Like all we want to do, we want everybody to live happily. We want everybody to thrive and flourish. We just want to be able to talk shit and joke around like we always like the way I was raised anyway.
Yeah, but people don't realize getting into this game that it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of money if you want to actually build it and make it better. And Kim, you've been with us since the beginning of Brothers from Other Mothers. How do you think our production quality has advanced throughout the last year and a half, 2 years?
Year and a half.
Come a long way. You guys have done a lot with how you present yourselves.
And good, because we're trying. We're legitimately trying. I'll tell you what, Uncle Dust, I watched your Wednesday live show, but it was on a Thursday last week. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I had surgery, bro, on my back.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, I had surgery like 2 weeks ago, and we had to put it off, man. Yeah, it's every Wednesday, 9:30 with Cliff. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what, man. I really enjoyed it. I really
thanks,
enjoyed
brother.
it.
I appreciate you, Paul.
Yeah, I watched clips. I watched some of the show too, and I really enjoyed it too. You guys are funny as hell. And I like what you talked about. I was telling Paul, like, it was the episode not last week, but the week before when I called you, and I'm like, dude, like I've been talking to this guy, and I just watched the episode. It was like the first 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
and
you were like,
it
follow
reminds
my Twitter.
Follow him on Twitter because he's like, this show sounds a lot the way we sound. I'm like, this guy is interesting as fuck. And I'm like, what married it for me? I was like, you're a Navy vet. He's a Navy vet. I'm like, he'd be awesome to talk to. So
what rate were you?
Well, I made it up to a E4 at one point, and then somebody had to go to the old brig, bud.
Oh, did you get bumped down? What was your job though?
I was a radio man.
Okay.
And then which was basically I was a data processor, running around doing PC work and on the Constellation in where were we at? Coronado, beautiful Coronado.
Yep. And, when I was in, the only ship I was on was Stennis out of Bremerton.
Oh yeah.
And then I did a lot of work out of when I got out of the Navy, I went to work for the Navy as a civilian for the DCGSN systems. I wasn't an IT. I was an intelligence specialist when I was in, but when I got out, I did IT work. I spent a lot of time in Coronado, a lot of time in San Diego.
Did you work downtown at that downtown office?
I had to. You're talking about 32nd Street?
No. There was like a detachment down there in downtown, like on the water, doing a gas lamp. Where they hired. I wanted to work there. I applied there when I got out, and they laughed me out of there.
All of DCGSN's office, all of DCGSN's office were on the point, on Bayside. Shoreside. What is it? The one that faces the ocean. You know where it comes around and goes to the point?
North Island.
North Island.
That's where I was at. That's where if you're on the Stennis, that's a aircraft carrier, yeah.
Oh no, yeah. Stennis was a long time ago when I got out as a civilian. I only went to work in San Diego as a civilian. I was never there while I was in uniform.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
And then I was stationed all around the world. I was in England. I was in the Middle East.
You did how long were you in?
I was in for 6 years. I did my first 3 years was in England, but when I was there, I would do a lot of IA, and I would take any like 2 to 6 month deployment that would pop up. I worked for European UCOM.
What's IA?
Independent augmentation.
Okay.
They're short-term deployments.
You're getting deep now. Oh, short-term deployments. Okay, that's dope, dude. I'd have loved to be on a small boat. I would have I'd have re-upped if I hadn't got kicked out. If they'd I told him I was your guy. I love the service, bro. I was gung-ho, bro. I love the service, dude.
I always said the only way I'd ever stay in was if they would ever put ISs on submarines. And they were like, They were like, there's no internet on submarines. What would you do? I'm like, that's my point. They're like, well, have fun in your civilian world. I'm like, I will, making 6 figures. Bye.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Everybody was getting out in my division making a killing, dude. Because they were all getting trained in like Unix and freaking all those old mainframes. But the military uses old equipment and things that are just for them.
That's the hidden secret. Everybody thinks we're super high tech. We're running off computers from the 70s, but we're making it work.
Yeah, we made it work, bro. Yeah, it was fun, dude. It was a great time, Yeah, I had to go do that. I love going overseas, man. I love that, going to Australia, going all those spots were beautiful. They loved us in Australia. I didn't know. You learn a lot of history. I guess we helped them a little more than, the Japanese, which I watch history now, and I guess we helped them out, man. I didn't know anything about history then. because they get off and show their titties. You know, they were like
same thing in England.
It was what in England too. I'd have loved to go to England. Man.
You got to think about it. All those countries we helped out in World War II. Here's what the best thing that happened. You'd always go to like a World War II parade or celebration or a World War II like post World War II fair where they dress up in the 50s style and that. The U.S. Navy uniform hasn't changed in 200 years. A sailor's dress blues are the same dress blues they wore in 1776. So all those English grandmothers would tell their hot English granddaughters, see that guy over there? It was men like that came over and liberated us from, Nazi Germany or got us from the Empire of Japan.
Passing down that goodness.
Yeah. Damn, we just set the record for most guests at once.
Hey, Ricky, turn your phone sideways, Dingleberry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're in portrait, get in landscape. And that's when we lost Ricky.
There you go. It looks like he's on the toilet.
What? Yeah, what are we doing here? We showering up,
shit?
You hiding from the wife?
You taking a shit, Ricky? Did he already cut out on us?
There you are.
Don't know.
There you are.
Yeah, we gotcha.
Are you taking a shit?
Hey.
Don't come over here.
No.
Okay.
No. Just looks like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my good friend Ricky. Paul and I's great good friend Ricky. Live from his bathroom.
Haven't seen you forever.
Hello,
Rick,
boys.
Rick, this is Kim. She's our first ever fan. She's been with us since the beginning. And this is Uncle Dust. He does podcasting, among many other things. He's a veteran. Yep.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm
Rick,
so sorry.
It's okay. Introduce
1
yourself to
minute.
everybody.
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
All right.
I do it. He's taking a
Are
shit.
we going with him? Are we taking a field trip right now?
No, hang on. Hey.
Put him on. Let's do another guest. Everybody come on through.
Holy crap. Hang on.
Finally a fun show.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Here I am.
Woo!
It's nothing like being interrupted.
Oh,
Hey.
man. I love it when this is a fuck show. That's when it's always its funniest.
Yeah, I'm gonna go load up my bowl in another second here. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. I figured coming into the bathroom would be the safest place to be, but apparently not.
Certainly not the creepiest.
Wow.
I dig it.
Hey, I do my best thinking here.
Dude, if we start hearing plops, man, that'll be the best.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
The camera dips below his waist. His pants are at his ankle.
I'm dropping the kids off at the pool, boys.
No pants. No pants. We got a top on, dude. All class.
No, we're good. We're good.
I'm Donald ducking it, guys. I'm Donald ducking it, boys.
Don't even worry about it. That's what I'm
Fucking
talking
Donald
about.
ducking it.
That's a dope.
Oh my.
Why is it, Disney's never addressed that Donald Duck only ever wears a shirt but goes around totally buck ass naked from the waist down.
Oh, that's so great, dude.
All right. Well, there's so many people here, and I know Doug won't thrash on his own because he has people to talk to. I'm gonna go let the dogs out real quick. I'll be right back.
Who let the dogs out?
Paul's got his 2 golden retrievers. He's gonna go run them on the line. He'll be back. Ricky,
Yes, sir.
what time did you get out last night? By the way, for everybody watching, Ricky is a good friend of mine. Ricky is also our mechanic. He is one of the big mechanics in town.
Careful.
What?
I don't know.
We're not big enough. We're not big enough to where anybody in town will give a shit. We live in a very small fucking area. But Ricky's also the proprietor of Triple R Karaoke. He is a karaoke DJ extraordinaire.
That I am.
Friday,
sick. What's your favorite song? What's the
I
most
don't have favorite
requested?
songs.
No. What's the most request? You're saying you set up at people's houses?
No.
He does this bar every Friday night, Raven's Nest. Then he does private events and stuff here and there at other bars and stuff.
Bro, I seen they got movements that are like people get followings like that, man. Where I got some guys over in Hemet where I'd go where they had like groupies. They had straight groupies with them. I mean, they were killing it.
Yeah, that's cool.
You kind of get groupies. They used to be groupies back in their 20s.
Well,
you got to be getting something over there. You're getting something off those songs you're singing.
There's something, yeah, definitely something.
Last night was crazy, man. Like you had like like I dropped in last night for the first time in a long time. Like
It's been a long time since you've been there.
I used to go out every night. That was like my go-to. And then I cleaned my life up and stopped drinking. And then I started drinking again. And I'm like, fuck it. I'll go out and hang out with Ricky. That's what my thought was last night. I took the day off. I'm like, fuck it. I'll go and hang out with you tonight. Do karaoke.
Yeah.
Didn't recognize a person. Completely different crowd since I last went there.
That was back when you're burning $100 bills.
That's right. I did burn $100 bill. I forgot about that. Fuck
Jesus.
China.
Forgot.
High roller, bro. Shit.
Hey, man, I don't
Oh,
fuck around, dude. I'm as American as they come, man. I say suck my dick to Russia and China.
What's that got to do with burning
Ooh.
$100 bill?
I just want them to know how serious I'll burn my fucking home down the way I'll burn your fucking home down.
You're like, dude, communist, I'll stab myself for you. Is that the idea? You're just like,
Yeah.
I'll kill myself. You ain't killing me, commie.
I'm the fat kid in middle school. Is like, I'll make the first fat joke about me before anybody else can fucking make it. That's how I'm treating it. Fucking see this? I'll burn my fucking money, motherfucker.
That's like I went in the hospital. All of a sudden, Russia's invading Ukraine. We missed that boat. I thought we were supposed to be fighting Russia, dude. I've been waiting on that one since the 70s.
As soon as all that went down, that's for all I could talk about with Paul was like the American. You ever watch the show The Americans on FX? And he's like, "Yeah, I realize it's a fun show, but like this is reality right now." I'm like, "Yeah, but don't you think about this, man? Like, there's Russian agents living amongst us as Americans." He's like, "It's still going on." He's like, "It never stops."
KGB, we got all those, dude. The Chi Coms. Come on, man. 17-6 will commence. What are you talking
So
about?
now I'm living in that mindset. Now I'm living in that mindset, Dusty. Where like now I'm trying to like decipher who in my life might be a KGB double agent.
That's a good one, dude. That's a good hole to go down, dude. It's good. It's mentally stable. Don't even worry about it, dude. You're not gonna crack at all.
But I want to get the most common Russian phrase. I want to learn how to say the most common Russian phrase and just kind of drop it in conversation amongst friends and see who turns their head like, huh?
That's like the Freemason thing where you have to ask them 3 times. I've been on the internet somewhere, and I was doing that all the time, dude. I was like, "Are you a Freemason? Are you a Freemason? Are you a Freemason?" You like see somebody that just looks classy. You're like, "Oh, this judge, she's got to be a Freemason, right? It's got to be." And I'm just so convinced, dude. When those DVDs came out in like the late 90s, I got a hold of them. That was like knee deep right before the internet really took hold. Where I was like, I got the GMO ones. It was all about food GMOs. 9/11, and then Illuminati.
Yeah, the Illuminati. That was a big one.
It was like the three-peat, dude, the trifecta of just get me wound up, bro. I was wound up on one.
What was the first one that was debunked? Was like that was it Loose Change, the 9/11 conspiracy theory documentary, and then it got debunked years later. And it's like, wow, you think that we'd learn our lessons about falling into like easily led rabbit holes? It's like, nope, we keep tripping over ourselves.
That's everything these days, man. That's like you just have to know, like you have to remind yourself because it's easy to like. I just got on Twitter for 1 second, bro, and everybody is just so like. And I just realized I'm like Twitter. You go to the trending, and it's just everything is just designed for you to get worked up, dude. It's just I got worked up immediately over the swimmer that's beating all the records. Like I immediately
Leah.
Oh God. And then like Michael Phelps, they're throwing Michael Phelps in there and they're like, oh, well, he's biologically big. So like he has a biological advantage. And you're like, oh dude, I got to turn this off. I got to get off. Cause I just feel it. And you're like, it's not going to solve anything. Nothing's going to get solved. It's Twitter.
No,
Twitter. It's not even real.
I'm pretty sure you just said you had to get off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that kind of get off, man. Not that kind of get off, buddy.
You got to realize where I'm at right now.
Oh yeah, you're taking a shit. My bad.
Are you slow? You're slowly pinching one, huh?
No.
We talked about before everyone came out. We talked about Leah, and we also talked about Rachel Levine when being awarded the Woman of the Year by USA Today, and that. And
Rachel Levine.
Remind me. Biden's
Deputy Director of Health.
Deputy Director of Biden's pick for Deputy Director of Health.
Oh, Ed. The guy that looks like the mad scientist?
I thought Rachel looked like
Lloyd.
That's a good one.
Lloyd.
I thought Rachel looked, and this is going to sound horrible, and I don't mean it to be horrible, but like when Chet got turned into a frog monster at the end of Weird Science.
Oh yeah.
That's what I think. But like, who am I to judge somebody and how they look? I'm just saying, like, that's how I interpreted it. But it just boggled my mind.
Woman, if it is a woman, Jesus Christ, who's having sex with that? Is the question.
Well, another
Man.
woman, if I'm not mistaken. Rachel's married to a woman of many years, if I'm not mistaken, isn't she?
I know.
Alright.
I know. She. Fuck. I know.
I'm not
going
going to be the one who falls into that rabbit hole, buddy.
She's got
That wa-
kids. I don't know if it came from her womb or her wife's, but I'll
The
check
butt
it out
baby.
real quick.
What you're saying?
I'm sure they do. Yeah, pull it up, Jamie.
Sometimes, sometimes you gotta
How do we get
have a
back-
butt baby, bro. I mean, they should be implanting them soon, right? Isn't that what's happening? They should be implanting them in the old the gut.
What-
We'll have a gut baby.
What if this
soon.
is all like the Matrix? What if we're all
Oh.
living in like
I wish
pink
somebody
goo,
would hit the fucking reboot button if this is
I
the
think of that
Matrix.
every day when I'm eating something. I'm just like,
I-
this is not what it seems to be.
You know,
You know?
I know this Fago doesn't exist. I know it's not real. But after 30 years of living in the Matrix, one thing I've learned is ignorance is bliss.
8 fucking men, dude. I know. How much would you pay sometimes to just be? I think just be super ignorant would be nice.
I kind of feel like I live my life like that. Kim, you've been watching the show since day one. Would you say that's a fair assessment? I feel like I'm blissfully ignorant most of the time.
You have a lot more knowledge than I do. I don't pay attention to the news. I don't pay attention to politics. I don't even know half the time who you guys are talking about.
That's what.
I just go with the flow.
It's all
That's why you
bullshit
got
on my
us,
end.
Kim. That's why you got us.
I
That's
think
the way
you've
to
been
go.
ignorant to everything all your life.
I really have.
Yeah,
Women,
definitely.
politics, news. All I've ever tried to do is have
Women.
a good time and bring people together and have a laugh. That's the only goal I have. I want
Well,
people to
you
be
do a
happy,
good job
but
at that, at least.
This is the first time where I've actually sat down though, Paul and I format the show. Like that's something we've never really done in any of the podcasts.
Yeah, we have production. We have
prior.
production meetings every Saturday afternoon.
Like we get together around noon and go and take an hour and go over what we're going to talk about and prepare in that. And it's like I wouldn't say that I'm more knowledgeable, Kim. I certainly don't know half the shit I'm talking about. Like you saw the first 10 minutes where I felt lost as a puppy dog, but I do pick. All I do is scroll through this thing in the morning. And throughout the afternoon, I look at the news stories like Dusty. I'll go on Twitter. I'll look at what's trending. I'll make notes of that. Like, hey, we could probably riff on that. And that's honestly like, there's no knowledge. I don't read into the articles. I'm one of those idiots who just reads the fucking headlines and goes.
I mean, if you're gonna make fun of it, that's all you need. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what I do. I just go. I did a hey Twitter world. It's like a OJ
Hey, Twitter world.
where I just pop on Twitter for like whatever, however many minutes, and just go through the trending real quick and just riff that.
Yep.
You know,
Just for everyone's situational awareness, Rachel was married to Martha from to 2013, and they have 2 children, a daughter and a son.
To 2013. Who the fuck is she? L. Ron Hubbard's earliest life before
I don't
everything.
fucking know, man. That's the official bio. The official bio says ? Till
She was
2013.
formerly a captain on the Sea Org for the Scientology division before becoming Biden's top pick. Holy Christ! I live in a crazy fucking. I live in an reality TV show right now.
It's interesting, that's for sure.
It really is, man.
it's wild, dude. So she is married. Okay. Well,
Was married.
all right. Well,
Do you know what we're living through? Has anybody watched the show Scandal that was on with
Yeah,
Kerry Washington?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
living
Kerry
through a weird
Washington.
version of that. Remember, like how the vice president wasn't the president's assistant, like a gay guy, and like the part of the plot of that series was like one of the highest ranking members of the White House is gay. Not only is he gay, he's in his mid 60s and he's married to like a guy in his 30s. Like that was a plot line for a long time, and it feels like I'm living through a variation in a multi.
Are you talking about House of Cards? Are you mixing House of Cards with?
I don't think so. I think I'm talking about Scandal. The old white guy was. He was
It's been years since I've seen it. I have no idea.
I can't believe I remember it, man. I watched every goddamn season of that batshit show, man. That show, like the Blacklist, got crazier and fucking crazier.
Blacklist was good. I watched the Blacklist.
I fell off after season 4. I think it's still airing, but I really enjoyed the first couple seasons. But it was like one of those things where it's like, dude, how the fuck do you make 24 one-hour episodes of this show year after year and not expect people to like? I remember watching that, and there was another show called Blind Spot with the girl from the Thor movie who played Lady Sif, and that became a huge like a government spy agency show along with FBI or Quantico. And I remember really getting into pot at the time when those shows started coming on. And I remember getting so introspective of each show. And I got so high watching them. I'd be like, you got to be high to come up writing this shit. None of this shit makes sense in a practical reality, but they keep making it year after fucking year. That's my little. I just realized how high I was right now. Fuck.
Well, yeah, those guys are like genius in that area of the format. They just have a layout and then just plug in, things like the conspiracy. Again, the conspiracies, the terrorists, the crimes, the certain crimes, the serial killer. We all get sucked in. You see how popular the true crime is these days, and these podcasts that are huge, bro, huge communities, and they just plug and play. And I'll get sucked in. You'll get sucked in for one of the different crimes, for one of the different conspiracies. Now Twitter's made us all, social media, everybody's into some kind of conspiracy.
There's some. It's like how do you decipher what's real anymore? Like everybody has a different take on the narrative. It's so fucking weird.
Well, since Josh brought it up, let me tell you about our nutraceutical brand here at Sibling Revelry. You can get all of our nutraceuticals on Sibrev.linktree.
I told you guys. I think I am retarded. Okay,
I might be retarded.
The frogs are gay.
I want
turn the frogs gay.
There's two guests for sure. I want on the show: Alex Jones and Caitlyn Jenner. Those are the only two guests I want for sure as far as celebrity guests.
I'd love to have. I was about to say Norm Macdonald, but he fucking died. So
rest in peace, man.
Rest in peace, big dog. Old chunk of coal, you son of a bitch.
That's how you and I met. Not Norm Macdonald, but you and I met like on. That's the other thing too, where I was going before. Like I had a Twitter. I had a personal Twitter for a long time, and then we started doing Brothers from Other Mothers, a second season of it, and Bob had been running the Twitter page, and he said, "Why don't you run it? You're better suited to run Twitter." And before I knew it, I got out of Twitter. Like I left my personal page because it was so fucking crazy, and I was finding myself like you, getting sucked into rabbit holes, and I was getting irritated by people I never knew who I would never meet in real life. And I just said, "Fuck it!" I hit the delete button, and then I took over the Brothers from Other Mothers YouTube account, and Sibling Revelry kind of took off. And I'm like, "Fuck it!" Paul and I are having a fun time tweeting with people and bringing people in, but it was like one of those things where it's like, God damn it, like I'm finding myself in that world of craziness again. But that world of craziness led me to you, because I'm a huge, like Paul and I are big. I'm maybe more than Paul is for sure, but Paul and I are huge Legion of Skanks fans. I'm a Gas Digital subscriber. I've been a subscriber since the presidential election at 2020 when the pandemic hit.
I can't put up the hands with my dip. Fucking skank, dog, all day.
I'm fucking it up. I'm sure Lewis would get mad at me. I'm fucking it up, but fuck that Puerto Rican.
Fuck that Rican.
We got sucked. We really got. I've been a fan of them since they had started. I've been listening to them off and on because of Big J. But Paul and I decided to join Gas Digital during the pandemic, and Paul and I got sucked in it because it felt like there was like a wrestling arc. It felt like old school wrestling where there was like a narrative going on with the presidential election and all these different comedians being involved in it live in front of an audience. It really brought a levity, the way Tiger King brought a levity to the pandemic. That experience, that summer of Gas Digital, it was the same way with Legion. And I joined, and I haven't stopped, and that's where you and I met. I don't remember exactly what I wrote. There was a post or something, but I wrote something that you liked, and that led me down a rabbit hole of looking at your stuff, and that's how him and I met. We met through Twitter. Like as much as I want to say I hate Twitter, it brought us together, so I can't hate.
This is true. You're right, man, and it is the way you use it, man. It is. It's like it just is. If you avoid like those pitfalls of like going to trending and just getting into random arguments. Yeah. Like I don't do that because it's like, I'm not going to change anybody's. I'm not trying. Whose mind are you going to change? I don't even know these people, dude. And I heard somebody say that the other day. I forget. I'm not smart enough to remember a ton of shit, but somebody smarter than me was like, you need time. It was Daryl. It was Daryl off of Joe Rogan. The guy, you seen this?
Oh yeah. Daryl Davis. Daryl Davis.
Daryl Davis. Which I knew before. I was familiar with him. I was familiar with his work. I was a fan of this big giant black dude that just goes into KKK dudes' houses and is like doing the goddamn Lord's work. And you're like, oh, that's tight. This guy's really about that. He's putting his money where his fucking mouth is, right?
He's showing
like
up.
The real deal. But but he was like, it takes a long time, dude, to change somebody's mind. They have to like First of all, they got to respect you to a point. Nobody respects anybody on Twitter that doesn't know anybody. If you don't know each other, there's like a lot of people don't have to respect everybody. And I'm like old, so like I respect everybody, and I just try to avoid it. I go, well, I'm gonna get upset. I'm gonna end up or I'm just gonna say a bunch of mean shit that's gonna get me reported. And
The biggest problem with Twitter is the 140 characters. You can't get a point across or have a decent conversation in 142 characters. That's why I think podcasts are so big. It's because just like this, we can have 5 people on a screen where you see their face, you see their inflection, so nothing gets misinterpreted as, racist or bigoted or anything like that. And we're so divided as a country right now that no matter what you say, everybody's going to argue with it. I haven't had social media since 2016, and I just took over the Twitter here for the show. And I'm just going in. I'm not starting fights. And people are always trying to pick fights with me. And my response, whenever somebody lashes back, I'm just like, okay. And then that ends it. Nobody ever continues the argument after that, because what do you say to okay? That's cool. We have a different opinion. That's great.
Well, that's like the grown man. That's like a grown, respectable man way.
Holy
Right?
shit. When we break a record, we go for the gold here.
666. Bam, 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 bam.
Now,
The full
Tony's a
house.
regular on the show. Yeah, I was gonna say Tony's a regular on the show. Tony, we got Rick, who is a friend of Doug and mine. I don't know have you guys ever met? That's a possibility, I guess, that you two.
I don't think so.
Has your car ever
Okay.
broke down in Crystal Falls
I'm just
before?
disappointed that I'm the only dweeb with the vertical cam right now.
Why
Yeah,
don't you
well,
turn your phone
turn it
Poor
sideways.
decision.
It's liberating. It's liberating.
You literally work in
There.
video production, dude.
Uncle Dust is a guy
is
that
awesome
we met on
as
Twitter
fuck.
who's got his own podcast. And then
Yeah,
Kim
wait.
is the OG Ride or Die original fan. Kim, you're being awfully quiet. Pop in here. Don't let.
I'm listening. I'm listening to y'all talk. I'm fine.
Bef-
I do
before
have to say I don't normally drink, but I'm drinking one for you guys. And here's your glass.
Not a requirement, but we
I
appreciate it.
haven't used it, but it sits on my table here, so I can
That
look
looks-
at it.
Oh, I
every
like
day.
it. I like it.
Damn.
And thank you again, Kim, for buying that.
Merch
Don't
is on
forget-
point.
Thanks, man.
So
Don't forget,
dope,
you guys
bro.
can go to our link tree, our link in bio.
Yeah.
Kim,
Kim is the only reason we have merch, Dust. She's the
That's
only
true.
reason we have it.
it's true. Paul learned how to do Teespring just because of Kim. He's like, Paul had this idea. Is like, if we can bring somebody in with merch, he's like, this is how we start everything, and he did. Like, look, I'll be honest with you. This is me being a little humble because of this, and a little humble because of this. But and I'm not expecting it every week to week. I don't expect it to be any better or worse. If anything, I do expect it to be a little bit worse. But every week, the views on our episodes keep going up, and I don't know why. I don't care how. I'm grateful for it, and I got to think that Paul, as much as I get irritated with him sometimes, like has a little bit of nugget of knowledge in the things that he does for what we do. So, kudos to you, Paul. It's the only time I'm ever gonna fucking say it.
Cool.
I think you're saying, thank you, man. You know what?
Thanks, man. I love you, brother.
In my head, that played out like the Forrest Gump Jenny scene when he wanted to know about the kid's intelligence, and I felt like Jenny. Is he smart like you? Or
Now he's
is he
gonna
like
fuck you and
me?
give you
No, man. I make no bones about it. Like I love doing this shit. It's all about finding the time, and we all work 40 hours a week. We all have to make our ends meet, but I put as much effort into this as I can. I hope it takes off. I hope we build a community here where people can come and realize, okay, I may not agree with everything they say, but I know it comes from their heart and they can explain their position. And I feel we do a good job on that. I mean,
hope
Tony sucks at it, but that's besides the point.
Tony doesn't suck at it.
I'm just bitter because he won't follow me on Twitter. That's it.
Before I
We already
forget,
had this conversation.
I get it.
Before I forget, Dusty, promote your podcast while you're on here, please, because it is a good podcast. Let people know where you can find it at.
the original Wiggaz, WHIGGAZ comedy podcast with my boy Cliff Focus. Wednesdays, 9:30 live on YouTube. Same name.
Is Cliff from New York by any chance?
Yeah.
I figured.
No,
He had a very thick accent.
I was gonna say it wasn't hard to figure out. Motherfucker
Yeah.
drinks water.
I love
Water.
him.
Yeah, Cliff's great, dude. He's a talented motherfucker. He came from the battle. He was, he makes music, ton of rap, battle rap and shit. He's really good at, and he's doing comedy. So he creates a lot of characters and skits and
And this isn't throwing shade on you. You could tell he's passionate about it. Like he's got the passion in it. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying, yeah, you can tell he has it.
Fucking and like battling other people online. Like they come at him or come at us. Like I don't really have it to do that, to like go at people and fucking dominate them like he does. He loves to do it. I'm glad we make a good couple. He makes it fun, dude. Songs. He'll put out a song about somebody real quick, dude. And have characters, skits, voices. Flip it real quick, dude, and it sound great. We had some guys on YouTube that were like, they just start insulting. You know what I mean? Just making videos about you and shit, and it becomes a whole like WWF thing.
That's what like, yes.
Nice. And it's like you have to entertain it, and I have to get used to it. I have to get used to entertaining.
What happened to Ricky?
Says device. He's still in the lobby. Just says device disconnected.
Sorry, go ahead, Dusty. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you just have to get used to entertaining that shit. Making videos and shit about other grown men. I have to get over that. It have to be like, well, this is for entertainment. They have a fan base that they're entertaining. Maybe you can get some of those fans over to watch your shit, and maybe the guys that aren't trolling will stick around after a couple episodes. We'll draw some of those guys, which did work. So it's dope. That way.
It's funny that's exactly why I think I resonated with you on Twitter, not just for how we figured it out, but looking at the podcast. When I was telling Paul, I'm like, there's one guy that reminds me of you because he seems like he knows his shit, and then there's another guy that reminds me of me because he seems like he just wants to have a fucking laugh, and that's that's really what it was. And you said it perfectly. Like, I've had people tell me since we started doing this show, and even before that, like how like Doug's got his politics are changing. He's becoming like this red state guy. And I tell Paul,
which I get blamed for.
I say it regularly, but like I treat this like wrestling. Like I love leaning into being the heel. Like it's my favorite part when I know that when you be like, I never thought in a million years that I'd become the guy who started saying like pro-Trump shit, but like I love the respect. It's almost orgasmic, the response I get from people who fucking hate me for saying the shit.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that I agree with him as a president. I think he's a fucking buffoon, but God damn it, you're not going to tell me the guy isn't fucking entertaining or funny.
He's the
Joe
best.
Biden's the same way. Joe Biden's crazier than fuck, but he's as entertaining as Trump was.
Hell yeah, bro. Come on now. I lean into the gay. I'm gay. I'm a retard. I'm both.
I fully admit that I've had dicks in my mouth on this show multiple times.
Bro, that's like I probably do. I do so much until Cliff gets sick. You know what I
mean? Kim, you didn't say much through it so far, but that when you did say it, it was fucking solid.
Oh, that was priceless.
But I haven't forgotten.
Real quick, let's do it. Kim, do you have anything you want to promote? Instagram, Twitter, Facebook? Where can people find you?
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
Just checking. Tony?
I don't really do anything on them.
Promoting something.
Oh, man. Rick, are you serious? The sun's going down? I should be outside right now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Nice.
Just like Doug on a Friday night.
No, it's gone down. It's gone.
Ricky is literally a 2-minute walk from where I'm living right now, and I'm indoors smoking weed, and you're in a beautiful
I was going to say, you could have helped Ricky out by having him come to your place, and you guys could have done it from your place.
That would have been a lot easier, you know.
You're always welcome to come here, dildo.
You wouldn't have six screens, dude. It looks like more's going on, like CNN.
I'll tell you what. This summer, the big plan is building a house out here, and Doug's moving out here. When we build the house, we are making a podcast studio in the house.
Oh yeah, dude. Where are you guys? What state are you in?
We're in Upper
Michigan, but the Upper Peninsula, which is basically a different state than the rest of Michigan. If you actually look at some maps of America, the Upper Peninsula is not even
there.
Yeah, it's God's country, bro.
With the exception of you and Kim, the 4 people to the, if I'm looking at the left of you, we're all like within a 15, 20 minute, I would say actually 35, 40 minute radius. Tony, I forget where Tony's at, but yeah, we're all up in that area.
We look like the extended part of Wisconsin.
It used to be Wisconsin until the Toledo Wars. That's the reason the UP became part of Michigan. which I highly recommend everybody researching because it's a hilarious piece of our history.
I love how you're drinking beer out of a
Check it out.
mason jar. It looks like you're drinking moonshine piss out of a.
I bring up the fine
Recycle.
dining for the show.
I got to get a white shirt too, dude. By the way, because I'm telling you, I want somebody to redesign our logo, not completely different, but the way your shirt looks like the Chronic, the Dr. Dre's Chronic. I want to get like the actual logo with our faces in the fucking. That looks so good. I
Damn,
wanna
that
go-
shit. It looks clean, dude. It's clean.
Except for the blood stain under Doug's face.
Yeah, he cut.
Because in case you missed it, I did surgery before the show.
Nice. Would you cut off your third nipple?
No, I noticed I had a new mole coming in, so I pulled out the old
What
Medikit.
any reasonable man does.
Yeah, when you live 30 miles away from a
30
hospital.
miles, right? That's far, bro.
No,
I
Tony,
live out in the middle of the woods.
Yeah.
Tony, you were a goddamn Marine. What are you on about?
No,
Yeah.
no.
No.
It
No,
was
you don't.
sterile.
That's like
I
my
put Jack
brother does
Daniels
that
on
shit,
it.
dude. Nah, what? Oh, you lit it. You lit it. You got your Bic lighter out and fucking hit it real quick in between dabs.
Yeah. I gotta sew it up. I'm gonna sew it up. I didn't think I had to, but apparently it's too much.
Listen, you don't have to convince. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. You opened up
duct
too
tape
big a
can't
wound.
contain it. The duct tape can't hold it in.
What's
All you
what's
need-
the
You got ammo sitting around. You dump a bullet right on there.
I have a lot of ammo.
You fucking
I have a lot of
spark
ammo.
that up. Make a video. Make a skit. I'll play it on the show. All right.
That's the whole Rambo thing there.
Let's do it.
Just
Come on.
Dust. Just so you know, I actually just have loose gunpowder. Like I have.
Even better.
Yeah,
Why
I don't have
wouldn't
to take
you?
a bullet apart.
Yeah, Paul's like Ted Kaczynski. He lives out in the middle of the
Oh.
woods.
Whoa! Shut the fuck up! In
Don't
case
get it started
ATS
on my
watching,
idol,
bro.
dude. That's my idol, bro. Come on.
Shut the fuck
dude.
up. I don't need the feds showing up at my door being like, "Hey, we heard about explosives. Do you have
No,
explosives?"
no, it
and I'll
is-
be like, "Nope." You can
No,
sit
it
on the
is
inside of the
terrifying.
trailer. Garage, you're gonna need a warrant.
No, it is terrifying in light of everything that's happened. Reading his manifesto nowadays.
Nailed it. Nailed it, bro. I get sucked in, dude. I'm one of those guys. Everything I read, dude, I'm like, fuck yeah.
Like, oh shit.
Like when I'm reading it, I'm all in, dude. I'm like, if I'd have been there, I'd have been his fucking sidekick. Like, what do I need to pass it, Papa? Like when I'm in it, dude, like he seems like he fucking. I was like, bro, I had an honest thought that I was like, I need to go visit this guy.
God damn it, I love
swear to
Justin
God,
so
dude. I want to go visit that cocksucker. I was like, this guy nailed it so good.
I mean, he was a
deserves
bit of a
visit
knucklehead, but
from me.
you know.
He was sort of a knucklehead.
Like, let's
Didn't
get
he
it
get
started
caught?
off, bro. Like Manson, dude. Like, I'll be like your Manson's wife, dude. Maybe he's down with the
Didn't
gay marriage. I'll marry
Didn't
his
he
ass
get
on
caught
paper.
because like a postal
Let's go.
worker like did a sketch for the police department?
No,
and
his brother. His
brother
knew.
looked at the sketch.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
his brother recognized his fucking handwriting, bro.
Yeah, his brother was like, "This is definitely my brother's writing."
Yeah.
Doug,
Fucking
Doug,
rats.
I would never do that to you, and if you ever did that to me, they better lock me up for fucking life.
Oh, dude, if my brother, my brother wouldn't do that shit. He's too busy wearing women's panties and fucking meth in the garage, fucking
Which is
wilding
totally
out.
cool.
Totally
We have-
cool as long as you don't
totally
rat me
cool.
out when I'm writing my fucking my manuscript about technology and blowing up these pesky airlines. You know what I mean? These goddamn airlines need to stop with their bullshit.
Oh, it's
I believe
He loses a hand or two.
I believe his hatred got started with Texas Instrument. Am I correct on that? The company Texas
The
Instrument?
calculator.
I
Who
don't know
doesn't
that
hate
much
him?
detail.
That's where he
doesn't
thought
hate
that was the beginning.
Dude. Come on now, 80s.
For us, we're like
That was
Facebook was the end of society. He's like, it's the calculator from Texas Instrument.
Yeah, those
That's
goddamn
what started
Casio
all this.
calculator watches.
I feel like
That's
I'm on the
what
best
set him
episode
off.
of Crossballs.
Bro,
Too many
what has
fucking
he?
buttons.
I mean, what would he say about social media, dude? He would have fucking really blew a gasket. He'd have fucking made
If
a
he
nuke
saw
in that
how many
little.
emojis there are now,
Yeah, dude, Ted would have lost his shit, dude. That was only like Ted on a 1. Social media and Google, Big Papa Ted. Woo.
Big Papa Ted.
Papa Ted wasn't having that shit.
BPT for short. Me and him are close like that.
Ricky, I gotta say, number one, you've had the best background so far of anybody on the show that we've done, of any show. We've done. It really is one of the most beautiful backgrounds. But number
Yeah.
two, you look like how they portrayed the BTK killer in Netflix's Mindhunter.
Nice.
And you look like you got a gold tooth. When you
Oh,
look
no.
like you got a gold tooth.
Yeah, what-
Your pearls are
What's up,
shining,
baby?
bro.
What's up, baby? I'm crackling.
What's good, kid?
What's good, baby? I'm crackling. My name is Sklounce Marone.
Dude, we about to get it popping up here, son. Check out this sunset. Check out the Oriental.
Shout out to Earl King stuffed French toast / biscotti crumble. I'm just saying, like, it's hitting me pretty good right now.
Wow.
Oh, I thought you were.
And
I
then,
thought that was a
and then we
snack.
all were reminded that Doug is a giant stoner.
That's okay, man. Dusty gets it.
Like that.
I eat edibles, dude. I got some edibles that I don't even know my wife homemade them, dude, and they're off the fucking charts, dude. Like I started out big where I went into a panic attack trying to go to sleep, and now I have to work my way backwards to try to get the dosage that won't make me feel like fucking suicide.
Can I tell
trying
you?
to take a goddamn nap? What the
It
fuck?
is funny though how it's only stoners that'll check in and let you know just how fucked up they are.
It's because it's our
They have
entire
to
life.
let you know, like, wow, I really.
Look,
Yeah,
Tony.
worse on acid, dude.
Tony, I don't want to say that for us time stands still and we have nothing else to talk about, but we want to talk about how awesome it is when time stands still for us, okay?
Shit's all relative, man.
I will say this, Dusty. You're in California, right?
Mm-hmm. Clown
Okay,
world,
we're the rest of us are in Michigan with the exception of Kimmy. Kimmy, you're in North or South Carolina?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay.
Shout out to Tar Heels. North Carolina, take your shirt off.
I don't know what. No, because it's got our faces on it. Keep them on them titties. But I don't know what the pot laws are in North Carolina, but like Michigan compared to California, what I want more than anything is we're only allowed to buy up to 100 milligrams per edible. So like you get gummies, you get 100 milligrams of gummies. That's the highest it goes, and you usually get 5 milligram bites or 10 milligram, and it's like that for all edibles. Where I know you guys have 1,000 milligram fucking bars.
They're off the charts,
I want
dude.
that so bad. I want access to that. You have
We'll have
no
to hook
idea.
you up, dude. We'll see what we can't do. We'll see if we can't talk on the old Twit dog. Maybe I can Ted Kaczynski use the old USPS.
Right now,
And
we're
just-
talking about writing a script for Hollywood. That's what we're talking about. But these two guys who are talking
Exactly.
about yeah.
I would
talking
never
about-
do such a thing. First of all, I'm a good boy, dude.
Look,
I would
Paul, I'm
never
getting
use-
better. I'm getting better at it, Tony. Even though
I
I'm
would
tall,
never.
I'm talking about.
Bro, yeah, things have gotten worse. Things have gotten mailed than a little bit of CBD and THC.
I got to ask you a
bombs,
question,
for instance.
I initially I lived in Florida prior to living where I'm at now. I lived in Florida for 24 years, and then I decided at the end of 2017, I up and quit my job. And I said, I'd been listening to so many podcasts at that point, and I had fallen in love with comedy. I'm like, and I was a big opiate addict. So I convinced myself I was going to move to California. I was going to sell my house for cheap. I was going to move out to California. And I was going to get a job as a doorman at the Comedy Store, and I was going to start my career. And I think I made it 6 hours in California before I realized, like, I don't have the money to even get a hotel room here, let alone live here. And I have to ask you, and I have to know what it's like living there now, because I feel like the world that we live in 4 years ago from the one I was there at, I have to wonder what it's like for you, like financially, what it's like to live there, because I feel like I dodged a bullet.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
Yeah. And first of all, it's a sound plan. And I also lived in Florida for fucking 10 years. I bought a house out there in Sanford, Florida, outside of Orlando, man. But I also, and also had a really good opiate addiction. Shout out to those pill mills. Woo!
Fucking
They're running killer pill mills out there. Yeah, bro. It's sick. Well, gas is almost $6 a gallon. I get 16 on my my fucking Dakota. You know what I mean? The V6 Freedom Flyer. You know what I mean? It's not that's garbage. Where I live, though, you have to understand this is for veterans. It's just veterans. It's subsidized for veterans. Okay. So like, I don't feel as much as I did the 10 plus years, and I grew up here. I mean, so you just kind of you're already fucked. So it's already a rat race to just live just above water, but once you find out, nobody ever told me these other states when I was a kid are cheaper. Like nobody ever told me that. I had to find out.
I'm the same, dude. I literally found that out when I came into LA. I was telling Paul helped my mom help me pack in Florida to move a U-Haul or a Penske truck out to California. And as soon as I hit Coachella, I told Paul, I'm like, this is the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life. I thought Texas was beautiful, but Coachella was gorgeous. And then as I settled in and went to get a Days Inn like I had the 2 days prior for $62, they said to me in Los Angeles, yeah, that'll be $139. And I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, $100, dude. Crack hotels. I've had my wife has cried before when we've checked into some fucking hotel like a Days Inn, where it's just, you know what I mean? I mean, anybody can run it into the dirt, but this one happened to be Hodge ran, and they were, dude, the guy literally, I brought him up. There was fucking scum everywhere, bro. Like literally, like scum, blood, like holes in the lampshades and shit. And I was like, bro, you show me another room. And he just acted like I was fucking bothering him, bro.
He looked at him and he said, blood is the second worst bodily fluid you're going to find in this place.
Bro,
Dusty.
the balls on this fucking guy. Yeah, man, this swarthy son of a bitch. I mean, he's used to dealing with fucking meth heads, California meth heads. I mean, don't get me wrong. We had very little choice in the matter, but it was still $100 at that time. It was like $100 for like $20 more. You know, finally, I got refunded. Finally, after a fucking argument. Then the guy lies to my face. He tells me I have to call the hotline. You know, the booker. There's a booker now. You know what I mean? Called.
Yeah.
You know,
Mean Gene.
Yeah, Mean Gene. Fucking Mean Gene's like, come on, brother. You know, release the funds. Release the Iron Sheik. Release the funds, you son of a bitch.
This week on Mean Gene's hotline.
I will slam you. What's the Iron Sheik say?
Release the funds, you jabroni.
Yeah, jabroni. I will. What's he always talking about? Busting people's asses. He's always like, I will rape you. Isn't that the meme?
I pile drive your ass, Hulk Hogan.
We did a whole damn show on this, and I can't remember it. But yeah,
I put him in camel clutch. I won world championship.
Yeah, I will make love. He like ends it with "I'll make love" now these days on Twitter. That's like his hook. Is like, I'll body slam you, and also, you know, fucking manhandle you, dominate you. He wanted to dominate the Island Boys. That was the last one I saw.
Well, ever since
shout out to the Iron Sheik, wanted to make sweet love to those young Florida men. Also Florida wiggers. Some new wave wiggers.
Ever since Dark Side of the Ring, that season about the episode about Ric Flair, it feels like everybody's like on like high alert about their past now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, who hasn't dropped a few N-bombs here and there? I got a podcast that I've ran in fucking 7,000 hours. At some point, I've said every fucking word imaginable, dude, in 7 different fucking languages, talking to, you know what I mean? When I didn't have guests and you're just doing characters, skits to yourself, going like, nobody will ever, you know, you don't even think anything. You're just like, you know, I might have to go like, what's going to happen, dude? Who am I? You know what I mean? Am I going to get canceled? Who gives a shit?
Yeah,
Rick found solace in the Dakota.
Supporters, Patreon.com.
Patreon. Firecracker.
Perfect timing. You know?
Follow Sibling Revelry on our OnlyFans. That's ran by
Do you guys have an OnlyFans?
No. I mean, I have a personal one, but I'm not going to give it out.
Bro, when I was getting like my Google was deleted my Gmail. They deleted my email account. They deleted my Google account, right? They deleted my YouTube channel. And then, so I go, you know what? Fuck this, dude. I'm going on OnlyFans. And I went to OnlyFans, was uploading my skits, my podcast, all that, dude. You know what I mean? And then, but you're still, people are like, show us your tits. You know what I mean?
Fuck, for the right price, I'll do it.
Like, there's plenty of comedians on here. Show us your tits, dude. Tell us a joke.
I'm not saying it's beneath me, but I'll show some pain for cash.
I'm gonna say this. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same. If I thought,
and I'm not gonna charge by the inch because I want to make a profit.
If I thought there was a market for it, I would. But the only market I can think is gay men, because like women will see it once and they'll be like,
"Really, Doug? You think gay men would be the market, huh?"
For me, fuck yeah, because I have a huge dick. But that's besides the point.
That's
it
a
really
fucking plus, brother.
It really is. 2 hands,
nice
man. I'm not
fucking
bragging, but 2 hands.
Brag, dude. Go ahead.
But women would pay for, like, women who knew us would be curious to see it once, and as soon as they saw it, they'd cancel the subscription. I know that because I've done it with girls I know. And it's not a shitty thing, but it's like, how many times can you see a guy holding his dick? How many angles do you want to look at that are really going to get you off? Women aren't like us.
Well, I mean, you could bend over and peel your cheeks. I mean, show them that brown eye. I mean,
dude, I don't even want to see that brown eye, dude. It is bad. I have not taken care of it.
Counterpoint. Do you think it might not have anything to do with the size of the dick and maybe the personality behind the dick?
You're not giving yourself enough credit, is what Paul's saying. You know?
Uncle Johnny, welcome to the Fat Show.
Dude, I'm such a big fan, bro. This is my dog.
I'm a big fan.
Johnny, we have a bunch of people. We have a bunch of people in with us, but one of the guys we have in with us, Uncle Dusty from Uncle Dust Comedy. He loves your they're putting AIDS in the chicken McNuggets bit. He loves all that shit, dude. He's a fan.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it's
What's up,
beautiful,
homie?
bro. When you delivered that, it was just guttural. It was just a
Is
guttural.
that Kim?
Yep.
That is Kim.
What up, Kim?
That's the only reason
What up,
John came
Tony?
on. He's trying to get a piece.
What up, Tony?
Okay. See, John's ready for
Long way away
OnlyFans.
from Pete.
You know,
Jesus
John's
Christ.
sideways.
I just hopped on to make fun of you two, and now I got like fucking 6 people to deal with. This is
We're
not.
building an army, John. Bring that shit.
I guess.
Hey, you guys want to play Hollywood Squares? Ricky, you into it? You want to be
Yeah,
the
I'm
Gary
into
Coleman? You want to be the Gary Coleman of the episode?
Oh,
I'll be the Whoopi Goldberg.
oh, okay.
Okay, and Tony can be the Liberace. No, was it Paul Lynn that was on the Hollywood Squares? I'm trying to think of the old Hollywood Squares. Help me out. Lester,
It's falling
Chiquita
fast, Doug.
banana lady.
the Chiquita Banana Lady. Charo.
There you
Charo.
Charo, yeah.
Richie,
Or
Richie.
somebody could be who's the lady that fucking slapped that cop? Jaja Gabor. She was
Josh
on there a lot.
Gabor, Willie Tyler, and Lester, his little black puppet, his ventriloquist puppet.
Not to be confused with Otto.
Oh, God. Rest in peace, man. George and Otto.
Funny motherfucker.
Really
The fuck
funny.
did I get
O and A,
myself
dude.
into here?
Oh,
Classic.
Johnny, you came at the random shit part of the episode where we're 2 hours in. We're all fucking stoned and drunk and talking about all
Nice.
kinds of shit.
Cheers, I'm getting there.
I'm just lonely.
Real quick,
I'm
real
sober
quick.
and lonely.
Rick
Somebody
wasn't here
hug me,
earlier.
dude.
Rick, is there anything you want to promote? You got a social media you want to promote? A website for the
Business.
karaoke business?
A business that you're the
Negative.
proprietor of?
Why would I want to do that?
Why wouldn't you want to make money? You're
why
right.
would I-
Why the fuck wouldn't
Yeah.
you want to promote your business? To make
I'm
money?
very
You're right.
happy the way I am.
Okay. Okay.
What's up, Rick? I'm John. Nice to meet you.
Hey, John.
Johnny, Rick is somebody I've actually known my whole life. He lives up here by where Paul and I live. He's a good friend of mine.
Imagine
He's a mechanic.
that.
Mechanic.
I am a
loves
mechanic.
metal and does karaoke. He's a fun dude. You'd love Ricky.
Oh, we would have blast. Yeah.
Rick, my condolences for knowing Doug all your life.
It's
I
been
apologize.
it's been a tragedy.
I bet.
It's so true because
Oh,
I've known Doug my
like-
whole life too.
Yeah. I've known him half my life. That's good enough.
Oh, well,
Oh, look at Doug. Doug's like, and
Pouty
John's
face.
deleted. John's
Fine.
deleted.
Fine. I don't care.
I told you how I felt about you last night, Doug.
I told you how I felt about you. It's not that
All right.
I don't
Speaking-
miss
hey,
you.
Speaking of which,
I
can you
haven't
tell the
seen
fighting-
you in a long time, Paul. So
I know.
He
it's
sees
been
our
a while.
dad more than he sees us. Man.
yeah.
Yeah,
I-
you see our dad more than I see my dad, and I'm happy about that.
Are you?
Not that I don't
Are
see you. I wish I saw you more, but I'm happy that you
Uh-huh.
see my dad more. Than me.
Oh, I see how this
Yeah,
is
good.
going. Okay.
Let's leave a paper
Yeah.
trail, man. That's cool.
Yep. Oh boy.
Jesus Christ. What's up,
Tell
Tony?
your fighting Nazi story from last night.
What?
What?
Did you tell your fighting Nazi story yet?
It wasn't a. It was.
Tony, how fucking high are you? Jesus Christ, man.
He's
I feel,
just,
like I'm getting a contact high just looking at you.
I thought
Jesus.
Tony's just reading. Tony's just reading his Kindle,
Oh.
reading his Kindle really, really hard.
Tony looks like you remember in Men in Black when they're in the coroner's office and they unzip the human cadaver and there's the little alien up in the brain with the big high bulging eyes. Like that's Tony right now. Tony's a little alien with the big bulging.
That's
Tony's like, well, I was reading Dychevsky, and then these fuckers told me to get out of here.
He's got a little Adrian Brody going on.
He does.
Ooh.
Very, very, very handsome guy, that Tony.
Yeah.
Tony, are you a pianist?
Sometimes,
You play small piano?
a little bit.
Not a small
Hey,
pianist, but a small pianist.
I'm the kind of musician where, as long as I can play it long enough to get a take recorded, then I'm good, and then move on.
Nice.
Oh, you're really like a classical trained pianist, or you fucking
No,
with me?
just
Oh.
I can record little licks and then turn them into loops, and then I move on. I can't sit down and play a full song for you.
Tony,
can't
where do
play
you
any
live?
instrument.
I can't tell you how much I enjoy little licks.
I can.
Oh,
Tony lives about 35, 40 minutes away from me, about 15, 20 from Paul. He lives in our
so you're
area.
up there. I was about to say we could collaborate on something, but
Huh.
if you're up there-
Tony is multi-talented, man, from video production to music production and instruments. Like Tony is fucking talented.
So I'm scoring a video game right now.
I
Oh,
heard.
what game?
dude.
Then-
That's because he's really fucking
So
cool.
doing
Independent
sound
game, or you're actually working for a
design,
studio?
scoring the background music. It's fun, man.
And
allowed
you're
to
probably
talk
going to
about
have
any of
Midnight Sonata in there too, hey?
Good song. Good song.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to talk about the game at all? About the name
Kim,
of
I've
it?
been,
Or?
Kim, I've been
Yeah,
holding on to this
yeah, it's
fucking
called Riffing.
used deodorant for you for like 2 months
Oh, it's-
now. Just so you know. Like it's empty. Like I've moved on. I got a new stick, but I'm just saving it for you.
You
That's
keep it
that
right.
mobile-
Keep it right there, dude. Keep it right at the ready. I like your style.
Tony,
Well,
that's that MOBA you were telling us about last show, right?
Yeah, it's called Revin.
That's
So
dope,
That's right,
man.
Revan. That's
yeah,
right.
it's on Steam for PC right now, and it's closed. The memberships are closed right now because they're getting ready to release a new version. So
Oh, gotcha.
What's that? That's gonna be on PS on the like PlayStations and shit.
it'll be a PC game.
Oh, PC.
Yep.
No doubt.
Doug
I'm
and
playing.
Paul,
You ever
are
heard of a
are
game
you guys
called World of
very-
Warplanes?
World of Warplanes.
That's what I'm playing right now.
I like this game. I'm playing this game called World of Cocks. It's really interesting.
I'm playing a game called Medal of Valor.
Okay, I like your style.
When you get to the final boss,
Oh no, Medal of Valor.
you have to play Who's in My Mouth. It's very challenging.
I've heard, John. I heard that you prestige for the third time last week. That's great, man. Great accomplishment.
I can always guess who's in my mouth. Absolutely.
What do you mean?
That is a game that I am really good at.
John,
What
what
do
were you
you
going to ask me,
mean?
Doug?
You can
Are
taste
you
the
guys
essence.
really wearing the T-shirt of the fucking podcast you're hosting right now?
First off, you're not only talking shit about me and Doug, you're talking about Kim too.
Well, Kim's a fan and she's representing, but
Yeah.
You're a goddamn brother. You should be in favor too, dickhead.
dude, if I went and saw Alkaline Trio and they came out wearing Alkaline Trio T-shirts, I would be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys?"
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
If I went and saw any of my favorite bands and they were wearing a T-shirt of the band they were in, I would be like, "Yo, what the
You're
fuck
right.
is what's up with that?"
You're right.
Hey,
You're right.
I'll be
I am
honest.
way
I'll be
more
honest.
lamer.
I have no musical inclination. I'm just a dude that's trying to get paid. And plus, how am I supposed to tell people how good our quality products are unless I'm actually wearing the product?
Good point,
Look,
good point.
I'll be honest with you. I've got a shirt I was going to wear, but I told Paul I'd wear this one tonight. But in fairness, like, you know, it's not. I don't think it's any less embarrassing than getting hammered in front of like your musical idol and like passing out face first. You know.
Ben Nichols, what's up? If you're listening, bro, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, man.
Who fucking what?
John, you
Tell
got
the
to tell
story.
the story for Dusty and Ricky. They have never heard the story.
Jesus Christ. All right, so there's this band, Lucero. The front man is a guy by the name of Ben Nichols. He's one of my favorite fucking songwriters. If you've never listened to Lucero, check out the album Tennessee. Just listen to it from start to finish. It's one of the best albums you'll ever hear in your
It's
entire
really
life.
good.
They're like alternative country that like traveled in the punk scene. If that makes any sense. And they cover a fucking Jawbreaker song, like an alternative country punk band. I don't know. They're really great. One of my favorite songwriters. So, anyways, me and my friend Dana traveled to Miami, get a fucking hotel room to go see Lucero. First time I've ever seen them. Check into the hotel, go out to dinner. We're fucking pre-gaming a little bit. She fucking whips out a bottle of fucking Fireball from her purse.
There you go, Ricky.
So, like,
Nice.
we're really pre-gaming. We get to the fucking venue about an hour early, and they just let us in, and we're like, all right, cool. So we walk up to the bar, and who is standing there but one Mr. Ben Nichols.
Oh shit.
So I'm already fucking heavily buzzed at this point. So I just walk up to the dude. I'm like, hey, Ben, I'm John. Really nice to meet you. Really big fan. Like, it means a lot to me. And he's like, oh, thanks, man. He kind of talks like the guy from fucking Sling Blade. Like they're from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. John. It's a pleasure to have you as my
And I'm
friend.
like, yeah, pretty much. And I'm like, hey man, can I buy you a beer? And he goes, you can buy me a Jameson. And I go, well, all right then.
Yeah.
So we do a fucking shot of Jameson, and he buys a round, and then I buy another round. And that's before the first band even goes on. First band goes on, I'm fucking drinking. Lucero goes on, fucking still heavily drinking my fucking ass off. Lucero goes on, fucking great fucking show. They stop playing music and they go to the green room before coming on for the encore. So they leave the stage, go down the hallway to their green room, and I am fucking wasted. Somehow I slip past fucking security. I don't know how. I don't know the security guard was looking the other way. I don't remember. Regardless, I opened the fucking dressing room door where all the members of Lucero are taking 2 goddamn minutes to just take a goddamn breather before they come out and do their encore. And I just burst through the fucking door, pissed drunk. And I'm like, that was fucking amazing. I fucking love you guys so much. And then I turn around. And as I turn around, I fall face down to the ground on my fucking face. By this time, security fucking saw me and escorted me out of the club.
Oh, man. God
So
damn,
the moral of the story is, do not do shots with your heroes or favorite.
Oh, man.
See, I took the exact opposite moral of that story.
When I
said beer, he said whiskey. I said, all right, motherfucker, let's go.
Every time I hear that story and I hear John talk about how he turns around and just falls face first flat,
like
I think
one motion. Imagine me like one motion. Like I just turn around and fucking just go away. Like I fucking died.
All I can think in my head is John dressed as Peter Griffin from Family Guy, just going from this to this.
It's Chris Farley in fucking Black Sheep.
Yeah,
that black band.
It was bad, dude. It was bad. It was fucking bad, dude. That story, that is like one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I have not gone and seen Lucero live since because I'm afraid they're going to recognize me and be like, drunk fat guy from fucking Miami. We remember you. What's up, buddy? But if you listen to Lucero, it's all sad songs about literally drinking yourself to fucking death, blacking out. They have a song called I'll Just Fall. They literally have a song where the chorus is...
Was that written pre or post the story?
Don't make me get back up, because I'll just fall. That's the chorus of a goddamn Lucero song. So you know what? I really don't feel that bad about it because I know they've all fucking been there, probably worse.
Man. Don't. Yeah.
But still,
good company, bro.
When it's one of your favorite fucking songwriters, like he's in my top 5 of all time.
I feel you, brother.
God damn it, John.
That's some shit.
Like Bob Dylan doesn't have shit on Ben Nichols.
Yeah,
like,
fuck
Ben
Bob
Nichols
Dylan, dude.
What about Neil Young? How do you feel about Neil Young?
Fucking Canadian needs to go back to his own country and shut his fucking mouth,
man. Fucking A, dude. They need to vet those
Canadians are so polite. Canadians are so like. Do you know what we call Canadians in Florida? Ice N-words.
What the fuck, dude?
Goddamn snow bunnies.
At least he figured out how to censor himself.
Ice N-word. Yeah, that's what we call Ice N-words. That's what we call Canadians. Fuck Canadians.
Oh,
Canadians, dude.
Oh man,
I'm getting ready.
Fucking Jordan Peterson can eat a dick, dude. Fuck Jordan.
Okay, wait, Tony, you're leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch the Adam Project. My son wants to watch it.
Real quick. What's your final thoughts for our audience? Final thoughts.
And any promotions.
Go check out Revin. Ambitious Games.
What about your website? You want to plug your website or anything?
No, that's good. Ambitious.games.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping by, Tony.
Thank you.
Love you, brother.
Love you too, man. Bye.
I wasn't saying I love you to you, dickhead. I was saying it to Tony.
I was saying I love you, Tony.
Dusty, did you send me an Instagram friend request today?
Maybe.
God damn it! I wish I had 1,000 milligram chocolate bars.
Remember, Rick. Remember, Rick.
I got
On this podcast,
I
Paul's
got
God.
strange
Paul's God.
request from somebody today.
Was it a nude? Was it a nude one?
Oh.
What does it say, John?
I don't know. I can't navigate fucking Instagram. You got to be a goddamn fucking Asian to fucking get through this.
Can I
You gotta
say
be
before?
Chicon, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Before I
These
quit
goddamn
social media-
I don't know what
Canadian
any of these
communists.
icons. I don't know what any of these icons mean. I have no fucking idea.
I gotta say, before I quit social media in 2016, I had every social media except for Instagram. That's the only social media that makes no sense to me, and I would never want to do. Now TikTok, I can add to that list as well.
Dude, TikTok
you.
is so
TikTok
good.
is shit. I can't.
Dude,
stand TikTok.
I took a break from work the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna watch a couple TikTok videos. then I looked at the clock, and a fucking hour had passed.
Yeah. A lot of fucking
Yeah, get my ass in
hot
gear.
kids doing hot kid shit, and you're
Yes,
like,
Oh,
exactly.
man. Dude,
mad
there's so-
pedo, dude.
Dude, my
start to
algorithm,
feel super
there's
pedo-y.
so much funny shit on fucking
Here's-
TikTok.
Here's what I
I'm
don't.
laughing my ass off.
Here's what I don't get. I agree with you, Dusty, because every time I've ever tried to attempt to look at TikTok, that's all I've gotten. But then I see something like Christina Pajitsky on Your Mom's House, and she does those TikTok curations, and she finds all the ones that are like really far, like out there, just crazy,
Yeah.
like. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
she
how do you
does.
fucking get those? Like, how
I don't
the
know.
fuck do you get those?
I know.
There's
I don't
like
know.
one guy, I don't know his name. There's one guy on there. Well, he'll start playing like a really inappropriate, sexy like video, and he'll just like abruptly end it, and he'll be like, "So listen, did you know that the place where Hitler killed himself is now a children's park?" Now you just, and it's like the funniest thing. He's got like millions of followers. I'll try to send you some of the videos.
Send that
It's
shit.
hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Somebody will be doing a TikTok video, and then all of a sudden just cuts off, and it's him, and he goes, "Yeah, so listen, did you know blah 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 blah? Now you do it." And he just drops some fucking tax on the funniest fucking shit.
Send that shit to me, bro. I think that Christine gets people just to send them. I think they have such a big audience that, you know what I mean? It's covering a lot of bases.
What you drinking there, Kimmy? Some Faygo? What you got there?
Get loose, Kim. Get
Hey,
loose.
Kimmy drinking
John?
I don't know. It's my son. Some honey shit. I don't know.
Hey, John.
Girl, we gotta put some Cavassier in you. We'll get that fire lit.
Pass the Cavassier.
Yeah, that's that good shit. Duff
Oh,
knows about that
shit.
good shit.
You know what we do when we watching when we watch
Whoop,
Sibling
whoop.
Revelry.
I'm about to have
Face. I knew that
fun.
ICP action. Cotton candy,
Let me get
dude.
that
Jesus
too,
Christ.
too.
That's got to be some
Let me get
sugar,
that.
sugary shit.
I would never open it because I know how sugary Faygo is. But when I was literally like, where Paul and I live in Upper Peninsula, so Ricky, we live in the UP of Michigan,
UP?
where Faygo, you don't get it around us. You have to go to like Detroit, like Lower Michigan, before you hit
Edwards
Faygo
Town, where
territory.
the Edwards are.
Exactly, John. Jesus Christ!
Sounds like a movie.
I'll say this, John. The last
Sounds
time
like
I
a
went to
Stephen
visit,
King movie.
the last time I went to visit friends and
Where the
family
Edwards, bro?
in Detroit,
Stupid, dude.
they took me downtown to do like a tour of the casinos and everything that's there, and there was black Muslims in full like military regalia with megaphones and picket signs. Like, it was wild, dude. It was
What
wild. But
Black Hebrews.
yeah, they really are. They're it's crazy.
You
They
devil
take,
honky motherfucker.
How-
We are the
How old were you? How old
This
were you when they took you there?
This is what happens when you free and oppress people.
38, Ricky. It was a couple
Oh,
years
38. Oh, so they weren't just trying to lose you down there.
No, asshole.
Oh, okay.
But I found
would've-
this.
You would have found your way back.
And then Kid Rock
Eventually,
showed up with a fucking bag of meth, and everyone lived happily ever after.
My brother was there for sure.
Hey, speaking of Kid Rock, he had I think it's going on right now, a live interview with Tucker Carlson.
Oh shit.
I can't
Who's
wait to
that?
watch.
Oh, good. Two people I can't fucking stand and would love to hit with a hammer in the back of the head.
You better
Tucker
show some
Carlson,
respect to
Kid
Tucker,
Rock.
son.
Fucking, I'm watching that before. I go
Don't
to
you show
sleep.
don't you talk bad on that man's name, boy.
You talk bad
You
about
can't
Robert
cut the tuck.
Don't
Oh,
you
fuck.
cut the talk.
Fuck that guy. That guy's got a face that says "punch me as hard
Oh,
as you can."
his- you know,
When
you
he
tell me you don't
talks,
enjoy his
when
maniacal
he-
laugh?
When he talks, all I hear is "punch me, hit." I'm a fucking piece of shit.
What
I
if you
don't know
find
what I'm
out that
saying.
Tucker's a big
Doug-
fan
Doug-
of Lunesso?
Doug's favorite thing to talk about Tucker Carlson is like, I just find it so weird how he always has a confused face, like,
Yeah.
or when
Can
he's
I say-
talking. So
can
I
I say
downloaded a bunch of Tucker
does.
Carlson dumb faces. So whenever Doug texts me and says something dumb, I always send him a Tucker Carlson dumb face. Like,
It is.
Can we please start a fucking GoFundMe for Doug for some goddamn nails?
for only
and
96
hammer,
cents a day, you
so
two
he
could
can
support
hang
this
the
stoner.
poster sitting on his floor.
He
me
needs,
tell you
he needs
something.
snacks at the ready, man. The man has some munchies, man. Let him live. Can a man live?
I had to get another beer and I had to have a piece of sushi.
I'm
But no,
talking about the posters
Hey,
on the
hey,
floor. Can we start a GoFundMe
while
for a
we're-
hammer and fucking nails?
The
Oh, right
Devil's
now?
the Devil's Rejects is a money poster.
right now, John,
Great posters. Hang them up. Why
the
are they on
reason
the
they're-
floor?
the reason they're on the floor is to take up space to make it look like I have a good background. The next time you see me, or maybe the next 2 or 3 times you see me, I'm going to have 2 different flags. One, an American flag with Kid Rock's face on it, and one
Nice.
with an American, not an American flag, but a blue Michigan license plate that says 0 fucks, and then it says Michigan, and then Kid Rock underneath that. And it's going to be
Dude.
on the background here next to me.
Jesus
Fucking
Christ,
Kid Rock
you-
is the
you
man.
really do need to move back to Florida. I don't know.
While we're
what's
talking
happening.
about your snack breaks and what
I
you got in the
knew it! I
background,
knew you'd say that.
while we're talking about your snack breaks and what you got in the background, while Kim's here, can you please hold up the pee jug so we can see where we're at?
Oh man, I haven't even used it yet. I haven't even.
Oh, there
my
you go.
God, it's real. What the fuck?
You know you're working with hog that doesn't even fit in there, huh? You just brace
All I
it up
gotta
with
Yeah.
just Lincoln log.
He sits it on the floor and it still has a bend when it touches the nozzle.
Rick,
Yeah,
how do you deal with this?
Bro, that's the saddest thing when you're in the hospital and the nurses have
It's
to
so hard.
fucking wash you and you got a
Oh,
little
man.
tiny penis.
You deserve a fucking
Just a
medal
little
or
guy.
a hug or
You
something.
you should have been around here back in his karaoke days because it was something else.
Jesus. I can only
Oh yeah,
imagine.
it
I would
was
argue
something else.
Did he make long speeches before he did the song?
I was
He-
much
he-
more coherent back then.
Yeah.
This song reminds me when I was 9 years old back in Michigan. My little friend fell down a well. Here's Delirium Trigger by Coheed and Cambria. What?
John,
Oh boy.
John, you are the master of quips. Can I just tell one of the funniest things that I've ever seen in a text message? It comes from John. And we have another friend who is a huge Coheed fan.
Well,
And
no,
he-
so am
and
I.
John, well, yeah.
Shut up.
John texted the group and said, I don't know about you guys, but this new Coheed song is fire. And it was Rush's Gilded Stage. Oh my God. When I got that text message, I laughed for like 30 minutes fucking straight.
Yeah, nothing pisses a Coheed and Cambria fan off more when you fucking compare them to Rush. 'Cause you're like, hey, these are the guys that did it first. You just added more distortion to your guitars. Same fucking songs, guys. You're not fooling anybody. You're not that original. Calm down. Calm down there, Claudio.
I'm gonna clip
Comb
this segment out.
your fucking hair, hippie.
I'm clipping this out, putting it on Twitter, and I'm gonna hashtag Children of the Fence and put Bob in it. Let Bob retweet it.
I don't give a fuck.
We'll send it to Instagram, John. Don't worry.
Ooh.
We got you, brother.
Absolutely. Tell them to add me on there so I can be like, yeah, I love Coheed. What's your point?
No.
Because I do. I listened
I
to the
do
first
too.
album the other day, actually.
I've
I
got
rocked
nothing
the fuck
against
out
Coheed.
to it. First 3 albums, amazing. Everything after that, it's the same fucking shit, watered down and recycled. Sorry, done.
I never heard of him, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of the loop. Is that
Have
country?
you ever heard Rush?
Yeah.
Oh, shut up,
You're
John.
good. You're good then. You don't need to hear Coheed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tom Thumb or whatever that fucking song
did you,
is.
Tom Sawyer, did you like Rush?
No.
Okay, then Coheed's not going to be your thing.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick,
You're
this is a call
probably
interruption
more
while
of
he's
a
speaking.
Lucero guy. You're probably more of a Lucero guy.
I'll
Check
look into
out
that.
Lucero-
You're saying
Tennessee.
Lucera is like the lax. You're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, real quick, Paul's interrupting this conversation while he's peeing. Dust, if
Yo.
you actually go to Bob and Doug Save You from Boredom, which is our brother podcast, our sister podcast,
Uh-huh.
they interview the drummer of Coheed and Cambria. If you want to know
Like
more about
3
them.
hours.
Oh,
That's awesome.
this is the Rush guys or the Latin
Yeah.
or the
The Rush
people-
guys.
They're Coheed and Cambria has now become a band that they're their own thing. They literally just did their first cruise that was like a sellout success. John's right. I would say the first 4 albums are phenomenal. Even there's more albums that I actually enjoy quite a bit, but they've become something. They went from being like a small band to just like this gigantic global success.
The first time I heard him, I went, "Holy shit!" Michael Jackson fucking started a punk band.
Oh, really?
That was how I described it, people, and I loved it. And I fucking burned the fuck out of that promo CD that I had, and I gave it to everyone I knew. Doug, Bob, who were like the biggest Coheed fans now. Yeah, that's right. I've
got multiple tattoos
and gave it to them. I got them into Coheed. I got them into the fucking Killers, Alkaline Trio.
You didn't get me the Alkaline Trio, you liar.
I got to remember these, dude, because I need new music to listen to, man.
Trio.
Hey, seriously, for music, I strongly recommend checking out Bob and Doug Save You from Boredom. It's with it's Doug with our other friend from the other podcast, and it's more of a music centric podcast.
All right.
But they do a 3-hour interview with the drummer from Coheed, and it's fantastic. I put it up there. It's that and God, why am I drawing a blank? Upgrade hip hop. Those are in my opinion, those are the 2 best episodes. Check those out, Dust. You'd like them. And Rick and Kim and everybody else watching.
Tony's episode was good too. I really enjoyed Tony's episode.
Tony. I forgot Tony was on it.
Yeah.
And not to mention, Paul was the first guest ever, so check that episode out.
I was never invited on. I don't know why.
Yeah, you were. You just never found time.
I told him, John. I said this is bullshit. John should be the first guest.
Just never invited.
We're supposed to be doing another season. That's kind of how we were talking about doing it. We're getting to that time where we're going to have to start talking seriously about when we're going to start doing it again. But that was more like a show for him and I to explore like our music and shit like that. And we went on break from Brothers from Other Mothers. But yeah. The interview with Josh was really good. The interview with Upgrade was good. We interviewed the trombone player from Real Big Fish and also the lead singer, guitarist, drummer, and keyboardist Scott, from Littlest Man Band, Scott Kloppenstein. Which was also a really good interview.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
You guys actually had like celebrities on your show. It was great.
We were supposed to have more. I'll tell a little background story that never got released, but we had planned, like one of my absolute favorite artists. John got me into Sage Francis years ago. I'll admit that.
Sage Francis, yeah.
Fuck you. If you had Sage Francis on that show and did not have me on as
No.
I'd never talk to you again.
It's not that. But you got me into Sage Francis, and Sage over the years started his own record label, Strange Famous Records. And I got addicted. John and I lived together for years, along with our friend Bob, who we're talking about. And I got sucked into Strange Famous Records, like hip hop, Doomtree, Prolific, B. Dolan, Cecil Lauder, like all of these artists, like that I still listen to.
How good is Cecil Otter?
Cecil Otter is honestly like one of my absolute in my top 5. He's the reason one of the reasons why I love Pee Wee so hardcore. But I love
he's got one of my favorite fucking rap lines of all time. Let me see if I can remember it. Because while you were trying to put the pillars in line, I was watching horror films hoping the killer was fine. I was like, holy shit, that's great.
Right, that's a dope line. That is a dope line. Shit.
He's so good.
He is literally part of this Minnesota collective called Doomtree, and he only has 2 fucking albums out, and he has an EP with like 3 songs. And he mostly produces music for Doomtree, but like the stuff that he's done on his own is phenomenal. Like he is a really good production artist.
What's Slug and Ant's label?
Rhymesayers.
Rhymesayers.
I would have thought that. Well, I guess he has his own, huh? Sage has his own. Surprised he
Sage has
his own. Yeah.
They all came up together though and promoted each other. Same with Idea and all that and abilities.
They were big on undergroundhiphop.com or what was it? Hiphopsite.com?
Yeah, one of those.
They were big, like Boston. They had a storefront. And they always had live shows. They'd upload them online. They had like that whole underground circuit. It'd be like Ill Bill, fucking Necro.
Nice.
But then it would be those Stones Throw from Cali, like the Loot Pack and Mad Lib. And then
Mad Lib. I haven't listened to Mad Lib in a minute. Yeah.
Apathy and all the Demigods guys, and then guys you never heard of that were fucking talented, dude. You know, that just needed a wider a viewership. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, it's funny. That's
some of my favorite rappers. People have no idea. Like if I say Dose Swan, people are like, "Who the fuck is Dose Swan?"
Or Bus Driver.
Or Bus Driver, right? Dude, I saw Bus Driver in the shadiest goddamn bar in Chicago called the Broken Bottle. And let me tell you, the fucking name of that venue really says it all. Walked in tonight's special. PBR Tallboy shot a well whiskey, $5.50. I went, Mama, I am home. Let's fucking do this.
Damn, dude.
You could hear gunshots going on outside the fucking venue. Did not care. Saw Open Mike Eagle and Bush.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that
And
was
Open
bad.
Mike Eagle is before he got big. He's from Chicago. It was his home fucking venue.
I saw him in
What
Orlando
a
at Back
fucking
Booth
amazing show. Did you? Nice.
back in
Open
the
Mike
like,
Eagle's great.
oh,
Bush
what-
Rogers great. Doe Swan. Fucking
Well,
Alias, rest in peace. Fucking
Yeah,
Idea, rest in
Idea,
peace.
rest in
oh
peace.
yeah, idea.
Oh, fucking. Oh God, who's the one that just passed away like not a year ago from Rhyme Stairs? I can't think of his name now. And not NSEAM. Evidence.
No, Evidence not dead.
Not Evidence. Ah, fuck, I can't think of who it is now. Oh well.
Yeah, man.
We got on this topic though. From Bob and Doug Savior from Boredom. One of the like you were talking about guests that fell through. Like originally Matt Pinfield added me and Bob and the
I know about
podcast
the
Twitter
Matt
page.
Pinfield thing.
Matt Pinfield
Matt
from
Pinfield.
fucking MTV.
120 minutes.
Yeah.
Matt Pinfield, like
Get
global
the fuck
success.
out of here!
Hollywood rock and roll Jeopardy. Matt Pinfield added
Hell
me.
yeah, dude!
Added me. Added
I'd
Bob.
I'd fan
What
out
does
if I
that have to
fucking
do with
met him.
Strange Famous Records?
Well, I'm getting there because
Okay.
Matt Pinfield.
We're just
is
taking the
one
long
of-
trip, John. We're taking the long
Yeah,
trip.
you're
Hi,
getting
Kim.
into a Doug pothole.
What's
Hi,
up,
Kim.
Kimmy?
She's talking to one of her kids, I think.
Yeah.
Just saying, hey.
It's okay.
Man,
No, because
fuck them
it's
kids.
one of two guests that Bob and Doug Savior from Boredom was going to have that never happened was Matt Pinfield. Like Matt Pinfield added us. He was talking about doing like there was literally 4 weekends in a row where Matt was twittering with us back and forth like, hey guys, what are you doing this weekend? How about we do it at this time? And then like we'd never
Yeah.
hear from him. And it just
That's his voice too. That'd be dope. You read his texts like that, huh?
it's exactly how it's. I still
Yeah.
had to read his fucking tweets like that. Like, hey, it was a
Yeah.
great morning. Woke up this morning.
Yeah,
This is my
he's
daughter. We went out
ingrained in
and did
our
yoga.
brains, dude. It's such a big part of the fucking. when
Sorry,
you're
I
younger.
came in, guys. I don't enough cocaine to stay focused for an hour on your podcast. I gotta go.
I was in the gym this morning doing 5 rails of blow, man. And I got
Have you
going on right
have you even listened to Drop
kettlebells.
Them On by the fucking Pixies? Have you even listened to Surfer Rosa? Come on.
Yeah.
He did that like 4 or 5 weeks. Like it felt like he was kept telling me we're gonna do this, and it never fell through. And the reason I got to that with Rhyme Sayers is because on Strange Famous Records, one of the artists that I really got into that became a focal point of Bob and Doug Savior from Boredom was Meter Maids. Meter Maids is a hip hop duo out of Brooklyn, New York. And they have a multitude of albums, independently released albums, and they have, I think, 1 or 2 albums released on Strange Famous Records, and they have a free mixtape that's produced by DJ Shadow on Bandcamp. Maybe I'll throw the link in the YouTube thing later.
Yeah, dude.
That's
Meter
dope.
Maids is phenomenal. These two guys have this amazing back and forth. Their lyrics and the way they flow off each other with, as far as being like intelligent lyrics and having something to say, like they have an amazing way of doing it. And some of the music's good, some of it's not my cup of tea, but like their flow is fucking phenomenal, and I love them. They're like one of my top 5 favorite artists that I listen to regularly. And not Slug. I'm sorry. God damn it. I can't think of his name. One of the guys from Meter Maids, I'm not going to name him because it never happened. I don't want to trash the guy or throw him under the bus. But one of the guys who runs the Twitter account, for years, their last album was released like 7 or 10 years ago. And their Twitter account had lied dormant. And Bob and I started doing our podcast. And when we started getting guests, Bob said, why don't you just go on Twitter and wish out loud the people you'd love to interview and see who responds. And I did that with Meter Maids when I noticed that 2 or 3 days prior, they had made a post. And I said, fuck it, I'll go ahead and make a post about my podcast and how I would love to have these guys come on. And I think Scott Kloppenstein was one of them. And he was one who reached out to us and did the show. And this guy from Meter Maids, who I can't believe I'm so fucked up. I'm misremembering his name, but
All right.
regardless, Sway reached out to me and he's like, I run the Twitter page. Here's the personal email. He's like, I'm very humbled that anybody still loves our music, even though we haven't done anything in years. He's like, it'd be awesome to hang out, to come and interview you. The other guy in the group is like,
Is it Sway? But it's not the same Sway that was in
Maybe
the
it's-
fucking MTV DJ.
no, it's not that Sway.
Sway and Tech in the morning.
Yeah.
It's not that Sway. It's not
That was another
Sway.
great show.
Yeah,
I'm
another
fucking
great
up. I'm fucking up. You can go to Meter Maids and you can look it up for yourself, and I'll tell you. Just DM
We'll
me.
we'll call him
comment.
we'll call him Jerome.
We'll call him Jerome. There you go. They're both white guys from Brooklyn, New York, but we'll call him Jerome. It makes sense.
Well, they're playing hip hop.
But
white guy's named Jerome.
he reached out to us, and we had a back and forth. And this is
His
back.
fucking name is Toby now because I fucking said so.
I like Leroy.
Kunta Kinte.
Kinte, fuck out of here.
This is back when we were doing the show on Discord before StreamYard. So we had he was like, I'll do it. I'm like, what do I got to do? Download this. And it became kind of a chore. And I'll give him that. But we scheduled everything out. He never showed up. And that went on much like the other guy. It went on for 3 or 4 weekends where we wouldn't hear from him. And then we'd hear from him. We'd be like, hey, I'm ready to do this. You guys want to do the show? We're we were ready to do it weeks ago. When you said you were going to do it. That was just a little bit. I don't know how I got on that. We're all fucked up.
I want to interview Sage.
I want to interview
Sage Francis. So correspondence through Facebook.
You've seen him live.
Yeah, and I watched when I saw Sage Francis live.
Are you talking about the Masquerade show?
Yeah, I saw Sage. I saw Sage Francis kick a kid in his fucking chest and send him flying 4 fucking rows back.
Ain't right.
And I want to know if he remembers that show and what the kid did to do that.
Damn. Fucking
That's a good heartfelt moment right there, Kim.
Yeah, it had to be something pretty fucking ruthless, dude. I mean, kick a kid in the chest.
Yeah. I remember sitting at the bar in St. Patrick's Day, and it was right when he first took the stage. And I just watched this skinny ass kid cut through the crowd, go to the front of the stage, get in front of fucking Sage Francis, and then I just see Sage Francis just kick the kid in his fucking chest and send him flying. And I'm like, what the fuck did that kid do to piss fucking Sage?
Damn, that's ruthless, dude. That ain't right. Yeah, a lot of those shows get wild, dude. I remember he was with who was he touring with? who was Sage touring with at that in the early
that
2000s?
tour it was Jared Paul, who is one of the best spoken word poetry dudes. It's really hard to find his shit.
Because Sage was doing battle rap in the beginning too, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he was a battle rapper and
absolutely.
Yeah.
So this was let's see, I was 20. I was 21 years old. I was born in 1984 and I was 21 years old. I remember I was 21 because it was the first show that I went to where I was of legal age to drink, and it was on St. Patrick's Day. So that's how I know.
So March 17th, 2005.
March 17th.
Even drunk, my math skills are solid.
Even drunk, your math skills are solid.
That's dope.
Yeah, it was Jared Paul, who was amazing, and then a band from Orlando called the Soliloquist of Sound.
Oh yeah, I know
who are fucking amazing.
Yeah, I saw a lot of those bands come through. Orlando had a good little hip hop club there.
Scene? Yeah,
that would I'd see Sage would come through there. I didn't ever see him, but what's that? Vinny Paz before he was big, the Weatherman, Cage.
Nice.
Fucking LP.
Oh, I love LP.
Pigeon John.
Love LP. I'm so fucking happy for Run
Ugly
the Jewels.
Duckling.
So happy that took off for.
Oh yeah, love Run the Jewels, dude. Phenomenal.
I do too.
Both him and Killer Mike are two of the best fucking dudes.
Great team, dude.
They deserve all the fucking fame and fucking fortune those dudes are making right now.
I love Run the Jewels.
Yeah.
And still put out product that's just original as fucking ever. You know what I mean? It's not like they got big and it got watered down.
Whoa, real everybody, dude. Full stop. That was 32? Empty. That was empty last time I asked Kim. Kim, that was You're empty really last time I asked. That's over a third of a gallon.
That's almost 3 hours.
Well, Cliff's gonna be mad jealous, dude. He always wants me to. He roasts me when I get up to piss, dude. I'm old now. My bladder keeps going. And I drink. I stopped drinking now. So I slowed down.
Russ, that's why I made this my image. That's why I made that my image. I'm peeing right now.
All right, you know what? I had to grab another beer and take a piss. So as a human being, I'm gonna go piss in the fucking toilet because I have indoor plumbing.
I have some class.
I don't. I don't live in fucking the Upper Peninsula.
You motherfucker!
I live in an RV in the middle of the woods, and I turn my camera off and go piss in a toilet. Doug lives in a city.
I
live in a
Doug lives in a city.
down by the river.
He sits there and talks shit and runs his mouth, but I've lived with you and I've seen how you lived, and you're gonna give me shit about peeing in a milk jug?
Oh,
Fuck.
dude,
When was the last time we lived together?
When I lived with you, even though I had my own bathroom in my bedroom, I would still piss in fucking beer bottles. That's too
Get
far.
the hell out of here.
That's too
That's
far.
what neighbor does is piss. in
That's
beer
impressive,
bottles.
though.
Put them on the
It shows
table. bro.
volume.
Kim, tell me a story.
I don't have any story.
Oh,
What do you
bullshit.
want to know?
I want
What
to
do you
hear a
wanna
story
know?
about. I want to hear a story about Bob.
Oh, yeah. Bob said
Yeah,
that you
give us
have
a
good
Bob
stories. I know Dusty and Rick doesn't know Bob real well, but
Kim, do you know how me and Bob met? Do you know her
So
origin
much
story?
weed and drank so much, I don't remember shit.
oh, boo,
I really don't remember
boo.
a lot.
Do you guys know
conversation.
Bob's origin story?
I don't know,
What?
Bob.
Do you
What,
guys
John?
know?
What about Bob? What about
Do you guys
Bob?
know the Bob and John origin story?
I do not know the Bob and John.
So
origin story.
I'm like 15, 16 years old working at Specs Music. Bob lived in the apartment complex right around the corner. And Bob used to come in at Specs Music and buy fucking DVDs and fucking CDs. Bob also wore a fucking black trench coat and was scary looking as fuck.
Hell yeah.
He was ready to fucking kill somebody.
This is after
So-
Columbine, right?
So yes, way after Columbine.
Hell
So
yeah, dude.
every time Bob
Committed.
would come into the store, I'd be like, Jesus, this fucking psychopath again. And he would buy his shit, and fucking leave, and I would be like, yep, there you go. Here's your fucking receipt, motherfucker. Then one day, he's like, do you have the Clerks animated DVD in? And I go, like Kevin Smith? He goes, yeah, there's like a cartoon DVD they released today. See if you guys had it. And I was like, fucking no, let's go see. And we found it. And he bought it, and we started talking about Kevin Smith. And that's how Bob went from the creepy motherfucker buying shit at my store to becoming a friend, was through Kevin Smith and Clerks, the animated DVD, which to this day is still one of my favorites.
It really is.
I will actually say the best thing that Kevin Smith ever made was Clerks, the animated series. It's better than Clerks. It's better than Mallrats, Dogma. I think that fucking cartoon was so goddamn funny. And I still quote it to this very fucking day. And it's the reason why me and Bob are friends. So it holds a special place in my heart.
As great as the animated series is, it's no Moose Jaws.
Has that even come out? I'll be tell you something. I don't mind Tusk. I don't hate Tusk.
I like Tusk.
I like Tusk too. I
was
legit
great.
like Tusk.
Jeepers Creepers, come on.
Now,
By the
now-
way, Doug.
now,
By the way,
Yoga
Doug. We
Hosers
own
is
Tusk
a
on
different-
Amazon. We own
Oh,
Tusk
awesome.
on Amazon.
Awesome. Yoga Hosers on the other end. That's a terrible movie. Red State is
That's what I was
maybe
thinking of,
one of my
Yoga Hosers.
favorites. Red State
Yoga
is
Hosers.
phenomenal.
You seen Bobcat Goldthwait's American what is
The
it called?
the Bigfoot movie.
No. That's fucking phenomenal too, bro.
But he's talking about the one with Brian, not Bill Murray's brother, or the one with Robin
is
Williams.
that Bill Murray's brother? Now,
Yeah.
okay, it does. Yeah,
Brian-
but he's
Brian Murray?
going around popping pop stars and
Yeah, he's killing everybody. He goes on a killing spree with his kid. Yeah,
Oh, that's
Bobcat.
great. That's a great film. I love that film.
Bobcat made some really interesting movies. Have you ever seen his early movie back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s called Shakes the
Academy?
Clown?
Yeah.
Shakes the Clown classic, bro. Come on.
With
Oh, of course not.
young Adam Sandler, like a pre-SNL Adam Sandler. Tom
Oh,
Kenny,
he
who's the
is.
voice of SpongeBob. He's in that movie.
Yeah, they grew up together, right? I think
Yeah,
they're
it's a
they,
crazy
same
fucking
town.
movie.
Yeah, all those Long Island boys are really close. Kevin James too.
Is
Bobcat-
Long Island? I think he's.
Yeah, I think he
Okay.
is.
I'm
Hold
not
on,
sure.
I'll let me sober up and be Jamie for a second.
Bobcat Goldthwait
Oh, yeah,
has
it
a
is
great
NY.
story.
No,
Back in-
Jamie. Bad Jamie.
Hey, JB.
Bad Jamie.
Bobcat Goldthwait has a great story. I believe he told on like an old Nerdist episode or maybe an old WTF live episode. I'll have to look it up and maybe I'll throw it in the comment section for everybody later.
Hey,
But
stop drinking beer.
Bobcat Goldthwait was a guest on a live performance of some podcast like maybe 5-10 years ago, a prominent podcast that's no longer around, and it was the alt scene of LA. And he tells this 15-20 minute story of playing a gathering of the Juggalos that made me laugh so goddamn hard. I had to pull the truck I was driving over because I was going to get into a fucking car wreck, like guttural fucking laughs, where he was talking about being a comedian, one of the stand-up performers at a gathering of the Juggalo, and the guy that was hired to show him around was, I can't think of his name, not Yucko the Clown. That's
Yucko.
Howard Stern.
But
it's not Yucko. It's a different guy who's a different.
Syracuse,
like
New York.
A lower Syracuse. There you go. Boston area. He came up in the Boston comedy scene. I know that. But it's this lower rent below Yucko clown that they've hired to be like the MC of the gathering of the Juggalos and to show him and other talent around. And he's like, his whole shtick is like, I'm this bum clown that the Juggalos love. He's like, you'll love the gathering of the Juggalos. Everybody here loves me. And Bobcat tells the story. He's like, we get into this golf cart and he starts taking me around. He's like, you'll love it. He's like, everybody here, they fucking love me. And he says, you just hear somebody yell his name from the side and he turns his head and somebody whips a fucking bottle of Faygo and it splits his fucking head open. Everybody loves me. Shoot.
Those guys are fucking nuts, dude. I mean, comedians, everybody that goes there get attacked. Not attacked, but like throwing shit at. And I guess that's a part of the love, right?
Right on.
Things, you know?
It's not as crazy as it used to be, but
you ever go?
I've never gone. It's been my dream. It really has been one of my fucking dreams to go, an attainable dream at that. But it's just one I've never been able to see fit. But one of the guys
was we'll go to the gathering of the Juggalos, Doug, and we'll get New Haven pizza. Those are 2 bucket list items we'll get done in the next year.
They don't always do a gathering in Connecticut. Sometimes it's Ohio. So I think this year
I'm saying we'll go to one, and we'll also go to New Haven to get pizza. We'll do both.
Well, then let me say this. Who just left us?
Rick.
Oh, Rick left us. Okay.
Said, fuck this shit, I'm out.
He'll text us. Maybe he had to go deal with his wife, I'm sure. Connecticut, Gathering of the Juggalos, and then Skankfest. Those are the only 3 dreams I have.
Skankfest, Vegas.
I want to do a Skankfest. I don't know if I want to do Vegas. That's close to you, but I don't know if I want to do a Vegas.
Man.
Yeah, they were gone almost when they went on sale, minutes after they were on sale.
You catch that? What are they doing? Winter Olympics?
I have been, dude. I watch Legion of Skank. Sometimes I'll watch the Friday episode, but for the most part, I don't. Winter, it's the Winter Olympics.
Winter.
Nobody else gets what we're talking about except Paul and Dusty.
Man, love that show, bro. I got an episode I got to finish. The last Clonopin, I think, was Brendan Sagalow.
It's a good one, dude.
I don't Clonopin.
I don't really watch the Fridays all that much, but Monday I never miss live. That's my absolute favorite thing. Yeah, I'm not big on the Zoom show, but the live show from the stand is one of my. It's one of the aside from doing this show and Brothers from Other Mothers and Bob, like the shows we do.
Oh, yeah.
It's my favorite thing that I look forward to. It's my favorite thing to look forward to.
Legion Skanks, Shane, Matt and Shane.
Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast is a great one. That's a really fucking great one.
Phenomenal. They just had and Dad Meat.
Dad Meat's a good one. I'm starting to fall in love with Dad Meat. I liked Irish Goodbye before it went off, and Joe Rogan, but lately,
Road Dog all day for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't have time to watch the whole fucking thing always, but
no.
You know,
Jesus Christ, depends. Bring Rick in.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Rick.
I'm sorry, Rick. I had it full screen. I didn't see Rick in the waiting room. My bad, Paul.
Rick, are you in your car?
Rick's everywhere today, dude.
Rick,
Sunsets, bathroom.
Answer the phone, Ricky. Ricky Henderson. Ricky, answer the phone, Ricky.
Ricky! I thought you were in Compton, Ricky.
Can you hear us, Ricky?
No, I can't hear shit right now.
Okay, I'll let
you. We got you though. We got you.
He's got multicolored headphones. I like it. It's like Bluetooth trying to pair itself.
Yeah, it's Bluetooth pairing. That's exactly what it is. I got the same headsets.
Hey, look at that. Me holding it together for almost 3 hours. I like that shit.
All right, guys. I love you to death, but I gotta hop off.
Real quick before you leave, Johnny. Final words for our audience.
Final words. Y'all stay woke, because I'm going back to sleep.
Hey, Johnny.
Peace.
Johnny, before you leave, tomorrow, are we doing anything tomorrow out of curiosity?
Not tomorrow. I'm on call, and if I'm not working, I got a lot of shit to catch up on around here. A lot of bodies to cut up and bury in the backyard.
If you
All
need
right,
any advice or you need me to fast ship you some lime, let me know.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. I got the circular saw and the jig and everything.
Forward.
I'm
Right on,
good.
Mr.
I got your back, boo boo.
I mean, prostitutes are expensive. It's either pay them or kill them. So
You're lying.
And you're not gonna pay him, am I right?
You gotta
You're
feed
not
them,
gonna
dude.
pay him.
Build them in a
I'll-
box.
I'll
Like you got
go-
skills.
I don't give
Rick-
a motherfucker what
Rick
anybody says.
Dusty.
$20 is $20.
Keep
Rick,
them under the
Dusty,
bed.
Kim, good seeing you guys. Be
All right,
well.
Johnny.
You guys take care of yourselves. All right.
Johnny,
You'll be good, big sexy.
See you on
Have a
the
good one, John.
flippity flop.
Bye, John.
love you, Johnny.
Keep the AIDS out of
Love
chicken
you
McNuggets, Johnny.
guys.
Keep the AIDS out.
They're
Yeah.
putting AIDS in the chicken McNuggets.
Who, John? Just for everybody's reference, I know Kim knows this. Any guest that comes on the show before they leave, they have to give our audience final thoughts of wisdom they would like to partake on our audience for something that they learned this week.
Like, for instance, Ricky's
On the
final
show?
thought before he
Did Ricky just
disappeared.
leave?
Yeah.
Ricky
Ricky's
knows
fine.
he's out.
Ricky
Ricky's
said, "Fuck
fine.
that."
I think Ricky's final thought before he disappeared was, man, Android phones really do suck.
He's got a Google. He's got a Google
Oh,
phone.
Oh, I thought that was a Droid phone. I don't know. I don't know the difference.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he upgraded, but last time I talked to him, he had a
He
Google
does
phone.
have a Google phone. You're right. Last time I talked to him, he had a Google phone too. Oh, he just texted me. Hold on a second. Sorry, lost audio.
Ask
All
him
right.
for his final words.
No worries. What's your final words? And
God damn
lost
it, Dust!
Dusty. That's okay. Hey, can I tell you? When I was thinking about John the other day, when John, I don't know how we brought this up. When John said something about like it's really hookers are expensive. He's like, you either let them go or you cut them up. Something, whatever he just said before he cut off.
Yeah,
Made
you
me
either got to
think
pay
of-
him or you got to kill him.
Dude. Jesus,
Maybe-
sorry.
It's all good,
All
buddy. It
Hit a
made me.
button.
It made me think of John Lithgow, and as soon as because he made me think of the Trinity Killer from Dexter. Oh shit! I didn't mean to spoil
Ooh.
anything, Kimmy. I know Kimmy just started watching Dexter. She bought the box sets. I don't know how far she did.
phenomenal.
Jesus, dickhead! Spoiler warning.
No, I
Oh.
got to like season 3, and then my son basically moved out. We were watching it together, so I'm waiting until he moves back in to finish watching it.
Was season 3 John Lithgow or was it season 4?
4. I think 4 is Lithgow.
Fuck.
I haven't
okay,
watched it in years. I reserve the right to be wrong.
Okay.
Man, I love
So-
the ham at the beginning, dude. That ham he's cooking always makes me hungry. You know, it's so thick, dude. Like old school ham. You know what I mean? Eat that as kids. Do the Jubilee, like not Jubilee, like Oscar Mayer, but like a real cut ham, man. You know, beauty.
Would
I love
would
ham steaks.
Ham steaks, bro. Come on.
Ham
Ricky-
steaks,
Ricky-
what's up?
Ricky's final thought is, I need to have a few drinks next time I come on. Would like to come over and interact with you at your place when you do it.
That's the way to do it with Ricky, for
We'll
sure.
do it. We'll do it. I'll
Mhm.
text it back after the show. What led me to John talking about the hookers thing, and they made me think of John Lithgow and Dexter, was fuck, goddamn it! I had it on the tip of my tongue and I just lost it now. Goddamn it, pothole Doug, motherfucker! You
Ding dong, weed affects
through it.
memory.
Fight through it.
trying to fight through it, dude.
Fight through it,
Fuck
dude.
you.
Got
Fuck
it.
you.
Oh,
Kim,
here's where
you're
it draws
cool.
me to.
I'm
here's
out.
here's where it is. Kim's been watching. Dusty, you might not know this, but like our other podcast that we do with John and our buddy Bob, Brothers from Other Mothers, we did a bit. It was episode 7, if I'm not mistaken. To me, where the show really took its stride, where it's John comes on the show. Back in the day when we started doing our podcast in the beginning, we didn't really have a format. We didn't know what was what, and we didn't really edit it. I didn't edit it very well. And I let certain words like slip through that you can't say anymore. And this is back in the beginning of the show.
Gamer words,
John,
baby.
It
Gamer
happens.
words.
Yeah.
Gamer
John-
words.
John would come on.
and R bombs and T bombs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All types of bombs.
I take full responsibility for my elbow surgery. That's the only reason Doug was editing. So I apologize to everybody. for
I'm not.
saying words.
I fell in love with editing after a while, and then I learned to hate it real quick.
Dude,
after how
yeah,
long
it is, dude. It sucks fucking all creativity.
I hate
out of
it.
me. It's
I
a
hate it,
hour.
8 hours to do an hour episode. Jesus.
Fuck.
That's why StreamYard is God's gift to podcasting.
StreamYard is dope.
It forced
really
us to learn how to self-censor, and even then
Yeah.
we really don't. But if I'll say this, I wouldn't so much say that I learned to self-censor so much as I'm like, you know what? I am who I am. This is how old I am. I also know there's an end to everything. If people want to give me shit, let them give me shit. But who cares? This is who I am. I'm not hateful, and if you're gonna take that from me, that's on you. You know,
I'm not gonna lie. I see how the world's going, and I decided, like, seriously, 2019, prior to the pandemic, I was gonna live like I was an old World War II veteran when I was a kid, where you could say whatever the fuck you wanted and nobody cares. And Doug's gone to groceries for me, grocery stores with me. Where like I look at the cashier and I'm like, "Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate you. Looking good today, by the way."
Oh, that's
you know
me
what I
all
mean?
day.
Like
I do that all day.
I'm like I'm old man in it till the day I die, and I don't give a shit that I'm 37.
I mean, now the racial epithets are difficult online.
Hey, here's the thing, and here's my thing on racial epithets. I don't say them. If I ever
again, it just is or this,
if
man.
I do say them. If I do say them, it's a moment of weakness, and it's never in a negative light towards a person of that demographic.
Right.
Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I know I could say this one. I'll call an Italian a spaghetti bender in a joke. You know what I mean?
Well, John is very Italian, and he literally his username on one of the episodes we did for Brothers was your Uncle Johnny Wop or whatever.
Yeah.
That
those are still acceptable.
Yeah, those are acceptable because they're white European.
Because they're white European. Mick,
white
potato
Europeans,
monkey, a dirty Irishman. You know what I mean? Like
a donkey.
These are all, yeah, these are all fire crotch. These are all acceptable. Whatever epithets, slurs.
Damn, Dustin.
Which are fun.
Kim, where'd you go, Kim?
She'll be back.
DM her and tell her she owes us final thoughts if she's not coming back.
All right, hold on.
Final thoughts. I got to think of a final thought.
Where I was going with the John Lithgow thing was what made me think of John earlier today was when I thought about it just jogged my memory when he said the killer thing. It made me think of John Lithgow and Dexter, and then it brought me immediately back to John Lithgow in Footloose and John episode 7.
John, that's my favorite thing I've ever done on the podcast with you guys.
Okay, so we did another our first podcast that we started out with Brothers from Other Mothers was Paul, myself, John, who was with us a little while ago, and our friend Bob. And we started at the beginning of the pandemic, and it kind of sprung off all these 2 other podcasts, this being one of them.
Now, real quick, before you continue, I will make sure you don't fall into a pothole. Dust, when we started the other podcast, I was Doug's little brother, who the last time I saw them was a lifetime ago. These friends of Doug's I met when I was like just before I turned 20. I knew him when I was in Florida. And by this time, I had a Navy career. And as you know, a Navy career is a lifetime. You live a whole new lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
So this is my first time seeing them since they knew me as Doug's kid brother. Yeah. Go on.
And Bob didn't have a preconceived notion of you, but John did because John met you prior to you joining the Navy, and you were a bit of a Southern rednecky kind of guy. But that was the
I'm a country boy.
You are.
And you guys grew up in Florida?
I grew up. We grew up in both Michigan and Florida.
Okay.
We moved to Florida when I was 11. When Doug was just turned 16.
What part of Florida?
Fort Myers.
Oh, Fort Myers on the Gulf.
Here's Kim.
Down there, south of Tampa.
Yep.
Yeah, about 100 miles south of Tampa.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kim, I was gonna be like, if you left without final words, I was gonna send you a mean email.
Kim,
I was gonna Karen the shit out of you.
Don't get disciplined.
My wonderful Wi-Fi stopped working.
All right.
It happens to the best of us.
Kim, listen to me. If this podcast ever becomes big, I promise I will pay for your Wi-Fi until the day you or I die.
That's beautiful. That's
a check. Beautiful thing. That's a check written today. This is like fucking Jim Carrey with his parents in the house.
You're getting that landline. You're getting super broadband,
and you'll have
or Elon Musk Starlink, one of the two.
Or Elon Musk. Then you can floss on your friends.
Hey, that's how I'm coming to everybody right now. You're getting me via Starlink.
And look at it this way, Kim. You'll also get a half-used stick of Old Spice from John every month. On top of
John's gonna lace you up. You're gonna smell wonderful.
That was a freaking joke, man.
I know. That's why it's funny.
But it was a good joke, and that's why it runs to this day.
Exactly. Good jokes always run. You always run a good joke into the ground.
I had a guy that watches the show send me fucking diapers, like Pampers to wear for my pisses, because I was always pissing on the show. So he sent me fucking Depends, bro. Like big dogs, and they fit. And I wore it. I soldiered up. I wore that shit. Big baby, dude. Shirt off. Fucking rocked it. And then, but he also sent me like liquor, sent me like shots and a dildo. I think a dildo, like a little dildo.
See, that's where I want to
all
get
the essentials. All the essentials.
Yeah, dude. Party pack. Let's go. I was ready, dude. Where's the meth?
I am a huge fan of running jokes in shows, whether they're TV shows, sitcoms, or podcasts. And in Brothers from Other Mothers, we have 2 running jokes. From episode 1, we have Ray Liotta, and then Doug, go ahead and finish the story because the Footloose thing is the other running joke.
The episode 7 is John. Like in the beginning, when we started doing Brothers from Other Mothers, John used to drink. We used to do them on Saturday nights. Now we've done them a little earlier to accommodate for everyone's time and schedule.
Right.
But back then we did them on Saturday nights. And back then John was either playing poker or podcasting with us. So he'd come in fucking pretty well lit. And he'd just continue getting tuned up as the show went on. And I would argue, like, I want everyone to get healthy. So I'm glad that it's worked out the way it's worked out. But I would argue that like some of the hardest I've ever laughed is some of those earlier podcasts with him when he would come in just fucking tuned. And episode 7, for me personally, is where I felt like the show really found its stride in who we were when we figured out like we don't give a fuck. We just care about getting the laugh. Yeah. And John showed up to the show not really drunker than a skunk, but pretty well lit. And he started telling us like, you guys know that this is the anniversary of my girlfriend's death. I had a girlfriend. She's fucking dead. She died.
He was being serious.
He was being totally serious.
You got to know, Dust. This is not a joke. This is my proudest moment. This is my proudest moment podcasting.
I am going to clip this. I'm going to clip this segment of the episode out and DM it to you on Twitter at Dusty. But he came in sincere. And now I've known Bob, like Paul is another story, but Bob, our other host on the show, him and I have known John for maybe 20 years. Bob's known him longer than I have, but I'd say almost 2 decades. I've never known John to have a girlfriend, or I've known him to have girls that he's pined over and girls that he was interested in. This was the first time I ever knew he had a girlfriend. And when he said that, we all thought he was just fucked up and setting up a bit and just inadvertently started laughing at him. And it just ensued. It ensued into this thing where he got really mad and Paul just looked at him and he's like, I think you started describing the plot of Footloose to him.
He what happened was he's talking like he's like, I dated this girl. She was a good Christian girl. And, like, she wasn't for me, but I loved her. And, like, he's pouring his heart out. Like, he's really getting emotional. And you see me in the podcast, I'm just sitting there like this. And, like, it comes down and it gets done, and I'm like, I'm sorry, John. I know you're emotional, but I just lived out the whole fucking movie of Footloose, pretending you being Kevin Bacon and her being the preacher's daughter.
Oh, God.
There's more to it than that. Yeah, there's more to it than that.
How funny is that, dude?
I'm going to clip the segment to you so you have context for it, but that's what brought me to John Lithgow. And he looked at, like, as Paul said that, Paul's just like, it just felt like the plot of Footloose. That's all I could hear in my mind. And he said it out loud.
All I can see is John, this big man just dancing his ass off like Kevin Bacon at 120 pounds.
Light, tearing it down.
Yeah.
And Paul went into a sincere retelling of the plot, or at least the trailer plot of Footloose with John as the main star.
That's what it was.
And then there was a beat where he finished it and you could see me and Bob die laughing. And John's like, well, I'm never fucking telling you cocksuckers anything ever again, you sons of bitches.
Motherfucker decides to open up, and that's what he gets. And you gotta know that was gonna happen. I mean, what do you want?
Is it episode 7, Doug? Are you 100% sure that it's episode 7?
I'll look it up right now.
I'll pull it up right now. Is what I'm saying. I'll pull it up on the stream.
Just double check.
That type of thing is for offline discussions.
Okay,
that's what I mean.
But that's where you found it.
No, I'm taking Dust's advice. We won't pull it up on the stream. I'm too drunk. It'll probably take me forever.
No, I thought he was talking about. I think he's talking about like John's story, like stories like what John was talking about is something that you keep for the stream. But I would argue, normally I would agree with you, but I would argue, it is episode 7, Death and Other Bowls of Soup for the Footloose Soulless is what the episode's named.
Say it again. Say it again.
Episode 7, Death and the Other Bowls of Soup for the Footloose Soulless.
Good fucking name, dude.
Jesus.
Good
Do we have a
fucking
time?
name.
I know we used to have a timestamp. Do we have a timestamp on that still?
I'll tell you this: the episode's only an hour and 2 minutes long, so it's the first. I'd say it's the first 15 minutes. If I'm not,
All
that's
right, well,
how
you
the
guys-
show opens. The show
you guys-
opens.
I gotta listen
guys-
to that.
He'll pull it up. He's gonna pull it up. He'll find it.
Oh
We'll-
fuck yeah! I want
Um,
to hear. I gotta hear that. I gotta hear this.
I would say though this particular episode for me anyway is I took over editing I think on this episode or the episode prior to this one, and I had never edited before. When we were talking earlier before about the pandemic and how we started doing all this podcast shit, like Joe Biden promised to give us was it $1,500 when he got into office that was going to be the stimulus package from COVID. And I told Paul, I'm like, fuck it. Like, if we're getting serious about doing the show, like, I'm going to buy a brand new computer. And he gave me the specs for what I needed. I bought the computer, and then I started. You were recording the episodes in the beginning, and then I started editing them, and then I got better internet, or I don't remember how it was. But you got
That's
better
usually the steps right there. That's the
Yeah.
steps, dude. You record it like that, and then you get something like what we're on now,
yeah.
StreamYard, where it's just you can save it on there.
It became so
download
much,
it.
and it became so much fun doing it. Like I fell in love with learning how to edit. I fell in love with learning how to tell a story. Like I figured out how the media tells a narrative by editing a
Yes.
podcast.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
a lot
you
of
can.
fun. You really
And you
can.
can
Like
take that, and then somebody has to do the clips. Then you got to get your clips that are going to be whatever they are, and that are.
We have a clip
segments.
channel, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm half paying attention, but we have a clip channel.
when the fuck
All
did we
right.
get a clip channel? Were you
I
gonna
built
tell-
one. Knew we were
You
going to need
gotta.
one eventually.
You
Nice,
got to,
okay.
man. You got to have a clip channel. You got to have fucking Reddit. You got to have the Twitter. You got to have all that. But you got to be able to take your little gems of whatever you find. And I mean, me and Cliff would go through, and it would literally be like 50. You know what I mean? On some when you, especially if you're going 3 hours, depending on how
Sure.
quick the joke is, the topic. People's attention span, if they don't know you either, is so fast that I was like, putting out 10, 15 minutes just wasn't a thing. If you have a big YouTube channel, I don't know. Cliff has a decent YouTube channel. His got deleted too when he had like 10, 20,000 subs on a different one. That got deleted. So we're back at like 700 on his, which is better than, but we kept getting strikes for language and harassment. They say harassment when you're talking about a topic that's a famous person or like a celebrity.
That
They
is
say
fucking
we get like bullying, and it's like
Some
you
of the
can't.
rules-
It's weird.
Some of the rules are absolutely fucking ridiculous, and I don't understand how the algorithms work. I really don't.
This is so fucking sad. I'm about to say
Look
this.
bitter back then,
I've
bro.
actually read all the fucking rules, and there have been many times we have danced up to it. Times you have crossed it where I'm like, Doug, stop, shut up. Especially when
Yeah.
we're talking about cruise ships.
Oh yeah.
I think that's
Piracy.
piracy, like pirates in general.
We are not endorsing piracy or boarding a vessel and taking
No.
a vessel
Let
in
me tell you
international
something.
water.
Right.
Listen-
They will say hate speech, like that is like promoting violence, which I've gotten multiple times.
It's
Where-
the number one reason shit gets struck down.
Well, and
Number
it's
one
like,
reason.
There's no context in that YouTube. There's no context for comedy. That's when you're at least for that. I have to operate that way. I have to be sane, because you'll just keep going. These people they're insane. You just have to know but you have to operate under their rules. You're using their fucking platform and just get over it.
And to be honest, like in the beginning, that's what made doing the show fun, was like learning how to edit because of that. But then it became the reason why I hated editing. Like it became sitting down for 8 hours and learning how much I hated doing this just to get the product I wanted.
Yes.
And I'm like, when Paul figured out the streamer, that's honestly one of the reasons why I wanted to take breaks in between shows, because it got to be too fucking much. But
It
when
is
we
a lot.
figured out StreamYard,
Mhm.
that's what we talked about. Like the thing with StreamYard is we're not going to be able to edit it, but we'll be able to learn how to self-edit. And it's like it really has been like a wonderful fucking thing since we switched over.
I'll
to
be
this.
honest.
Yeah.
Here's the beauty about StreamYard. I can simulcast to YouTube, Odyssey, and Rumble. And if YouTube, because the day is going to come where we get kicked off of YouTube.
It will.
I'm so thankful that we have Rumble and Odyssey, which will never kick us off.
I gotta go get that, man. I gotta get on there. I was
Rumble-
using like
Ru-
BitChute and those people.
Rumble's becoming viable where it eventually will kick people off for shit. But Odyssey, the way they have it set up on the blockchain, they can't kick people off.
What
Which is
about
beautiful.
D-Link? D-Link or D-Live?
I don't fuck with D Live. They've
Okay.
already canceled. They canceled Owen Benjamin, and many others.
Oh, yeah?
But once you get rid of Owen Benjamin, you lose me as a platform. Except for
man.
YouTube, but YouTube is so big you have to fucking use it. You have to.
Yeah, people don't understand when you're talking that long and you're trying to be funny, like the that what you're going through to try to get people to laugh, dude.
You're trying to entertain. You're trying to entertain without stepping over the line.
You're trying, but
I
there's
hate
a big learning curve to that. If you're just starting from zero on like YouTube and you're like our comedy, like when it's in this vein, if it's like darker, bro. I mean, come on, talking about talking about a million different dark subjects.
Ted Kaczynski, yeah.
I mean, that was. I mean, that's.
I thought Lenny Bruce died on this hill a long time ago for all of us.
And you can get away with a lot more on audio, is what I found too, as far as comedy. If you're gonna go hard, like I can go hard on Spotify, I can go hard on, like I can be pretty much. I just as long as it's not. I don't use a lot of racial epithets, like the main words. You can make racial humor and jokes.
Yeah,
but
you just don't say the main word. That's all. I agree with you.
N-bomb it. You can N-bomb it and just say N-bomb. You can just be like N-bombs or whatever. You come up with something if that's what you're doing. I mean,
I like finding alternate words that sound ridiculous and funny. That make the joke.
That's what Rekieta Law does. That's what Rekieta Law does.
He's really good at that. I'm good at that.
Yeah, he uses bingers, bikes, and what's the other one? Bingers, bikes, and blinks.
Bingers, bikes, and blinks.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but it's interesting. It's interesting to see who resonates with it too. Like this particular show, and I do credit it to Paul. Like we talk about it quite extensively. But Paul was never, like, in the last few years, he's never been a social media guy. He's been completely against it. Where I'm the kind of person where my brain is just so erratic and all over the place that, like, I need multiple outlets to fuck with. Now I've gotten away from Facebook. I got back on Twitter. Unreal, Paul. Unreal.
I'm so glad he joined us while we have this clip about to be played.
What clip is that?
We are introducing Dust to the Footloose clip from from Brothers from Other Mothers.
Dusty, who's with us, is somebody I met through our Twitter page, who also has a podcast and has similar tastes in comedy and whatnot. And John came on for a little while, and we were explaining to him, like, where we thought Brothers from Other Mothers took off. We were getting ready to play the clip of John telling us about Footloose. You know what I'm talking about, Bob.
Jesus.
Oh, I do.
What up, man? How are you? Oh, is he on? That's
he's working. My man's working.
Oh, okay.
He's driving. So, Paul, I guess without any further ado, go ahead and hit play. All right, let's play the clip.
Let me make sure volume is max. All right, we're good.
Fucking girlfriend. Jesus Christ.
How is she doing anyway?
Yeah, how's Rosie?
Died.
Your hand's dead?
She's dead. She's dead.
I don't
guys know that.
So you had a girlfriend? I did not know you had a girlfriend. In the time I've known you, this is the first girlfriend I've ever known of that you've had. Seriously.
Do you guys not know the last girl that I dated, like 3 years, died last year?
Jesus.
No.
It's a true story. I'm not being funny. The last person I dated, the last person I had sex with, fucking died in a car accident in Cape Coral last year.
John, it's not that
I broken up.
I'm really trying not to laugh.
It's not that I disbelieve you. I just wish you wouldn't say this story with a smile on your face.
Not to laugh?
I've been drinking.
Okay.
I'll be dead fucking serious. I'll be dead serious. Because in Happy Gilmore, when everyone asked him, he's like, "Oh, how's that girl you're seeing? Oh, she's dead. She fell off a cliff." My ex-girlfriend is literally dead. Very, very sad. Granted, we broke up for about 1.5 years, and the relationship ended very bad.
Her dad was the local reverend, and
she died.
Music.
And
John was a testament to everything that he believed in. So John helped her fight back against the system.
And then John did this crazy dance in this air ganger.
I heard they did a documentary on that.
Well, I'm never going to share anything personal with you fucking asshole. Jesus fucking Christ.
He cut it fast though, bro. That could have went on a long time being painful, bro.
First off, that is Doug's first editing because there was a lot that was cut out of that. A lot that was cut out of that.
So quick.
And I am so glad because even though it was heavily edited, that still holds up to this day.
Jesus,
that
dude,
still holds up.
It's still funny.
That's money.
Yeah.
That's so fucking money.
That episode, that particular moment is where I honestly knew, like, it's not just me. I know this is funny to somebody else because that one started. That's where the episode started to resonate with people that knew us.
That's
my two favorite Brothers from Other Mothers, and that's my number 2. My number 1 is the John and Bob rant about Ray Liotta in the very first episode we ever did.
The greatest.
That episode 1 is where I knew we had something to build on.
Yeah.
We had something to build. I got that time-stamped. That one I have time-stamped. That's my favorite.
Pull it up.
The love of Ray Liotta.
Bro,
Bob's here. Bob's here. Don't say you love Ray Liotta. Bob's here.
Oh shit.
Bob,
You're saying you're not a big fan of Turbulence, huh?
I'm not a big fan of fucking Ray Liotta.
You're saying
Fuck
Dominic
Eugene.
you're saying that he didn't have that epic performance in Goodfellas.
Okay, so one performance does not a career.
I can't wait for this clip.
Okay, I got it. Everybody, mute your mic real quick. And mainly, Bob, we just got a lot of background noise coming through. That's the only reason I'm saying that. All right, let me share screen here. Sorry, guys. I'm the asshole right now. All right, so to paint the scene for you, Dust.
Yeah.
We've talked about Ray Liotta. The name of the episode is Ray of Sunshine.
Their first episode. Holy shit!
And Bob,
my hair.
Bob makes it abundantly clear that he is not a Ray Liotta fan. And then after poking and pressing for an hour, we finally figured out why Bob doesn't like Ray Liotta. Are you ready?
Wait. I can't wait.
All right.
I know nobody likes Ray Liotta.
Get ready.
Who hates Ray Liotta?
Here, you ready? It's coming.
I'm ready.
Here.
Because I enjoy somebody's art. Give me a goddamn break.
All right.
I
Are
wish
you
the
watching
mail
the
was gonna
Champions
back me up
commercial
right
yet?
now.
I can't pull anything up because I'll fuck up the
Taboo.
recording right now. But I will watch it, Bob, and I will report back.
I want to see a recording of you watching it.
Shit, you're right, Bob. I just watched it, and Goodfellas all of a sudden sucks because of the jam thing. You're absolutely right. Jesus Christ, what would I do without you in my life, Bob?
It's just gone.
Oh, man.
Gone.
Dude, I feel so fucking bad for Martin Scorsese right now. His masterpiece just completely went to shit because I just
After
watched that
watching The
commercial.
Irishman, you should
my God.
watch for Martin Scorsese.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
You
didn't
mean to
like The
tell me,
Irishman?
bro? Really? You mean to tell me that when Joe Pesci?
Okay, that's.
I like
to
how
me-
he's just so confident sipping that bottle, dude. Love that.
That's
Dude.
Bob.
Just like,
Bob, bring the
fuck
audio
Ray
back
Liotta,
up,
dude.
brother. Bring the audio back up, Bob.
Come on.
Oh, good.
Hating Ray Liotta with confidence, dude.
Yeah,
And it was that has been a running gag on Brothers from Other Mothers for almost 2 years now. Is Ray Liotta?
I respect it.
forgot how
I
funny
respect
that
his
was.
hatred for that man somehow. I still.
I don't agree, but I respect
I
it.
don't. I respect it. I respect it, dude. His gangster. to
Your
hate Ray
opinion of
Liotta.
Bob's opinion on Ray Liotta is mine with the Bernie Sanders. Like, I don't agree with it, but I respect him.
Yeah, God damn it. I respect the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There's a
I
lot of
respect
things that I don't like that other people really love, and that's okay.
It's America, bro. You don't need anybody's. You don't need anybody's permission to hate Ray Liotta, dude.
Dude, hold on. I was talking to Dust. You just reminded me. I was watching Rekieta Law on YouTube this week, and not Rekieta Law, Good Logic, and he had Rekieta Law on as a guest. And they were talking about The Wire, and Good Logic's like, yeah, I tried watching episode 1 and I hated it. I quit watching it after 15 minutes. And Rekieta Law ripped into him and goes,
As he should.
if you don't make it to the end of episode 1, where and he's like, here's all I'm gonna say. When they were talking to a guy about a death, of a guy named Snot, who constantly robbed a fucking dice game, and the first episode ends with, well, if he kept robbing the game, why did you guys constantly let him play? And he said the first episode ends with, this is America, man. You got to.
You
got to.
That's fucking G shit, dude. Are you?
That's why The Wire is a fucking great show.
The Wire is the fucking bomb, bro.
The Wire is
fucking
my
shit.
favorite HBO show.
Fucking A Cotton.
Well,
I'll
I
agree
mean,
with that. I'll agree with that.
Come on, man. Eastbound and Down first. Wire.
Never watched Eastbound and Down. So The Wire is.
I've watched
Do
it.
yourself
Dust.
a favor.
I've watched it, Dust. I don't agree with it, but I will tell you this: the Lord blessed me with 3 things in this world: the mind of a scientist, an arm like a fucking cannon, and the cock of a Burmese python.
Python, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Woo! KP.
Woo!
Let's go. Woo! What? Can I fuck you with the scream mask on?
Hey, I gotta tell you, it's been really nice playing down here in Mexico, and I appreciate you've been my cum dumpster. And don't think I don't love it.
Dude, Don Johnson comes out of nowhere with a home run, dude. Rats his own boy out. Rats his own boy out.
Fucking shout out, baseball season's back. MLB struck a deal. I know nobody cares about sports ball on this podcast. My bad.
I certainly don't care.
My bad.
I care
Baseball.
about sports, just not baseball.
I stopped caring about anything, dude. Any sport, I just don't give
The
a
only
shit
sport
anymore.
left I got that I like is baseball. It's the only one.
Yeah.
Only one.
I respect that, you know. I like, you know, I guess last time, I can't remember last time I watched a baseball game. I don't remember. But
I don't know.
The only sport I have love for left is pro wrestling, old school pro wrestling.
oh, I'm getting back into it, dude. That's where I'm going back. I'm going back to my first love. You know, going back to that well that made me so
I never left.
happy. Dude,
I never left.
From my grandpa, dude, on Sunday, so I didn't have to go to the Holy Mormon Tabernacle, fucking learn about the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, bro. You know what I mean? I took a beating for fucking the Hulkster. You know what I mean?
Did we lose Bob?
No, Bob's there.
Macho
Bob's
Man.
there.
Dust.
Look, I don't know about you. My first love was not wrestling. My first love was a girl named Misty in the 3rd grade.
Oh, girls named Misty give great blowjobs and have big old titties. That's just
Misty.
a statistical fact.
That's not a
statistical fact.
That's not a statistical fact. There's
That
a girl
is
in
too.
the town
You
named
can
Misty.
Google it, friend.
There's a girl in the
Google
town
it.
named Misty who's got A-sized breasts. Not that that's a big deal or anything. Breasts are breasts, but that's
I
not
said
a fact.
statistical. Every
Statistical. That's
statistic
like
has its
Bertha.
fucking rule.
Yeah,
Dust.
that's at least.
Taught me on a technicality.
Dust, I got to tell you this real quick because this is one of Doug's favorite things about my life. I am a recipient of Bret Hart's glasses.
Bret Hart? No fucking way. You got Bret Hart's fucking glasses.
1992, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Dude,
Bret
I
Hart
would wear those at all times.
Bret Hart versus Ric Flair for the World Championship. Yes, Ric Flair was in WWF and he held the World Championship.
I know. I watched him. I watched him in the WWF. That was like
He was
what,
only
80,
there for 1 year.
Was it only 1 year?
1 year.
80 what?
WrestleMania 8,
92.
so 84 plus 92. Yeah, 92.
92. Okay. My brother was $1 million man. He had $1 million man doll in like 92, 93, dude. That he used to just fuck all day, dude. He just fucked the shit out of that doll. He just
Dude fucks. Dude fucks.
Oh, you mean
He
the old
fucks.
wrestling buddies? The old
The wrestling buddies, exactly, bro. $1 million man style.
Paul had
Holes in the
Macho Man and
butthole.
Ultimate Warrior, if I'm not mistaken.
I had the Ultimate Warrior. Brian Nord had the Macho Man.
When we were kids, it's funny. It's really funny because when we were kids, we grew up here in the Upper Peninsula, and then in '96 we moved to Florida. When we lived here as kids, our dad and our uncle brought us to WWF. Back then it was WWF matches in Green Bay, Wisconsin, but an hour and a half away at the Brown County Arena. John keeps sending me different TikToks.
John's getting
Wait over that well.
Dude, you better watch it. He's gonna catch a pedo charge on there, bro. They're setting you up. Those Chi-Coms. That's a Chi-Com app trying to pedo out Americans, dude. I know it.
Listen. Let me tell you about my nutraceuticals.
Before we continue on.
All right, everyone.
I'm telling you, Alex Jones would say the same thing, dude. Papa Jones.
All right, Bob. See you later. Hey, Bob. Final words.
Final words. Ray Liotta, dude. I got your back.
Yeah. Fuck Ray
Final-
Liotta. Later.
Fuck Ray Liotta, dude.
Drive safe. Final words. Fuck Ray Liotta.
That's a great final word.
When we left here, we were fortunate enough to go with our dad and our uncle to these WWF match in Green Bay, like an hour and a half away. We went to a couple of them. Paul really lucked out because he was friends with some of the kids in the area we lived in who I don't know if they were I wouldn't say special needs, but they don't know. Paul, I really don't. I really
He
don't
was
know.
special needs. You said it correctly. He was special
but
needs.
I don't know
He
if
was
the
one of
re-
my best friends.
Short bus.
But I don't
you know,
know if he's the
magical.
reason you guys got the access you got. Is what I'm saying. It's like I
He
don't know
was.
the reason.
He was.
Special angels.
So like
God's perfect angels.
God's perfect angel. God's little blessings that if they're not baptized when they're born, they go to hell. Paul had access to matches I didn't get to go to where he met Bret Hart. He met
I went to a lot. I went to a lot of matches with Grandpa.
Bro,
too.
how did your little kid heart not pop from excitement? I mean,
here's the big ones. Bret Hart's glasses are number one. I got the Smoking Guns cowboy hat. I got their Stetson.
Who is
Billy
your dad?
Gunn. Huh?
Did your dad
My dad's a blue collar dude. No. I always got ringside access. My grandfather got ringside access in Florida because he knew how much I loved wrestling. I've always been the bigger wrestling. Doug liked wrestling in the late 80s, early 90s. I never walked away from professional wrestling my whole entire life. It's always been a love. 5 years.
Oh, so you're like me and my brothers. That's about us, man. So you would wrestle? Would
Are
you
you older or
yeah.
younger, Dusty?
I'm the older one.
Yeah. That makes so much sense, dude. Is your brother like more conservative and more like by the book? You seem more like me, dude.
No, he is not. He's a wild man in southeast Colorado, dude. Some rural area on 80 acres, just fucking rooting.
My dream. It's my dream.
It's my dream, dude. It's God's country, bro. It's so beautiful. Built a house out there. Fucking, he's got that Alamosa, I think, by the Great Sand Dunes, man. It's ridiculous.
If I make it big, Kim's Internet, buying a ranch with a lot of land. Those are it's priority number one and priority number two.
You can get it like $300 an acre, man. You know,
there's still places in America where it's still untamed.
You can fucking do it there, man. I mean, I've looked
That's the crazy thing. People don't realize there are still land in America that human beings have not stepped foot on.
Bro, and it's affordable, and you can get the money loan. They'll lend it to you. They'll make payments, dude.
And if we learned anything from Yellowstone, Doug, we learned this: buy land that nobody wants.
Buy land that nobody wants. That's what my brother did. That's exactly what he did.
When I left California almost immediately to come here, my dad knew what was going on. Like I was in the process of withdrawing through opiates, and I was like really into weed at the time.
Yeah.
So my dad's like, this is the way you ought to take to come here. Like I was coming, I would move back here. I moved back with my parents to rehabilitate. That's exactly what happened. And my life was reborn anew.
Nice.
And my dad said, take this way, go through this way. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm going through Colorado because it splits halfway through. I'll get to see what it looks like. I've always wanted to go to Colorado, and I get to go to get legal weed. Because at that time, California, it was January 1st, 2018 when it was open to recreation. You had to be a California resident when I was there.
Oh, really?
So, but Colorado, yeah.
Okay.
Colorado though, like when
Colorado, anybody, right?
Yeah, I drove through Colorado. I hit the first fucking dispensary before they closed. It was all people in their fucking 70s. It was awesome.
Yeah.
So it was such an experience, dude.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I'd ever experienced like legal marijuana.
Coming from Florida, especially because they didn't. Yeah. It's still not legalized there, right?
It's legal. It's medically legal.
Okay.
I don't know what the quality's like. I can't imagine it's good.
Dude, when I was there, they were arresting people for seeds. If they pull you over and find seeds, like they found seeds in my car when I got out of the Navy. I got pulled over with
just
a full
good old boy.
Never meaning no harm. Dude, I had a full gallon of Captain Morgan, half drunk, 2 open containers, and they're sweating me for the seeds. They're not even worried about my 1.7 alcohol level.
Michigan, now you could have literally 10 pounds of weed on you where we live. Nobody will give a shit. They're like, do you have like a gram of meth?
Oh yeah.
Because if you have any meth, you're done.
Meth is no bueno, dude.
But it's funny because and it's not no bueno. He's exactly right because the people like
my brother did use it to get off opiates, but don't do that, kids. If you're watching this, that's not a
statistically
power
not
move.
The best decision.
Not the best. Not the. This is per. You have.
Kids, if you want my advice,
please
don't.
Very
similar. It's very similar.
Just don't do drugs.
Just decide that you want to take you want to do don't do drugs. This is the best thing to say. But if you decide to do drugs or you find yourself like backed in a corner where you're already hooked on them, decide that you want to do comedy. Fool yourself into thinking, yeah, you're right. I'm almost 40. I can go ahead and sell my house for way less than it's worth and move to California not knowing a goddamn thing.
Hey, boys, last call.
Last
Okay.
call.
Last call.
Last call for alcohol. Cheers.
So
But
by the time Paul ends this last
my
beer, we're
agua.
ending the podcast.
all right.
Just so
I
you
had no
see.
idea where I was going with that, man. You threw me off, Paul.
No, you're going across country. You're in Colorado.
You got a beer to figure it out.
You know, you short sell the house. You got a dream that I can back the dream. It's a little. We're all a little. You got to be insane a little bit, dude. You got to. We're not living.
And you know what kills me, Dust? At the time, I was too focused on the job I had to help my brother, and it burned me alive that I couldn't be there for him to walk him through the process, to be like, listen, don't do this. Don't do this.
Yeah.
I tried to tell him don't move to California, but
yeah,
I could see in his heart talking to him, the dream was big, and I'm like, I can't stifle the dream. I can't stifle the dream.
But you know what it was?
Feeling, man.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever said this out loud. It wasn't just the dream of doing comedy, because it really was that. Like, I fell in love hardcore with Joey Diaz more than anybody.
Sure, the church.
Fuck it, dude. Like
Listen the cocksucker.
The whole fucking aspect, everything that him and
Rich.
Bert, everything about it. Like, it's funny because everything about that, everything I fell in love with about LA West Coast comedy is exactly what the reason I've fallen in love with East Coast comedy, like Legion of Skanks now, because it's all like Paul says, comedy's dangerous. Like Ari says, comedy is now dangerous again, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
It is good, man. When it's electric,
exactly.
Woogie woogie. You know, it's got to be. It's fun, dude. Even though I'm about to get. It wouldn't be fun if I didn't feel like I was going to get kicked off of something. I just know in a little, and I'm not even in front of a stand-up crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm recording literally by myself sometimes. I mean, a lot of the times. And it
Now-
feels good.
And Dust, to go, now we're just waiting for an email. Like, we're not the Lenny Bruce's who's going to get dragged off in handcuffs. We're at the point where, like, our badassery is like, all right, the email's coming today that tells us we're no longer platformed.
Yeah.
How am I going to make this work on alt tech? I got to make this work on alt tech.
Well, it wasn't Kim. It was Bob's cousin. At one point, I think it was Bob's cousin that commented on one of our YouTube videos. She did a lengthy comment about like an assessment of all of us doing on Brothers from Other Mothers episode, where she did an assessment of like, somebody tell John to shut the fuck up, stop drinking so much and shut the fuck up. Doug, you're coming into your own. And I think that's what this show has ultimately become as well. That was Kim? I thought that was Bob's cousin that said that. Okay,
Kim is wise beyond her fucking years.
Whoever said that is, I said the first time though where I took that into consideration, like we are coming into our own.
Oh, it is
like,
Bob's cousin. You're right.
I know I'm
an
right,
asshole.
you dipshit.
I'm
Jesus
sorry.
Christ.
I'm sorry. Kim,
You
I
know
still
what's-
love you though.
You know what's funny, Paul? You're wrong a lot of the time. I just don't say anything because
I lie with confidence. That's the key, bro.
And I'm not that way. I'm a fucking stoner who admits his fault at every. I'm the first person to throw myself under the bus, man.
Oh,
so.
we know.
You know,
Literally? Do you know literally?
It's a lovable fault, I guess, or not, depending on how you look at it. It's a good thing to tell the truth.
Well,
You know?
it's funny. As I get older, I get more confidence, but like it's weird. Like I don't have a lot of confidence in myself. Like I think that's why I lose favor with a lot of things I'm saying, because as most of the shit comes out of my mouth, it's like it started off funny, but as it's dovetailing to the end, it's like this isn't funny at all, and then I just like lose my train of thought completely. That's the difficult aspect of doing what we do here.
Yeah. I have no problem with lying in vain. I hate lying. Lying is something I hate. But if you lie and not realize you're lying, as long as you fucking correct the record as quickly as possible.
I didn't hear what Kim said, Paul. You were talking some
I'm sorry,
bullshit.
Kim. Kim, I'm an asshole. Go ahead.
I was just saying that, Doug, you doubt yourself and double think because you're freaking high all the time.
Literally.
I know. But I got to tell you something, though. I feel good. Like, it's one of the few times where I was like, it's weird. Like, Ricky didn't get a chance to say it, but like when I first moved back here, I met Ricky through karaoke. When I moved to this little town that we live in a small town. Paul will be able to tell you better than I would the population here, but it is fucking dirt small.
Yeah.
And when I moved here, I didn't know anybody, and I figured the only way there's only a handful of things to do here. There's 3 restaurants, there's 2 bars, no 3 bars if you count the VFW. And
we got a VFW.
We got
multiple VFWs,
Blues Mafia,
bro.
dude. How much is the beers there?
I don't want to say their name out loud. Paul almost bought the bowling alley
hey,
they own.
Double Bubble Tuesdays and 25-cent Thursdays.
Holy shit. 25-cent, dude. I had to stop. I'll tell you how expensive California is. When I was drinking, I mean, I'm taking a break from drinking.
I worked in San Diego. I know.
Oh yeah, man. It's fucking $5 is like the standard for like a low end beer.
Why is California like that? Why the fuck is everything so expensive?
Well,
there?
Doug, let me tell you the story of Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah,
let me tell you the story of Republicans.
We're on our final beer. Let's fucking do it, dude.
Everybody's fucking virtue signaling cocksuckers. They can't even vote for their own fucking their own self what they want. Like they'd rather vote.
Here's the thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing. Republicans and Democrats both want it used to be Republicans and Democrats wanted the same thing. They wanted everybody to be able to live and be happy. The difference was Republicans believe to live and be happy, you have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you have to make your own way in life. Democrats believe that there are people who don't have the ability to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and need that extra help. So in Republican areas, you have no fucking government organizations that are handing out free money to help you boost in life. Therefore, taxes are low in Republican areas. In Democrat areas, they feel they have to fucking give you everything, including a Thanksgiving turkey, and they got to buy your Christmas tree. And there needs to be 3 government organizations involved that help you do those things. Ergo, you have to pay more taxes. When taxes have to be paid, the price of everything that's sold inside that area has to be raised to make sure everybody gets a Thanksgiving turkey and everybody gets a Christmas tree.
You just made my point. I was going to say, who doesn't love a Thanksgiving turkey and a Christmas tree?
No, that's it. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it.
It's America.
But the difference of how we get to that point is how we disagree on things.
That's true.
Stifling creativity, man. You could go cut down your own.
Exactly. And that's a conservative viewpoint. A conservative viewpoint is get in the fucking family truckster, drive out into the middle of nowhere, forget that you forgot to bring a chainsaw or an axe, and then you pull it out with the family truckster, roots and all, bring it back to your house and realize it's 3 feet too tall and it's going to hit the roof of your fucking ceiling. But you still put a smile on your face, a fucking star on the top of that goddamn tree, and god damn it if you don't taste sap when you cut the cords.
Merry motherfucking Christmas, kids. You fucking like that shit.
Motherfuckers!
We're going almost 4 hours. We still got one viewer. I gotta say, it's one of the best episodes we've ever done. It really is. That's the other thing I'll say about this show. Let me go on this real quick. And I don't know why I attribute it to you, Paul, particularly. This is my way of thanking you.
I'm gonna Han Solo the shit out of this when you're done, by the way.
I know. That's exactly. I know exactly why you said Han Solo, bitch. But no, I attribute it to Paul. Paul has never been a social media person, and since I've moved back up here, and we both moved back up to Michigan, Paul has always. It's where I don't have Facebook, but whether it's Facebook, MySpace, LiveJournal, Twitter, whatever, I've always needed. My brain is fucked up. I needed something to get this shit out of my head. Like I'm sure you do. Like I'm sure many people do. Paul's never been that person. Paul's always been very content being on his own and letting people eat each other. And when we started doing this particular show, for whatever reason, Paul said, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and try for the first time. Not that he wasn't trying on brothers, but it wasn't his thing. It was 4 different guys, different takes on things. You know what I mean? And it worked well. This is very much more Paul. It's both of us, but it's very much more Paul.
I'm going to stop you real quick. It's do or do not. There is no try.
Okay, Yoda. Anywho,
good attitude. Good attitude. That's what you do. That's what I think every day, bro. When I want to record, you gotta go. You gotta get it done, bro.
And
but I enjoy it. You know what I mean? When you kick it on.
When we started doing the show, we started doing it called Brothers from the Same Mother as the offshoot podcast. And then Paul said, we ought to start doing this separately just so people don't get confused by the names of the 2 podcasts because they're very similar, like one word off. And we figured out this name that we went with, Sibling Revelry. Paul decided to create a Twitter page, an Odyssey page, a Rumble page, a Truth Movement. Way to go. I never thought I'd say this. I miss you, Donnie. I miss you hardcore, Donnie. I don't give a fuck if that gets us kicked off.
Listen, I saw all these social medias kicking everybody off, and I said, I'm going to make a social media that kicks no one off.
If not for nothing else, not for the gas, but goddamn it, the laughs that I had under that dude.
Shut up, Donnie, dude. I miss Don, big old DJ, dude.
Dude, Joe Biden's just as funny, but not as funny.
The gas prices were better under 45. It's all
Everything was better, dude. Come on, run it back, dude. Look at run it back, bro. Let's run it back, dude. Trump 70-70. Let's go. You know what I mean?
when we started doing this, though, Paul really kind of he shined, and Paul's like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and join these different social media sites. I'm going to go ahead and try something. He's like, he would give me, he'd give me like the veto power of like, do you think this looks good? What do you think of this?
We're 50-50. This is a business venture.
We're 50-50. And he's like, what do you think of this? I'm like, dude, everything you've done has impressed me. It's more than I would ever be able to do. Like, I'm the kind of guy that shows up and gives ideas and tries to be funny. Beyond that, I'm no use to you. I'm not. And Paul took this show, and it's honestly, we started the show. I think the first episode's like at 50 some, maybe 60 some views. The last week's episode, 2 weeks ago, prior to this one, our episode,
if you're counting our first episode, like Brothers from the Same Mothers, you got to add this channel plus Brothers from Other Mothers.
I'm talking about this podcast, Sibling Revelry.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I get what you're saying, because Brothers.
Episodes 1 through 5 are simulcast on 2 different channels. You can get it here on Sibling Revelry, or you can get it on Brothers from Other Mothers. Once we made the split, once we made the split, then it's separated. And I also want to say, Kim, you may not know this, but you kind of have a stake because I constantly ask you questions kind of covertly, and I'm drunk enough to say that, and you've given advice that I follow.
Is this audio? You have audio? You put it on Spotify and
so no, we don't. And me and Doug talked about that, and I'll explain it. We both think this is more of a visual variety show than it is an audio podcast.
It lends itself to having.
You know that Spotify is doing video now, right?
But you got to be Joe Rogan.
No, you don't. I got it on there, dude.
Paul,
tell me more.
You need to get with Dusty.
Doug, you're the fucking RSS feed bullshit.
I'm not. I do it through Anchor. I do when it comes to audio. I do it through Anchor.
And
That's
Anchor is who I use, and then that was my first one. I mean, I have Spotify. It goes to Spotify. They own Spotify, or Spotify owns them. But now they do video. You do like quick upload, and you can put this up. You can put all your episodes up.
Paul,
Dust, I hate to do this to you because I know it's fucking work. Can we schedule a time with you where we can walk through it? I'm one of those guys who needs a visual, like walk me through it once, and I'll be able to do it.
I can share the screen on here.
We won't do it. We won't do it tonight. We've learned that this shit is boring. Cause I love it. I'll nerd out with you.
It'll take fucking minimal time, bro. It's simple.
Well, Doug has all the Anchor passwords, and I'm going to need him there.
And then you just record here, download it, and then if you want to make edits, you can. I think there is a time cap. You know what I mean? So you could do parts, though.
That was the other reason why it's not that I was against doing audio for this show, but like we did audio for every other show that we've done. But we talked about like how this felt like more of a variety show, more of like a late night, like an old school Tom Green. That's it.
We're trying to go for like Letterman and Carson early 90s, but like a little more edgy for modern times. It's kind of cool.
Paul said it best at one point. It's controlled chaos. Like we get together in the afternoon.
There's just no reason why you can't put it everywhere. Is what my idea. That's just.
I agree.
I
don't care. I agree with you. And
even if my episodes are shit, dude, I don't. Every time I get done, I go, I'm about. This is probably garbage, but I fucking took the time to record the motherfucker. It's going up, dude.
My whole thought process on it was too, and like I agree with you on that. And now that I know Spotify does video, like I want us to look into that. But my whole thought process with this show was like the way we do it, like we do a lot of visual shit with it. I'm like, it lends itself better to video, but also like once we get to shooting the shit, this segment, we tend to go into like a 3.5 to 4 hour period where we all get fucked up and everybody that's with us gets fucked up. And it's like, at that point, I can't imagine anybody driving cross country listening to that because we're not Joe Rogan.
Don't sell yourself short, dude. Don't sell yourself short. I'm telling you right now, there's an audience for everything, man, and let them decide. They can cut it off, dude.
I agree with Dust.
Don't fucking do that. Don't do that.
You agree with Dust, and I agree. Look, I agree with it too. Like I have trouble.
What is somebody gonna listen too long and be like, fuck this show? I'm gonna unsubscribe, and you know what I mean? Fucking tell everybody to hate. Yeah, I can't believe these guys try to entertain me for 4 hours. You know.
You're right.
Fuck those guys. Fuck those guys, dude.
Hey, I really Dust, it's hard for me to explain this shit, but I think you'll understand this. Using YouTube analytics, our average watch time is 21 or better on every episode.
That's great.
I try to tell it.
That is great, bro.
That stuff goes over my head. Like I'm the kind of person.
Something. I can tell you that, Douglas. Big Doug.
And that's what Paul tells me, because I don't understand numbers. I really don't. Like I can add and I can subtract. Dude. I don't know how to multiply or divide.
12 is great. You shoot for 12.
Phenomenal.
You shoot for 12. Oh, anything over 12, you're doing great.
You're fucking killing it, bro. It's gonna grow. That means it's growing. That's what that means. If that number just keeps going up in the beginning, you just want it to go up.
And I want to make no mistake. I know everybody's hearing this and they're like, "This makes no sense to me." I want to thank Kim, and I want to thank who watch the show like Kim, who stick with us. Because if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here. It would be
like and subscribe.
And Kim, I'm not saying that because you're here. I'm not blowing smoke. I think Kim, we love you. I hope you know we love you. And if we don't fucking display it enough,
Kim's badass, dude. You know what I mean? If I could have a Kim, if I could have 100 Kim, I need 100 Kims. That's what I need, man. You know what I mean?
Ride or die.
But it's like everybody listening. If you love this, you love the dogs here, Paul, Doug. You need to share a link. Tell a friend, dude. Send a link. It ain't hard. You know what I mean? Say, check these guys. Let them decide if they don't like it or if they love it. It might be you know what I mean? Obviously, they're going to like it. But
they literally made a button for it. Every platform made a button. You just got to click it once, and you can share it anywhere you want. That's all we ask.
And I feel the same way about Dusty's comedy, and I feel the same way about the Wiggers podcast. I really do. I think the best way to grow is finding agreed. Hey, you're welcome. And I think I've said it on Twitter. I think I didn't say it on Twitter. Daryl Davis said it on Joe Rogan, and I just quoted it and put it on Twitter. But I think conflict resolution. I'm gonna butcher. I'm so fucked up. I'm gonna butcher the goddamn quote. But something about that, like basically the gist of it was. What I took from it was don't bury your head in the sand. Engage with everybody, friends, enemies, everybody. Yeah. And that's what I think the podcast. What I love about doing this, shows like this, meeting people like Dusty, is like propping everybody up, like elevate the people, even whether you agree with them, whether you disagree with them, whether you both agree on the same shit. Support each other. That's how we thrive as a world, not just as a world, but as a society living amongst each other. It's how we stay from splitting each other apart, like that fucking goddamn. I cannot believe that girl's 17 years old in that UNT video. I got sucked into watching it again today, and it fucking irritates me watching that.
What is it? Oh, what is it?
Paul,
what's UNT? What's that mean?
Paul, pull the fucking video up, Paul. We're gonna rail on
Jesus, dude, I'm too drunk.
This is hot and heavy, dude.
There was
got my man bothered over here. What's
like a week or two ago, there was a video that I saw on a podcast or on a YouTube clip or something like that about this UNT. There was a guy speaking. It was him and his wife were divorced. I think his wife was a professor. Their child at 2 years old.
What does UNT mean? Just tell me what
University
means.
of Texas, University of North Texas. I think it was that college thing where this guy Paul, you were the one telling me about this. He's running for senator, governor.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
This guy's running for an office. Him and his wife just got divorced or recently got divorced, and they got divorced because at 2 years old, she wanted to transition their child to a gender that the child wasn't born at, and he was vehemently against it. And they got divorced, and he's running for office now, I believe in Texas, and was going to a college to speak. And there's like a 5-minute video. I think Paul's looking it up of all of these people like just screaming at him. And I say people, I'm not going to use terms or try and offend anybody, but like I rewatched the video today, and one of these people who I can't believe is 17 is fucking 17 and identifies as a he, but doesn't look like a he. Not that that's my opinion, set in stone. Who you are, you are, whatever.
Bad dresser, no, doesn't shave right, doesn't do all the
exactly
dot the I's, cross the T's and dot the I's when it comes to the
very much so.
Trimming
very
up,
much so.
Yeah, I can't find it right now.
Grooming, if you will.
But I
think it's Adrian Lawler. I think it's Adrian Lawler's the guy's name.
Also could be a wrestler at the VFW hall.
Very true. But it's basically this person and a group of trans kids, very young kids, just going boo for 5 minutes, screaming. And this guy's just like, fuck it. He's yelling into a microphone. He's like, please yell louder. Yell louder. Yes, yell louder. And we talked about this on the episode a while. I don't know how we got on this. I'm fucked up too, Paul. But we talked about this on an episode prior where like you see it. It's like, how do you have dialogue with people who just sit there and scream at you, no or boo, and don't want to have a conversation? And that's the beauty, I think, of it does. And that's the beauty of what I think that's where I was going with it. It's the beauty of what the show's become. Is Paul saw what the potential of what this could be, like what he wanted it to be. Like, I very much feel like I am your what's his face to Johnny Carson. I'm your Ed McMahon to Johnny Carson. Your cookie to your bozo,
yes.
if you will.
Well, let me tell you something, all right? You know,
and I kind of go along with it, and I really do.
The great Swami says, Leah Thomas is going to win gold for the next 3 years.
No shit, buff as shit.
Our at home player is
Big
Scott
dick too,
Thomas.
Big hog, dude. Come on, thighs could need work. They're a little thin for my taste. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm trying to get in that whatever that is down there, I don't know. Whatever they call it. I don't know what they call it these days, but
hey,
I don't know what
sad times.
I don't know
what's empty.
What's hot in the streets. Hot in the T streets.
All right.
The
All right, Paul, hold on.
Around the table, everybody stay in. We're gonna do our final thoughts. We're gonna do our final thoughts around the table, and then we're gonna end the show. Stay in the lobby, and then we can all shoot the shit real quick for a couple 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Sure.
All right.
I got.
All right. So let's go into final thoughts. Kim, hate to put you on the spot, but you got first call. What's the final thoughts?
Man, I can't even read my own handwriting.
Shut up, Doug. Go ahead, Kim.
You know, we all have our own stories and we all have struggles and shit. And I've just found at almost 45 years old, the only thing that matters is how we affect other people. And we're supposed to lift each other up and just put out positivity. And the generation that's coming up are a bunch of little pussies. And it just, I worry about our future. I really do. Unfortunately, my children, I have 7 of them. Some of them are those fucking pussies. And I don't know what I do.
Well, you're good. You're a good woman.
You're honest. You know the problem.
I mean,
you've watched my personality change from the beginning of Brothers from Other Mothers to where we are now. You've seen me go from that sheepish guy to more like a Paul kind of thing. I think a lot more people, and it's funny to acknowledge this, and I don't mean to impede on your final thought, Kim, but I do think more people are waking. I really do. I think more people are acknowledging, like, oh shit, like maybe we fucking picked the wrong horse in this race, and maybe we need to figure out another alternative plan. I do. I think we're at that point. It's unfortunate. But I think, like you said, as long as we hold together and prop each other up, that's what matters. I think that's the best way to move forward.
Find the good ones. Find the good ones in the chaos. You know what I mean? And it'll pass. All things will pass like that.
Agreed.
You know?
Well, Kim, now that Doug
I fucking love you, Kim.
Now that Doug mansplained your final thought, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Oh my God.
We're all connected, and we need to figure
Amen.
We're all positive energy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell
no
yeah.
Negativity.
Thank you, Kim.
Kumbaya.
Kim, you are always welcome here. If you ever want to come on, you just let me know, and you will get the link, and you'll be invited on anytime. And we love you. We will always love you. And I'm not joking.
Grateful.
I'm not joking. Once we get this podcast in the green, and we are not in the green at all right now, just so you know. But once we get this podcast in the green,
we're having fun.
I'm covering your internet. And I'm not joking. I'm not bullshitting. That's not drunk, Paul. That's serious.
Kim, I just want you to know I'm not completely drunk or fucked up. I'm a little bit in between a column A and column. Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm at the point right now where if we ever become something of significance, I'm going to be the Dabney Coleman to your Dolly Parton in 9 to 5. I just want you to know that because I've never seen my face on a woman's tit before, and it's pretty exhilarating, I got to say. I've had my mouth on a girl's tit, but I've never had my face on a girl's tit.
And I want to say, Kim.
That's the real juggalos.
I want to say, Kim.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Pull over that. That's too fat. Whoop,
God
whoop.
damn it, I love you, Dusty.
Kim, I respect you. I respect you, Kim. I respect you, Kim, more than my brother. because we didn't do a
off,
wardrobe. We didn't do a wardrobe change in the middle of this show.
Let me tell you
All
something.
right,
This
shut
may
up,
be the
Doug.
greatest-
Nobody gives a Doug.
The Pee-wee's, is that Pee-wee's Playhouse, dude?
Yeah.
That's fucking Pee-wee's Loners and Rebels Club. That's fucking dope, dude.
Such a most
Thank you.
obscure movie.
I like
Check it out. I recommend
What
it.
is it? Say it again. That's a movie?
No,
Yes,
it's
a
from
mo-
Pee-wee's Big Adventure. It's his mock-up.
Oh, that's fucking killer.
Sorry,
oh,
Paul.
Loners and
I didn't
Rebels
mean to-
Club. Yeah, I
I
got it
didn't mean to
now.
upset you,
It
Paul.
took me a second. The brain was fucking cloudy.
I feel like
All
I
right.
just disappointed Paul like
Dust.
the way I disappointed
Yo.
my dad.
Dust.
Yo,
Final thoughts.
final thoughts? I got 3. Don't be a fucking cunt. All right?
I back that. My name is Paul Burke, and I support this message.
All
The more
things-
you know.
The more you fucking know, brother. All things shall fucking pass. And, live free or die trying, motherfuckers.
Amen. 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 Preach it. All right. Doug,
for having
for
me
Doug
on.
and I, hey, no problem, man.
Appreciate
For
you guys,
Doug and
dude.
I only had one request for tonight's episode, and that was I get to go last and close the show out on my final thoughts. So, Doug, please respect my wishes and give your final thoughts.
Okay. First of all, my final thoughts are as follows. Kim, I do want to thank you for being a ride or die from the beginning. I do. It's weird to be in the position we're at, talking the way we're talking, and having this little experience. To have somebody paying attention and being a part of it, it's really fucking awesome. And I appreciate you, and I want you to know that. And Dusty, the same goes for you, man. It's a newfound friendship and love, and I appreciate that. And Paul, above all else, none of this would be possible had you not started this ball rolling. And it's funny because you had mentioned to me, like, I gave Paul shit because I watch Paul's Twitter, because you can't help but not see what people are doing on Twitter, because Twitter tells you what people. Twitter's a fucking snitch.
Mm-hmm.
And so I see Paul like all of these hot, scantily clad pictures of women modeling shit, and I give him shit about it. And Paul's just
And
like,
you know that's not my style.
well, that's debatable.
He's
That's
got a technique.
everybody's style. That's
He's
everybody's
working
style.
the angles. He's working the algorithm. He's fucking, you know what I mean? He's out there working leads.
And that's
for the
exactly what
cast.
he's doing.
That's what you got to
Exactly.
do. That's the dirty work. That's what people don't know.
That's what he
about
said to me.
Creating a fucking kick-ass fucking podcast, bro.
That's exactly what he said to me too. Like, I gave him shit about it, and he said, "Dude," he said, "Do you realize?" Because I made a comment like, "This is why this is part of my final thought." But like, how weird we are as the show, where we've come, and why I attribute it to you, is because over the last 3 episodes in particular, our episode numbers. I keep telling him, I'm like, I don't give a fuck about numbers. I don't expect us to do any better than the week before. And honestly, the last 3 weeks, our numbers have gone up to where it's past 100. I think the last episode was 140 views. Which I never thought in a million years, but that's a lot to me. That's a lot. And
That's a big fucking deal, bro.
I never thought in a million years I'd have that many people.
One
And it's Paul.
average watch time.
That's what really that's a big deal. That's huge, dude.
And it's all
21.
him. It's all him. It's all him because this is a guy who didn't give a fuck about social media. And when he had this idea to do the show and saw what it could be, and how if we just like, he figured out how to corral my stoner brain into like, let's do prep, we'll do ideas and shit like that. Once we
I
figured
didn't
that
do it
out,
all at once, though. I slowly implemented it.
it really
I'm not
was.
trying
It
to
was
say
like
I'm playing
putting-
you, Doug.
It was like sliding a dick into an ass. It was just like gently over time, we'll get all the way in. And
Is that too much? Is that too much? I can pull back a little bit.
but it's been weird.
Until he
And
just turn him into a whore.
Oh!
Until he's just pulling that. Well, if you had hair, you know what I mean. He
Tell
pulls
him
his
like
chin.
a windsock turned inside out.
Dude, straight up prolapse city, dude. Come on.
Ugh. That's why I
Yeah.
stopped watching your Mom's House live episodes. But
Were they showing prolapse?
oh god, dude, the first
Yes.
time I,
I
saw
haven't-
it, like
I-
I
I
got
only
so
catch clips.
And it was pay
Before-
to play, friend. It was pay to play.
And
Oh, it was
before
pay to play.
before they figured out a password sharing thing, like it was like you pay the fee to watch our live shows, and then you could share the password or the link with people. And I was sharing it with people, and the night they showed a prolapse anus, I had 3 different people I'd shared the link with. They're like, I think I'm good. If you're gonna buy future episodes, I'm good. You don't need to share it with me, man.
I was one of them.
Man.
I'm like, literally, my text was, "Yeah, leave me off this fucking distro."
No, it must be. It's nice to have that freedom, though.
It really
No,
is.
agreed.
That if you
agreed.
wanna
I'm happy
show-
that it exists. I'm happy it
It's-
exists.
Well,
the
that's
potential for it.
like the goal. Not to cut you up, but that was like our goal was to get paid to be able to have a website where we can host our own shit.
Yep.
And I don't have to worry about putting the whole thing somewhere, I can then you can do clips that are family friendly to go to YouTube.
Hey, Tim
Agreed.
Pool, love him or hate him, the motherfucker figured it out.
What's he doing?
Timcast.
Oh, that's on YouTube, isn't it?
Timcast.com. No, Timcast IRL is on YouTube.
He's got his own.
Timcast.com, and he publicly states, and I saw that you interacted with him today, which I thought was a very great interaction, by the way. But he's already publicly stated he can fucking get kicked off of every platform. He's now built up Timcast.com to where he's gonna live comfortably the rest of his life.
That's fucking phenomenal, dude. That's really
good on him. No hate.
No, I like Tim Pool. I hope that Twitter. I fuck with Twitter. Twitter is just it's just a creative outlet for fucking jokes that I.
No, agreed. I love following you. I'm so glad we met, Dust, because I love
you guys.
You know what? I'll talk all the shit I want about Louis J. Gomez, but he's a guy from the fact that I started listening to Legion of Skanks like pretty close to the beginning of the inception of that podcast.
Oh no shit!
I have, seriously. I started listening right when they did the Lewis poem. That's where I started.
Oh, that poem is fucking legendary. I've caught it later on.
I'll be honest with you. For the first 5 years, I hated that son of a bitch. And he's become somebody who I love. I genuinely have fallen in love with him as a person. I really have.
He's lovable cocksucker, bro.
And if it wasn't for him, like the shit like this, like you, us, it wouldn't be possible. It's shit like that brings people together. And that's what I've learned about doing this with Paul. When Paul joined Twitter and just started, like, I didn't realize, like, he told me he joined Twitter under our podcast name. I didn't realize that he started engaging with politicians and other people. And when the numbers started going up, I'm like, oh, that's why the numbers keep going up, because Paul is starting.
That was your technique, huh? You were going into politics.
I got a response from Ron Paul. Let me tell you, that made me so fucking. It was on Getter, but let me tell you, that made me so fucking happy.
Did you get
better than Grindr
for that? Did it turn into follow?
Yeah.
Did it turn into follows? Okay.
We're on Twitter. Twitter's our biggest following. We've only got like 33, but it's growing every week. Yeah. Getter, I don't know what the exact numbers are on Getter, and I just got Truth the other night. You were the only person who liked that my Getter.
I love that
introduction.
And you think I'm not going to go over the Truth too?
My Truth.
That's my Truth.
I was impressed. I got it so quickly. I was told I wasn't going to get it until March.
How does that? That's fucking.
I got a text message.
Right?
I got a text message. I got a text message at 1 a.m. that said, "Hey, your Twitter account's created. You can now access it through the app." And I sent out the tweet, and I'm not kidding. You were the first person who liked it at 1:30 in the morning.
Was I up? I probably was up, dude. I gotta.
He doesn't even remember liking my tweet.
Yeah, I do fucking remember, cocksucker. I do remember.
Cocksucker.
I remember that. You guys are like you guys are really the only. I go check my boy Cliffs, of course, but I go check the comedy podcast. That's really it. I fucking read your guys's. A lot of other ones I don't. I'm there to fucking try to get them to come back to my shit. But I read your guys.
My big two that I interact with are Jack Posobiec, who shout out Navy Intel. Love you, Jack. If you ever actually watch this podcast, and Terminator Mommy. I kind of dig her. I dig her, man. She's got
Mommy. That's
she's a libertarian, free gun. Like,
does she make videos in a swimsuit shooting guns?
I maybe. I haven't got deep in her content. I've just been watching the live stream since I started following her. But I like her takes. She plays that like I'm dumb, but I'm giving you smart views. You know what I mean? She's playing the game. She's playing the game. She knows the rules.
Hey, you gotta play the game, dude.
All right, Doug. Finish your final thought. We totally interrupted you, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, hey, this is one of the best episodes we've done in a long time. I love and I have fun doing shit like this, especially with people I love.
Man, but great, dude.
I agree. That's ultimately how we've got here is Paul. Like, Paul is somebody I never thought in a million years. As somebody who I've grown up with my entire life, I never thought he'd be the guy, knowing him as I know him, who would join social media to the point where like we'd start getting eyes on us. But he has become that person, and he's become kind of like the head of this show. And I have no idea where my final thought was, other than like it's awesome that everybody's been brought together, that we keep bringing people together, that we keep getting more views. I hope people subscribe. I hope
subscribe.
People buy merch. I don't give a shit if they do personally. But I do hope they do. I should, but like I still have a tough time. promoting that kind of stuff. I have more of an easier time promoting the show itself.
Dude,
I'm
get used
getting
to it, bro.
to it. I'm trying
Do
to.
it. Make a
I'm trying
video,
to.
dude. Make short videos.
I like
where
to
he
think
thrives.
that's my
Make
best
yourself
part.
do
That's
it,
where he
dude.
thrives. That's where
You know
Doug
what I
thrives.
mean?
And that's where I thrive. I really do. I think that my biggest quality is figuring out how to take the best parts of an episode. Like I'll sit for the next 3 days listening to this 4-hour chunk.
Oh, good. You're running the Clips channel. I got
And
it.
I'm telling you right now, based on the night that I remember, that I kind of remember from this and everything I've done, like there's going to be multiple clips that I'm going to be cutting over the next 3 or 4 days, and I'm okay with that. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at going back and listening through everything.
Yeah.
As Kevin Smith would say, what Bruce Willis told him: go through, find the chuffa, and cut the chuffa out.
You're
And that's
entertaining,
kind of
bro. Like I watched also before today. This is you need to have a little more confidence in yourself, bro. Just
Amen.
fucking do it. Just
Trying.
do it, bro. Just
I'm
fucking
trying.
do it, man. Put it out there.
That even got a reaction
Again,
from Kim.
Let the fucking viewers decide, dude. Just fuck it. That's what
I know.
after you get over that, it's all great because the real motherfuckers are gonna ride with you, like Kim, you see. And there's people that have that attitude that they're like, that's my dog. I fuck with them. And whatever you are attempting, they know you're attempting, the humor, the whatever, the character. You're trying to do a skit, whatever you're attempting, man.
I'm so glad that
Oh,
I
I'm
reached
so
out to
happy
you,
Dust
man.
just said that. Play
It
the
is, bro.
character because that plays into my final
dude.
thoughts.
Get some fucking wigs, dude. Do a character. Fuck the voices, man. Just lean
Here-
into it. It's
Here's
fun.
here's how I'm going to end my final thought. Like, number one, I'm glad I reached out to you, Kim. I fucking love you. I like I said, I love the show because I love leaning into the heel. And I be honest with you, somebody I never gave a fuck about as a kid, but as an adult, as somebody who's going to be 42 in 2 weeks from today, Bobby the Brain Heenan has become one of my favorite bad guys to fucking just root for as an adult.
Yeah.
Like, I go back and rewatch his shit. So my final thought is fucking
you,
have,
dude.
like you guys said, I love you. Have confidence in yourself. Learn to love yourself. Learn to have fun. Learn to laugh at yourself. Learn to be self-aware. And in 2 weeks, I turn 42, and we are going to be on a Saturday on podcast
That's
night.
dope, dude.
And I'm going to eat those sons of
Ooh,
bitches on my
okay.
birthday episode.
Mario's
So
going to
we'll
save
see
the
what
princess, bro.
Is that fucking
We
penis
may-
envy?
We may have to go to a few castles.
bit.
It looks like some penis
We
envy.
may have
dude.
to go to a few castles, but Doug is going to save the princess.
I've been looking for these for 2 years, and I finally found them.
What? It
And
took-
yeah,
We gotta-
we
we
live in
gotta-
a very dry area.
I'm sorry.
Well-
Princess Toadstool is not in this castle. You'll have to continue on the game, Dust.
Oh, you're gonna have a fucking blast.
Keep
dude.
going through Mushroom Land. Keep
So
going through
excited
Mushroom
for
Land.
that episode. I'm so
That's-
excited.
That's
All
beautiful.
right, is it my turn?
It's your turn, man. This is how we're going to end the show. Thank
All
you,
right.
guys. Above all else, thank you, Kim. Thank you, Dusty.
You're the
This
man,
has been
dude.
fucking
Thank you, man.
amazing. You
I'm so glad
likewise.
it came on, man. Last week I was fucking hurting, but
Hey, back surgery's no joke, brother.
it ain't, man.
All right.
It ain't, bro. It ain't.
All right. I want to start off by saying I want to thank
Wu-Tang.
yeah, Cream, baby. Cream.
The RZA, Jizza, old dirty bastard.
I want to thank Rick for coming on. I know that it was kind of hard with the audio and him having transition places.
I love him.
I want to thank John for coming on. He's our brother from another mother. He
always
entertaining every time he's here. I love him. I want to thank Tony for coming on. If you haven't seen it already, please check out Sympathy for the Devil. It's one of our episodes with Tony, where Tony's the main guest. And look in the description for the link for his website. It is
Rolling
highly
Stones.
entertaining. His blog. I want to thank Dust for coming on. Dust, you've been fantastic, man. I want to thank Bob. Bob, another brother from another mother.
Love
Man's
you,
out there
Bobby.
working, making his money, paying for his wife and daughter, doing his thing. And if you're
Yeah.
listening, Bob, I love you, brother. I love you like none other. And miss anybody? Okay, Kim. I'm not missing Kim because I wanted to wait for Kim for last. I just want to make sure I got anything else. Kim, thank you for being with us since the beginning. I can't tell you how many times it's been like me and Doug throughout this process have been like, God, you want to skip this week? Do you want to not? And it's like, nah, we know Kim's going to be there. And as long as Kim's there watching us, we're making an episode. And I say ride or die jokingly, but I mean it. Like, I will make this fucking podcast for you. If I get one view a week and it's only you, we're going to continue to make the fucking podcast.
Amen.
That's dope.
That said, my main final thought, I thought about plagiarizing and trying to pass it off as my own. That ain't right. I got to give it to the original. And as you guys all saw at the beginning of this episode, we dedicated Scott Hall. I know this sounds fucking stupid, but pro wrestling has been a part of my life. Pro wrestling has been a part of my life since as far as I can remember. Scott Hall, Razor Ramon. I met him, talked to him back in the Razor days. I got to meet him after he fell from grace and he was in addiction, and I got to watch his journey out of addiction. And my final thought is irrelevant, so I'm going to end the show with him telling you my final thought, because nobody can say it better than Scott Hall himself.
Hell
So
yeah.
everybody, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Like, share, and subscribe. Links in the description for everything below. Brothers from Other Mothers, Bob and Doug Save Me from Boredom. Dust, I don't have your stuff in there, but give me a couple days and I'll get that in the description
No
as
worries.
well.
Salutskis,
All right.
brothers.
All right, let Scott Hall lead out this episode, and we'll see you guys next week.
Love
Thank
you
all
guys.
for watching.
Love you.